I'm not sure if you can hear me and see me well, but ladies and gentlemen, finally, UX Global Summit by Geekle is here. I'm so excited. This is our very first conference for UI UX designers and the engineers, and I'm really happy to invite you here. And I have Ksenia is with me. She's a community manager of this event, and I'd like to welcome Ksenia. Come here and yeah.
Hi, I'm Ksenia. Very nice to see you here, guys. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
No, it's okay. It's a pleasure for me. How do you feel? What do you feel about this?
I'm very excited, a little scared, of course, because I know it's all new for Geekle and for me too. It's our first event for this great community. But I'm sure you guys will like it, definitely.
Yeah, because, Geekle is always about future. It's always about what's new. And when we were brainstorming this idea about UI UX, we thought, well, we want to understand how do you guys working in very different types of organization all around the world, you can deliver that great products without any, coordination or any, or you have some mind streams or you don't. What you think about the future, what trends and what tools, methods, design thinking, everything stuff. So yeah. And we decided just to provide the platform, gather as much as possible engineers, designers, and professionals here with Ksenia on this platform to share knowledge and share some insights, use cases. What is it about? Yeah, give us more.
Firstly, we'll have 2 days of content. The first day will be for juniors, the second for seniors. But I'm sure all of you guys will get a lot of insights from both days. And also I wanted to add that we have a lot of talks about the augmented reality and working with artificial intelligence.
It's trending.
And guys, we have a lot of content about it. I hope you learn it.
Yeah. By the way, people, we're in Kyiv, Ukraine right now, and we'd like to know where you now. Just type in comments where you now, what country, city, or maybe a room. I always say it, but because it's remote world, and you can be in even the kitchen or somewhere else. It doesn't matter. Just say hello, because I see lots of countries in our chat. Keep writing there because you support us this way. Anyway, let's talk about the event. So it's gonna be 2 days. Will we have different tracks, or how you organize the content? Please share with us.
Yeah, we'll have a couple of blocks for each day. So we have some blocks about research methods, a lot about usage of emotions, animations, and also we have some more talks about communication in UI UX between designers, clients, and some developers. I think it will be really interesting because all of the professionals from UI UX from this industry working in different kind of organization, and it's really interesting to learn how exactly they create this product.
Awesome. It sounds like the whole world in your conference. Yeah. What people you have here? So it's all about speakers, am I right?
Yeah, of course. We'll have the content prepared by 38 speakers.
38?
38 from 22 countries. Can you imagine that?
22 countries. Yeah, that's actually my pleasure, because I love this international movement, and not about some specific area or nation or something. Yeah, cool.
Yeah, I had a conversation.
How did you manage that?
Oh, I don't know. It took a lot of time, but my dear speakers, I want just to thank you very much. I know that you spent a lot of time by preparing this content. I know that you are real Jedis in UI UX, and I hope you like this experience with us too.
Yeah, thanks for believing us in our very first event, because it's usually, when we invite speaker for the very first event, they don't know us, and it's they have to believe in us. And once it's third or fourth conference, everybody understand what Geekle and what it is about.
We really appreciate it.
And I know it was also the program committee. Am I right?
Of course.
Yeah. How it works?
It's 8 program committee members, and moreover, some of them even joined us as speakers and the moderator. So thank you very much for all your time, for all hours that you spent by helping us to bring the best and relevant content for this community.
Program committee is the community who votes for CFP forms for talks, and actually who decide what talk is worth to be heard and which is not really relevant to this conference, to this format. So thank you very much for your contribution. We are open to help you with anything we can. I don't know if it's possible. So what else we have? Any more information? What's so interesting
I think more numbers, because I know that there is 7,000 people with
7,000
from more than
registrations.
7,000 registrations,
Yeah.
and from more than 35 countries. So we're really interested to learn where are you from exactly. Please contact us.
I feel this energy, like I touched 35 countries and all this stuff.
Can you imagine all them in one room?
7,000 people. Maybe that's actually my dream, together like a huge crowd somewhere on the seaside, offline events.
Everybody's missing it so much.
This sea and beach and everything. So yeah.
Guys, we also want to tell you, do not hesitate to contact us anytime. Leave your comments, questions. We'll also have Q&A sessions after each block, and our speakers really waiting for it. They want to reply it and to want to understand how did you find this event. So once you receive some service form after the event, please just write us a line. How did you like it?
And keep comment this stuff, because we really need to hear from you. Thanks to everyone who is joining us right now. And what else?
I think that we'll have a lot of nice moderators who are also real professionals from this field only. So just enjoy the time. Stay tuned, and I hope they liked it, right?
I'm sure, actually. Our first events of Geekle, we've been trying to moderate this event ourselves, but it's better when professionals from the field, from the domain, they moderate, talk between each other, and so we just invited our moderators from this field.
Yeah, we just want to make everything to have, like, you have this moment, you have these minutes worth seeing. So just let's get it started.
No more chatting. Yeah, we invited our first moderator here, and Ksenia, who is our first moderator?
It's Azur Mesik. And
okay.
I hope you like him. He's really
Hi,
nice.
Mazur.
Yeah. So enjoy. Next 2.5 hours you will be with Azur.
Okay, I'm leaving, and Ksenia and Mazur stay and do their magic. Okay.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Take care and enjoy.
Yeah. Bye.
So, hello everyone, and welcome to the 2022 UI UX Global Summit. My name is Azur Mesh. I am a UX designer based in Austria, and I will be your moderator for this first block. I hope you will enjoy the talks we have prepared for you today and that you will learn something new. Now, without further ado, I'd like to introduce our first speaker. His name is Benjamin Vautier. He comes to us from France, and he's a design director at Taskcore. He will talk to us about the importance of research in the field and the relevance of testing. So, hi, Ben.
Hi, Azur. Thank you very much for welcoming me, I would say.
Well, whenever you're ready, you can start sharing the slides, and I will leave the stage.
Yeah, let's do that. So, okay, share my screen. Okay, tick. Yes.
And just as a reminder to the audience, we will keep the Q&A section for the end of the talks. Okay, you seem ready, so I leave the stage to you, and good luck.
Thank you very much. So hello everyone, thank you for joining. I'm really excited to share with you today all I learned in my experience. So everything I will share with you on these slides are coming from my experience, right? And observing people in their own environment to see how they are interacting and feeling, it's really important for me. And complete the setup with a fast prototyping approach. I mean, it's one of the most efficient method I could use in my entire career as a digital designer. So let's jump in. And before to jump, sorry, up, and before to jump into the topic, let's have an imagination session, right? Just as an introduction, I wanted you to imagine that you have a project with carpenter companies, okay? But you don't know anything about what is a carpenter does. So yeah, we have to discover plenty of stuff. We have to ask questions, but the budget is really low. So most of designers would probably choose a cheap method, which is working actually, is to interview people, interview a bunch of carpenters, and get into the subject, the topic. So yeah, we could do that, and we could do that remotely. It works perfectly, but some bias could happen, could occur, and those type of stuff of bias could occur for many cases, many reasons, and one of these bias could be unconscious acts, which is actually when you're an expert, a carpenter is an expert, you do something without even thinking you are doing this way, this stuff, So the angle you put the blade to cut, the place, the location you put your tools to be ready to take and to get to speed up the process. Stuff like that are unconscious acts, right? A second base could occur in an interview, and it's an hidden act, right? On purpose, the user, the carpenter, could hide information from you just because it doesn't want you to know his tips or her tips, how he does that, why he does that exactly this way, etc. And maybe it doesn't want his manager or her manager to know that he take off his goggles or his gloves because he wants to feel more the tool or the engine or the wood. So hidden acts could be really important, and it is one of the bias that could occur. And the third one I could experience is the people think this information is irrelevant. Sorry. So, for instance, as an expert, I will do that every morning. For instance, I take a coffee to the coffee machine, and I would judge that it's not important to share that with you in an interview. So even if you try to track down this information, in 90% of cases, you will fail to track down this information. But if you get on the field and observe, hidden in shadow, just waiting for people, it will work, right? So, okay. Moving forward in interview, we can see that we can capture plenty of stuff, which is good. Those things you can capture are feelings, problems, frustration, wishes, dream, maybe motivation, objectives, goals, etc. You can track them, that you can capture that, and it's really good. But imagine if you have an observation station, such as what we just saw before. You get into the workshop and you speak and you observe, and then you create your questionnaire. You do the interview after observing. So you can have, you can collect the task, the habits, the way people are doing this way or this task, etc. And also the gap between protocol or process versus real life. So in other words, there is a slight difference or something a bit different between interviews and observations. And what we want to track is the differences between what we say as a user and what we are really doing, right? So let's move forward with real example. So unfortunately, I can't share with you every details, every stuff from this project because, yeah, there is an NDA on that. But you know, shadowing could reveal the unspoken, and we could have differences between what we learned and what we see. You know, so let's have a look at the brief. Our client, which is a manufacturer, aircraft manufacturer, came to us and asked us to create a device to collect, capture all the flight data from an aircraft with a card. You can insert a card into your device, and then you could transfer from the card to the device and from the device to the manufacturer's server. So this is really, really good because this manufacturer, this company could, you know, create new services by ingesting and analyzing this data. And we can imagine that you can have predictive maintenance, for instance. It could be great, and you can also predict accident or crash or stuff like that, which is more even cool. So what we did was, okay, we had a constraint of time and budget, as you can imagine. We all do that. We all have that. We all experience that. But okay, we had, you know, we could interview stakeholders at the company side, at the manufacturer side. So POs, experts, technical team, managers, etc. And we could also, from that, move forward with like the nearest people from the field, which were managers on the operator's side. So, in other words, people who operate the aircraft, right? So they own the data. So we interviewed plenty of people, CEOs, experts, operation managers, etc. And from them, we learned plenty of stuff. And we get the chance from them to get on the fields and spend 2 days into their sites and to you know, on their tarmac to observe what is going on in real life. And so what did we learn from those interviews was, okay, we have to create an app on an iPad or a tablet, but a very fancy one because we need to be you know, in the nowadays standards. So that's cool. We need to collect the data on a tablet, not a smartphone because it's too much small, not a computer because it's not really practicable on a tarmac, so you can't get in on the field with that. And we need this tablet or this iPad be really well placed or stored into the cockpit of the aircraft, and also get a good connectivity, such as LTE, Edge, 4G, etc., to transfer over the air the data. write the flight data to my client's server. And okay, we learned also that there are different type of aircraft, so different type of cards. Some have SD cards, some have compact flash cards, and with different formats of files. And this is such an I don't, go deeper in detail, but I think you get the idea, right? So the pilot will be our target, or users, or end users are the pilots, and the pilot, why he's the, or she is the end users, because she is in the cockpit at the moment of when the aircraft lands. He can take off the card, put it in the iPad, and left away, and then come back, take the card off from the device, and then put it back to the cockpit. So yes, okay, that was good. Another stuff we have, okay, this is not rocket science. We need to speed up the process. So when you put the card, the SD card into the iPad, it could really go faster onto copy and paste all the file from the card to the device, and then as soon as one file is on the iPad, it will be transmitted immediately over the air with the connectivity through the servers. So this is not rocket science, right? We can do that, an app on an iPad doing this stuff when detecting that there is a hard drive or a card plugged. Okay, this is cool. And alerting and notifying people in case of emergency, fail, or success. This is quite, easy. We could do that. So the problem was when we arrived on the tarmac and we learned plenty of stuff about that. The first thing we learned was really interesting. In fact, in a cockpit, you have to lock down everything in order nothing move when the pilot is flying the aircraft, right? For security matter. Imagine you have something moving in your car, you will be like super frustrated or maybe angry. So this is the same with high potential of risk, And we learned also that time is gold. So the pilot is not staying on the tarmac. Whether he is paid for the mission, for the flight, or is paid for the entire day, he won't stay on the tarmac. He lands the aircraft. He just shares some technical information with the technical team, the maintenance team, and then he left. And why that? Because he needs to rest, he needs to take a coffee and a break before to get back into the cockpit and go away with the aircraft. So everything is set up to be, very straight away for the pilot doing his stuff in his way, and the maintenance team staying on the tarmac and reviewing the aircraft, right? So yes, we saw plenty of stuff falling apart from hands of people, because you have some gloves, you have plenty of stuff, and you can make fall stuff, and they can be broken. So an iPad is not the best and the strongest and the more robust thing I have ever seen. So if you take an iPad and you put it in a case, maybe it could be good. But if you wear gloves, so your iPad is dead. You can't use your iPad. And if you are in the middle of Norway, in the middle of January, you won't take off your gloves to interact with this iPad, right? So iPad is definitely not the best solution, or even a Samsung, or even a fancy tablet from the market. Okay, we have to create or to use an industrial tablet with a non-capacitive screen. We also learned that, in fact, we have to speed up. In fact, the tablet should be stored not in the not in into the aircraft, but on the ground to send all the data in no time, because we have the best connectivity here. And also the cards must be replaced into the cockpit as soon as possible. So yes, it is coming. It is coming to be, a rocket science project. So it was like, what? It is slightly different than what we expected at the first place. So yes. So yeah, there is a gap. And as I said before, there is a gap, always a gap between interviews and observation. And in fact, the pilot won't be the main target because they simply don't want to do that. They don't think it's their task to do that. So, okay, they need to speed up, and they prefer to let this task to another technical team member, right? So yeah, we did learn something different, slightly different from the first interviews, right? And what I think it is good to learn to keep on mind right now is, if we did opposite, we certainly did speed up the process, right? Because we understood first, and then we asked more relevant and precise questions. So that's why I think be with people, observe was more than a million of discussions, right? And this is a quote from my father. So, okay, a second part of the project was, and really quick, another project, other city in Hong Kong. So it wasn't the same budget, I have to admit that. This is a super expensive project, but let's have a look of how did we complete our understanding of the project with fast prototyping approach. So yeah, we had to create a wealth management app for millennials. So if you are, comfortable with banking and financial services and products, you might understand that there is a misconception here between wealth management and millennials. Millennials are 25 to 34 age group, and this is completely insane to create wealth management app for this target segment. That's crazy. But okay, let's see how to help them to figure it out, to invest in long term. So yes, in fact, the company here wanted us to create something really engaging to make millennials invest in long term. So what we did was a challenge, because the challenge was to understand the culture in Hong Kong, what millennial people are doing, in their life, for evening to hang out, etc. What they are doing, what looks like their life, that was the first time for me I went in Hong Kong. So I didn't know anything about this country. And yes, we also needed to make the product fit to the need of the users. And what I mean by that, yes, to understand what is a product, you have to understand its benefits in your own life. So that was the challenge also to do. And the last challenge was to design an app, to do all the process in only 6 weeks. So yes, it was something really, really hard to do. But anyway, what we did, we learned from the first project I shared with you. We learned that observation must be done before getting any interviews. So we did that. 3 days of immersion with people from the company, from my company in China, from plenty of people, friends from our mates, etc. And we hang out in plenty of places. We did treks, we did plenty of stuff. It was really, really exciting, and we learned really, really, really greatly. And then we did a 5 days design sprint with the stakeholders internally, without any users. Then at least we ended up with a great concept, or with a great concept in our head. So we had a sheet of papers, and we wanted to fast prototype them and test them in no time, in a guerrilla mode, and then develop it, and then test it in real life in a beta session. So what did we do on this setup? We went in the street, we took some photos, videos, we talked to people, we had plenty of discussion. It was really, really great, and you can see some amazing construction here. If you can see my nose, you have a new building built on an old one. That's crazy. Okay, so this is another country, right? This is another culture, and something completely different that I might know from Europe, right? So we did learn plenty of stuff. We did learn that millennial people trade a lot. I mean, a lot on their mobile phone. They are buying some stocks, selling some stocks, and it's like super easy for them. So they are keen to invest, right? The house market is really expensive. You can imagine Paris, London, but Hong Kong is even more expensive. So everybody is staying at their parents for a while, and when they get married, they can move out. They all dream, or the majority would love to get a job, a very high level job, to get a very high salary wage, and then get a job, get a car, get a very fancy house, a flat, and then travel a lot. So this is quite something usual, and you can have this in France or in Europe or in US as well. But okay, Hong Kong is slightly different from other Asian country I've been. So yeah, and take care of their parents is a part of the culture as well. So they have a specific part of their budget dedicated to help their parents for their retreat. There is a lot of social pressure, right? A lot. It's common to different country in Asia, I presume, but I think it's the case. If you do something in a certain way, you can be judged, and you can be judged really, really badly. So it's heavy, really heavy. And at least there is a focus on the tradition. The tradition is really, really important in this culture, and millennials are really, really into the traditions. But meanwhile, they are thinking of Western way of life. You know, they are because we are in Hong Kong, Chinese tradition and English way of life are working all together and doing some stuff. So yeah. I will I will try to, oh yeah, I will try to stop my camera. Sorry about that. So yes, tradition versus Western life. Okay, so we understood that. We ran away plenty of stuff. We understood plenty of stuff, and we understood into the design sprint and into the all the setup that we should change the concept from a list of goals that you pick in order, you know, to reach some of them and to get the chance, the percentage chance to get them real. In fact, we think that it would be more rational, and for this group age segment and for this population, we need to create something more emotional. We need to get into the picture of what is the future you want, what is, you know, where you will be in 10 or 20 years, and where you want to be in 20 years. That was the beginning of our concept. So what we did, we test ASAP. We just had a bunch of design, and then we test. And those are just tips for you guys. I used every day in my work. So yeah, as soon as you have something to share with your users, do it. Do it right away. Even if it's on a sheet of paper, this is great. This is great because you will kill some bad ideas. You will enhance some really, really great ideas, and you will maybe improve your ability to design something great, a product or an interface or anything. So yeah, get a pool of users. Sometime you can have a pool of users. I don't know, 15 maybe, and you will you know, set up meetings with them, and you know, share with them your improvement, your design. And also you can get in the streets. It's cheaper than anything. You get in the streets, you share your design, even if it's a sheet of paper, you can share it. It's great. You can definitely do that for no budget. You can also do this process on the right hand side of the slide. You can see that we have a process, and this process can be repeated as many times as you need. Okay, in the budget and time constraints, obviously we all experience that. But if you can do that twice, let's do that twice. If you can do it 30 times, let's do that 30 times. So this is quite important to keep in mind that, yes, this process is really, really important. You have to test and try and ideate and try again, etc. So it's like an agile process, but without the agile, process. Okay, and at least, but not last, the first iteration I always do that this way. I take the most, I take plenty of users, 20, 30, etc. But I spend just 15 minutes, at least 15 minutes with them, showing them, the concept, the draft or design, the draft or ideas. Why 15 minutes? 15 minutes is just enough to share with the users something you have in mind. Not necessarily your design is not done yet, so your design is still in process. So you don't have to create a scenario, a protocol to test these the screens, right? You just have to share with users. It's like an interview with a piece of paper with wireframes or sketches on that. And okay, those are something we tested. We tested a lot with 20, 30 users in streets, and we were like, okay, considering this and this and this, what is your ideas? And people were like super exciting with the concept. They asking more and more questions that raise our understanding about how could feel the users and how would feel the users and what they would like to see in this type of app, this type of application. So yeah, we get back in at the office. We work a lot, we tried something out, and we arrive with a refinement of our concept, and we tried it. We tried to design it on a paper, and we get back in street. We tried with people. We hang the night with people, with millennials, and having a drink with them. We show them those sketches, and we ask them, okay, what do you think? Do you think it's great? What do you think we could improve, etc. But obviously, this is just a sketch. It's even not a wireframe. It's just ideas down on the paper. But okay, we thought about that, and it was like super cool, and we refined it, and then we learned something really, really good. Okay, our concept is good because Hong Kong people can't cope with planning in long term. Okay, great. So yes, we have to speed up just a little bit, but it would be like super interesting that people can cope. They stressed out. So
hello, Ben. Sorry for interrupting. Yeah. Just to let you know, like, if you could just wrap it up quickly because the next speaker is waiting. We will have a Q&A.
We are wrapping.
Sorry for interrupting.
No, don't worry. So yes, sorry about that, guys. But okay. So what we did was, okay, we shift the concept. We shift the concept in a different way. Like, you could explore a bunch of futures, try it out, have some great advice and product to enhance or improve your chance to reach this future, rather than a series of goals that is not meaningful too much for people. So yeah, we did plenty of stuff, and to finish, yes, we did that, and yes, what we learned was, okay, it's always better to speak with people, to show them the full process, to hang with them and show them prototype because you will, secure your process, secure your design process, and in fact, reinsure your client as well. So yes, you will have the slides. So I will let you read this amazing quote from Don Norman, but you are not alone designing this app. Programmers, engineers, developers has to be involved into the process as well. So thank you very much. Sorry to be late, and see you to the Q&A session.
Yeah, thank you very much for an interesting talk. I look forward to the Q&A section with you. Now, let me introduce our next speaker. Our next speaker is Alessio Laiso. He comes from Portugal, and he's a senior product designer at Vautier. And let me welcome him to stage. Hi.
Hello. How are you doing?
You can prepare your slides. His topic is interacting with words and can typography improve the user experience. So when you are ready, I will share your slides and you can begin.
All right. Okay.
Well,
perfect.
Good luck.
All right. Thank you. So hello, everyone. I hope everyone is having a great day. So my name is Alessio Laiso. I'm a senior product designer at Vautier, and I also happen to be a type nerd, drawing type. So typography is probably the most widespread form of design. Escaping typography is virtually impossible for anyone. And even more so, it was for me, because I grew up near Rome, one of the youngest cities in Italy. It's called Latina. That is right in the region that gives its name to the Latin alphabet and the Neo-Latin languages. And it's also a half-an-hour drive from the town where Aldus Manutius was born. He was the humanist printer who invented italic type and developed modern punctuation. Most of all, though, Latina is full of examples of typography from the 30s. Some beautiful, like these signs, and some just very weird, like Palazzo M. This is actually the building where my father used to work. And yes, it's a giant letter M. And it was built in the Fascist years in Italy, so you can probably guess why. It's in the shape of an M. Anyway, fast forward to my third year at university in Rome. I had been introduced to the wonderful world of typography, mostly as a consumer of typefaces. And as a student, you can imagine, I didn't have a lot of money to invest in purchasing fonts, but I certainly admired the work of type designers. So I definitely didn't want to use illegally downloaded paid fonts. And that's, in a nutshell, how I got closer to free and open source fonts. And I'm stressing the distinction between free and open source because open source is very powerful. Many fonts are free. You can use them for no money, free of charge, but their licenses give you some limits. Open source or Libre fonts, on the other hand, are not only free of charge, but their licenses give you permission to study them, edit them, remix them, and even redistribute them. So at the time, slab serif faces were going strong. I wanted to use one, but back then there was no free slab serif that was available with more than 3 or 4 weights and styles. So I took this as a challenge, and I started working on one of these open source typefaces, which was a sans serif, and I played it with it until it became the slab serif family that I needed. Then I put together a very basic Behance project with a download link, and this very much exploded. So something that I did for myself, mostly to learn something new, became massively popular very much overnight. Aleo, this type family, has been downloaded millions of times now across Behance and the other websites that have published it, such as Font Squirrel. Many blogs and magazines have written about it, including Smashing Magazine. And it's also available on Google Fonts. And it's used in thousands of websites, and it's served about 2 million times per week. So over the years, a journey that started with Aleo in 2013 saw the release of my other retail fonts, the Lagoo family, in 2017, and Panisans in 2020. In addition to this, I've also collaborated with some clients for custom fonts. So my retail fonts, for example, in this custom fonts have been used by some huge brands like Amazon, eBay, USA Today, and the Italian Space Agency. Now, all this said, 9 to 5, I work as a software designer, a product designer. I started right after college working in a graphic design agency in Rome. Then I moved to Austria, working on consumer fitness apps for mobile at Adidas Fantastic. Among other roles I have had, I was a part of the largest European design studio for IBM in Dublin. And when I moved to Lisbon in Portugal, I worked at Zalando, Europe's biggest fashion online store. And currently, I am working at Hotjar, the leading global user insights platform. So, typography on one hand, and UX. My passion and experience in type design have a strong influence on my software or product design work. So what I want to share with you today can be divided in two parts. The first part will be a quick overview of how type is made. Typography has such an important role in the software we design, yet not many really know how a typeface is made. So I'll take you behind the scenes. And once we get this awareness, the second part of the talk will be about how we can use typography in software and how it affects UX. I'll mention some research done in this field, and I'll take you through the results of experiments that I conducted. So yeah, let's get started with the first one. How do you make a font? I get asked this very often, and the process is pretty long, so I will have to simplify it here, but I'll try to give you a good idea. As you would expect, there are many tools for type design. Three worth mentioning are FontLab Studio, which was considered the industry standard, FontForge, which takes a similar approach but is open source, and Glyphs, which is a newer program. I played around with all of them. For Aleo, for example, my first typeface, I used FontForge, but now I'm mostly using Glyphs because it makes many things faster than the other tools. So I'll take you through my process, showing you the work I did for Lagu, which I released in 2017. First, you need a concept. In this case, I wanted to try and mix characteristic of a geometric sense with a higher stroke contrast than usual. So you may imagine your typeface in use in specific ways, maybe large titles on posters, or it could be body copy on low resolution devices, or anything in between, really. These are all considerations that you should have in mind when starting designing your typeface. In this case, I started with some sketches on paper, and when I had the DNA of the typeface clear enough, I started drawing the vectors, occasionally going back to the paper for some glyphs. And drawing letters is really not straightforward because nothing in typography is the way it appears. Most shapes need some optical adjustments to look right to the human eye. Circles are not real circles. Strokes that look like they have the same weight are different. A well-known example of this is the overshoot. Round shapes need to extend beyond flat shapes to make different letters appear the same size. And you may also notice here that the letter in the reddish color on the left looks weird compared to the other one. And that's because every horizontal stroke needs to have a different length, and the central stroke needs to be placed not at geometrical center. Even the letter X, which looks very simple, is two lines. Actually, to make its two main components look right, you need to make them so that they're not aligned. And the thing here really is that there are no hard rules or formulas that you can follow to achieve a good result. In the end, really, it's all up to you and the design choice you take. Each glyph has to work on its own, and more importantly, it has to work among the other glyphs of the typeface. And so for many letters and glyphs, it can take a lot of iterations to get the shape right. Now, a type family isn't made of one weight. So how do you get a large family with many weights? One way to save some time is to interpolate among some masters. So for example, for Lagu, I designed 3 masters, hairline, regular, and black. And then I interpolated them to get the weights in between. Now, this here is a screenshot of Glyphs, one of the programs that I mentioned earlier. In order for the software to interpolate properly between these masters, you need to make sure that the glyphs in every master are compatible. This means that the same letter in every master, thin, regular, and black in this case, are drawn with the same number and order of nodes or points. Once you have this, you can define the weight of every instance to let the software take care of the interpolation. And then there's italics. So if you slant your design by 8 to 12 degrees, you get what's called an oblique. But usually they don't look great, and often they're a sign of actually a badly designed font. So to get proper italics, you need to redraw many of the letters. And you can see some examples here of how the shapes can change with italics. In addition to drawing all the glyphs, 2 big parts of the process are spacing and kerning. This is the UI of glyphs once again. And first you take care of spacing, setting the left and right bearings for each glyph. When you're happy with the spacing, and this means after a lot of testing, you move to kerning, which is the adjustment of the spacing between two specific characters or pairs. So kerning is applied in addition to the spacing provided by the side bearings that are intrinsic to each of the letters. You can see here how between the T and the O, there is a minus 90 applied, which is highlighted in red. And how big is a font? How many glyphs does it contain? This can change significantly based on the character set or the languages that it supports. So for example, Lagu supports 219 languages, Latin-based. Try to think of a number. How many glyphs do you think that would take? Let's take a look. So in a font, you will need uppercase letters. Then you will need lowercase. A complete set of figures, including tabular, lining, old style, fractions, and more. Punctuation, ligatures, symbols, small caps, even more glyphs, such as stylistic alternates, separators, some German and Greek letters, and the marks and accents and all that it takes to support all the languages that use the Latin alphabet. So the total for Lagu is 767 glyphs. And this is actually times 3 because you have to do that for each of the masters, plus the italics. So it's definitely a lot of work. And designing a complete typeface really can take months or even years of full-time work. So as product designers, when we design software, we'd better put this to good use. Now that we learned more about type design, let's continue to the second part of this talk. So using type and how it influences the UX. So whenever people are using a piece of software, they are actively interacting with words. Optimizing typography doesn't only improve the look of a product, but also the readability, accessibility, and usability. Typeface selection has a part in this, and we'll get to that later. However, there are several other things that you can do to make sure that the typeface you choose for your site or app are working with you and your users and not against you. Some of the basic aspects should be obvious to everyone here. I'll just touch on them briefly. I'm talking about using a font size that is not too small and that works well with the line length resulting from the device the reader is using. And we should also make sure that the contrast between the font and the background is right, as well as the line height that we are using. All these basic aspects have to be considered together with the choice of your typeface. Now, there is a quote here that says, good-looking typography will lead to increasing and retaining user attention as it helps in connecting with the user and enhances app efficiency. That sounds great, doesn't it? But are we really sure? Can we turn these lovely statements into something that we can actually measure? So let's have a look at the first of the 5 studies that I want to talk about with you today. Some of you may be familiar with relative subjective duration. That is a metric that measures a user's perception of how long they have been performing a task. The adage says that time flies when you're having fun, and people's perception of time is manipulated by the enjoyment of their activity. So difficult or unpleasant tasks tend to be overestimated in duration, while easy tasks are underestimated in duration. In an experiment conducted by Kevin Larson and Rosalind Pickard from Microsoft and the MIT, 2 versions of an e-magazine were created. Half the participants received the good typography version, and half received the poor typography version. Each participant was given a brief tutorial on how to navigate the UI, and were told that they would be reading for 20 minutes. Participants could choose to read anything they wanted from this magazine, but they were actually interrupted after 16 minutes, not 20, and asked to guess how long they had been reading for. The researchers found that the participants in the poor typography condition underestimated the reading time by 24 seconds on an average, while the participants in the good typography condition underestimated the reading time by 3 minutes and 18 seconds on average. So because participants in both conditions underestimated the amount of time they had been reading, this indicates that the reading task was pleasant and engaging. The greater underestimation in the good typography condition indicates that good quality typography is responsible for greater engagement during the reading task. And now let's move on to talk about how you choose a good typeface for your product. A typeface is not only a visual element, but it's very important to communicate a message effectively, and also the tone of voice. A typeface is a visual information delivery system that literally translates spoken words into written words. You don't want to be like the CERN when they announced the evidence for the existence of the Higgs boson and they use Comic Sans. The internet definitely was not too excited about that. So if a typeface is the visual quality of spoken words, a typeface that fits the purpose and strategy of a product or campaign can enhance effective communication with its audience. Typography impacts the human psychology in a significant manner. Visual language and typography together play a tremendous role in influencing people's emotion. And graphic designers use typography to convey things like mood, age, and personality. The role of typography is significant enough to change user perception with subtle diversities between typefaces. And key to this is the congruence effect. Let's have a look at the second study. It was conducted by the researchers Choi and Kang from the Korea University and the Eastern Connecticut University. And this study employed designs of an ad with two variables, typeface and copy. One of the typefaces, monotype cursiva, is described as soft, warm, and emotional, while the other typeface, Castellar, was a condensed font that the researchers defined as cold and unemotional. The advertising copy also had two versions designed to match the descriptors of the two typefaces. So one of the versions focused on privilege and luxury, while the other one on the phone being slim and taking up little space. The participants were randomly assigned to one of the four experimental conditions and asked questions to assess their attitude towards the ad and the brand on a 7-point scale. The participants showed a significantly more favorable attitude toward the ad, up to plus 17%, when copy and typeface were congruent. Same went for their attitude toward the brand, up to plus 12%. Central to the findings of the study was congruence effect. When an advertisement's message, image, and typeface have the same connotation, the ad should bring an intended response from the audience. And it's not just about attitude, because typography really shapes our perception of truth. Using the right typeface can literally change the amount of people that agree or disagree with the content of a text. Imagine how powerful this can be, for example, if used to affect conversion rates. In this third study, Phil Renaud, a web designer and developer, noticed something very curious. He posted a short article about the grades of his college essays back in 2006. And he did this because at some point during his academic career, he noticed that he started getting much better grades than usual all of a sudden, and he didn't really feel like he had drastically changed the amount of effort that he was putting into his writing. But he realized one thing: he had changed the font that he was using. In his career, Phil had written 52 essays in total. He started setting them in Times New Roman, writing 11 essays. Then he switched to Trebuchet, writing 18, and eventually he changed again, writing 23 in Georgia. Now, the Times New Roman papers earned an average grade of A-, but the Trebuchet papers could only muster a B-, and the Georgia essays a solid A. So his hypothesis was that serif typefaces appeal to academics more than sans serifs do. The style used in an essay certainly seems to influence grading tendencies, even if that is at an unconscious level. You never know just how loudly a font speaks. And I would add that A/B testing to find out if fonts make a difference in conversion rates, for example, can be a very good idea. But can we separate the form of writing from its content? And usually it's really difficult, if not impossible. Now, Renaud's results are very interesting, but they're a little bit anecdotal. So are there certain typefaces that compel a belief that the sentences written in them are true? And this is the question that the filmmaker and author Errol Morris tried to answer in 2013 with a bold experiment. So with the collusion of the New York Times, he asked 40,000 readers to take an online test. The test claimed to measure whether or not readers were optimists or pessimists. And it consisted of a short essay and 2 questions at the bottom. The essay claimed that we live in an era of unprecedented safety due to scientific and technological progress. And so the first question asked the reader whether they agreed or disagreed with the claim. And the second question asked how confident they were in their conclusion, strongly, moderately, or slightly. What the readers didn't know, however, is that they were randomly assigned one of 6 fonts. So some readers were reading the essay in Georgia, others in Baskerville, Computer Modern, Trebuchet, Helvetica, and Comic Sans. Morris was trying to find out if the typeface used for the text had any impact on a reader's willingness to agree with the text. So simply put, are some typefaces more believable than others? And the 45,000 responses were then assigned weighted values based on the 6 levels of confidence, depending on how strongly they agreed or disagreed. First of all, the results show that yes, there is a difference in how different fonts performed. In this experiment, Baskerville has both the highest rate of agreement and the lowest rate of disagreement of the 6 fonts. Probably unsurprisingly, Comic Sans has the lowest rate of agreement and quite a high rate of disagreement. The beloved Helvetica doesn't do too well either, with the second lowest rate of agreement and the second highest rate of disagreement. So now we finally know that we should use Baskerville if we want to persuade our audience, right? Not so fast. Or at least it really depends. The experiments from Phil Renaud and Errol Morris are very interesting, but in my opinion, they both share a limit, which is they only apply this study to one type of text, a college essay in one case and an article on the New York Times in the other. So together with my former IBM colleague Rick Sobisiak, I set up an experiment to get data about how different typefaces perform for different types of products. I took 4 different typefaces: a transitional serif, Liber Baskerville, a humanist sans, Fira Sans, a grotesque sans, Helvetica, and a slab serif, Roberto Slab. And I applied them to 4 different types of websites: a bank, a news site, a fitness app, and a clothes shop. The study was a relatively simple survey. The participants were shown 4 versions of each site with the 4 different fonts, and were asked which of the 4 versions appeared to be the most trustworthy, easy to use, and appealing. And they also had a not sure option. The study was done with a within subject survey. The questions were randomized for each participant to eliminate the order effect, and 73 participants from 17 countries took part in the study. So consistently with the previous studies, the results say that type makes a measurable difference, and the 4 fonts perform differently. If we sum up the votes for trustworthy, we see that again, Baskerville has the best rates. The other 3 fonts perform similarly. The results for easy to use is quite different, with the sans serif fonts performing better and Baskerville getting the smallest number of preferences. And for appealing, again, the sans serif typefaces perform better, although with a smaller difference that makes this result not particularly significant. Now, these numbers are somewhat fascinating, but don't give an actual accurate description of what's happening. What is more interesting in this experiment that I conducted, and that brings more value than what had already been seen in previous experiments, is that the performances of these typefaces vary significantly between the different types of websites. So let's take a look at the 4 websites. For the banking site, Baskerville appears to be the most trustworthy face. However, it is also the worst performing font for easy to use, and Fira gets the most votes for both easy to use and appealing. For the news site, Baskerville is again the most trustworthy, but this time it's also the most appealing. Helvetica gets the crown for being rated the easiest to use in this case. And notice how Fira Sans is considered the least trustworthy face for the news site. Get ready for a surprise, because for the fitness app, Fira is the most trustworthy, but also the easiest to use, with Helvetica coming close, and the most appealing. Baskerville is rated as the least trustworthy typeface in this case. And finally, for the clothes shop, Helvetica is by far considered the easiest to use. It's also the most appealing and trustworthy, although this with a smaller margin. Roberto's Lab in this case performs bad in every category. And once again, Baskerville is considered the less easy to use of the bunch. Now, of course, this study has some limitation. It's not based on real interactions with the site, but on direct questions, on a direct comparison of design alternatives. And for our new sites that wants to appear easy to use, I wouldn't necessarily recommend Helvetica over Fira Sans, because many factors can come into play, including many aspects of visual design and branding. What this experiment tells us is that typography can really make a difference to the way users experience the products we design, and that each product is different. There are no rules that are set in stone, and this is an invite to include font alternatives in the test that we conduct with users. So to wrap up, type design and typography are probably the most widespread form of design, and they're a unique one. Because on one hand, designing type is an extremely visual exercise, almost like painting or sculpture. Type can express feelings, and while designing, you're so close to those shapes and curves to the point that they often become abstract. At the same time, like any design work, it has some strong constraints, mostly given by the purpose of the font, the traditional forms of the alphabet, and by how the letters work together without slowing down a reader. A typeface is a fully accomplished work of design, but unlike most forms of art and design, a typeface is something that you make, have full ownership on, but then others take and use to make countless new pieces of design. It becomes a tool. It's a work of design that generates other design, transports new meaning, and influences deeply the way people engage with our products. So be mindful of typography and use it well. Thank you very much. And yeah, have a great rest of the day. Enjoy the conference.
So thank you very much for the talk. Your talk gave me a lot of nostalgia about typography class in design school. So great talk. I will see you again in the Q&A at the end of the session, and thank you. So our next speaker is Roberto Oscurato. He comes to us from Italy, and he's a UX designer at Indigo.ai. Let me add to stream. Hello, welcome to the stage.
Hi. Hi. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Whenever you're ready, you can share your
perfect.
slides. His topic is conversational UX design approach.
Okay, thank you.
Oops. There we go.
Okay.
Good luck.
Perfect. So, hi everyone, and I want to welcome you to this talk in which I am going to speak you about conversational design and the approach that we use in our company to do it with the artificial intelligence. So, as you know, as you can see, my name is Roberto, and this is me. Some years ago, as you can see, I have the same shirt here, so you now can recognize me, and you know surely that I am not a fake, but I'm a real person. And despite I will talk to you about bots or artificial intelligence. So, as I said, I'm conversational designer at Indigo.ai. That is a platform that uses virtual assistant with the artificial intelligence and deep learning to let every business automate conversation with people, with their users. But how are we doing that? So our mantra is that we're doing by combining language, science, and design to create meaningful AI experiences that truly solve user needs with our technology. So, and we are already done and already delivering this technology and our products with some of the most innovative business and companies in the world, such as Santander or Bayer or Sanofi or Just Eat or Lavazza. And so, as you can see, our technology and our product so can be adaptable for any industry and any company. But this is only the beginning of our journey in the artificial intelligence field. So, as I said, we basically automate conversations. But what is a conversation? And according to Cambridge Dictionary, the definition of a conversation is a talk between two or more people in which thoughts, feelings, and ideas are expressed, questions are asked and answered, and news and information is exchanged. So it's something that you and we and all of us can do innately for communicate. And this is why we need to design a good conversation when the interaction is with a machine. Because to let people, we have to let people interact with their devices in the most natural way. And any type of language or conversation are assimilate to the first interface we have to use, the first UI we assimilate in order to relate to the world. So, but how a designer can do conversation design? And so today, you know, we are in the era of the rise of virtual assistants. No, for example, a Siri or Alexa or OK Google have all become common commands in emerging age of the artificial of the intelligent assistants. So in less than 5 years, asking a chatbot or a virtual assistant or a voice bot to tell you the weather forecast, maybe, or maybe buying a pizza, has transformed from something that nobody thought possible to an everyday occurrence. And so the bot advancements over the year aren't limited to just Google Home being able to turn maybe the lights on and off. They've become smarter, faster, and more useful. And done right, they hold the potential for more natural customer experience and greater organizational efficiencies by handling and resolving more queries without increasing your operational cost. So, but obviously, unfortunately, with the hype of the artificial intelligence and intelligent assistants, has to be whole hand-all solution to your customer service pains, for example. And people so rushed in too quickly without thinking about how they to properly implement it. So pure execution hinders them from taking the advantage of the benefits that can be had here and now, and leaving maybe in some cases, sometimes some bot present day performances much to be desired. And for example, as you can see in the first case, we see the bot isn't able to do the human takeover. So it's not able to bring the conversation to a human as the user asks. And maybe in the second case, Siri doesn't understand well the user request, and it's wrong. So if I'm on stage now, I would play the part where I would ask you, how many of you use voice or virtual assistants during your routine? And many of you, I imagine, will raise your hands. Then I would ask you, how many of you often encounter frustrating experiences in some instances? Honestly, I will be among those who will raise their hand. And it turns into a quite frustrating experience when a conversation with a virtual assistant or a chatbot, it's a dead hand, like in those examples. And so the final goal is to build the interaction and do it in the best possible way, and then let users have the best experience possible. And that's also because in this age, users have highlighted expectations and companies are struggling to meet those expectations across an ever-expanding set of channels. And it's important to understand the role of conversational design and how it can play as a competitive advantage. So it's really important to be able to design conversation and interaction in a natural way and an efficient way. So now take a look to the approach and why the artificial intelligence is a very important asset for it. So obviously, designers should know all the conversational interfaces and all the touch points when you're approaching conversational design. But one of the most important things that you have to take into account, that building a dialogue or a conversation is an interaction. It is not only a matter of input, one input and one output. Whether we are dealing with a rule-based interface or an AI-driven one. So basically, the final goal is to make the interaction as natural and human-like as possible. And so for that, the artificial intelligence in conversation design should be seen as an important ally in design as well, not just something that that enables you the solution, not just something technical. So for that, for explain that, I would like to show you now 3 case studies where the artificial intelligence played a key role, not only for something that made an innovative solution, but also in improving the design and bringing the goal of making experience better, especially in 3 aspects that I have highlighted here. So you have to take in account the first aspect, that is the emotional interaction. Obviously, also a long-lasting investment is an important made possible by the artificial intelligence. And obviously, last but not least, as designer, is to do a better customer experience. So now I would like to show you those case studies, and the first is one that I call it Tosca. But what means emotional interaction with AI? So this is Tosca, and is a chatbot equipped with the artificial intelligence that is able to identify and map over the time the mood behind the conversations of users. So as to highlight the moment in which they are in an up or in a down situation. So in fact, the problem that was at the base was identified in the fact that people always tend to make an average in positive or in negative of how they feel, and they are not able to highlight the moment that really affect their mood or their emotions. So this tool is important, and it helps to identify such moments and provides a more accurate picture to those who offer psychological support to those people. So basically, this case, as you can see in this example of the chat, to say that conversation designers need to think beyond the spoken responsive of one side and which output give for the questions. They need to think ahead and anticipate what a user might say to create the perfect response. For example, as you can see, using a non-verbal communication allows users to be in a more human situation and make them feel more comfortable to highlight their mood. And in this case, this consideration combined with the artificial intelligence is the real added value of the project. So another case that I want to highlight and I want to explain with you and why the artificial intelligence is an important asset for the business is the Santander case, which for us at Indigo.ai represents one of the most important use case. Almost one of those that determines a before and after for our company. So maybe sometimes design a chatbot with canned responses and an FAQs chatbot is easy as you think. But when you combine it with the artificial intelligence and with the processes, that's when the companies can make a long-lasting impact. So conversation designers have to do more than write responses, because they also have to think and connect the dots across the multiple platform. So obviously, in the case of a bank as a Santander, building a conversation agent that handles the experience as the main digital touch point. So in fact, as you can see in this slide, the entire home page of the site becomes a conversational interface. And it was fundamental to do an intense activity of knowledge of the user's needs and how they relate to the bank in order to build the interaction in an optimal way. And so in-depth knowledge of the needs allowed us to drive the experience in each case towards the desired solution hand. For example, thanks to artificial intelligence and about automating conversation, the business Santander in this case could explore new business venues to build a total experience even more user-centric and personalized for all the possible cases. And last but not least, I would like to display another case study that is ITA's insurance. And in this case, I would like to show you how can AI, the artificial intelligence, can help us for reinvent a new and a better customer experience. In fact, as you know, maybe one of the most frustrating situations for a conversational touch point today is the IVR, so interactive voice response. So, for example, press 1 for deliveries, or press 2 for the technical department, press 3 for operator, or maybe press 100 for to return to the main menu. So who hasn't gotten lost in the myriad options of a recorded voice? For example, me, I use usually the first call just to understand all the options, and from a second call, I start to get an idea. And so our goal now is to update this type of interaction that has remained unchanged since 1990s. So it's time to adapt to the new reality and strike balance between meeting growing customer expectations, so the user goal, and reducing operational cost, so the business goal. And using the conversational AI in an IVR application allows you to shift gears and bring user phone experience into the 21st century. So today we have the right technology tools and also the design capabilities to change voice experiences. But getting these solutions require designing a functional strategy for the project. So talking or trying to talk is a perfectly natural interaction, and it's equal natural that this should be reflected in a human-computer interaction. So as you can see, while the speech recognition technology in a standard version of IVR system was limited to processing simple, maybe yes or no commands, or press 1, press 2. Conversational AI IVR is capable of handling more complex communication with people in a complex sentences. So using its natural language understanding capabilities. So a user can describe their concern or queries in detail, and the conversational IVR system can offer responses that closely replicating a human-like interaction, and this helps to improve the user experience. So, for example, as you can see, short and concise sentences certainly sounds more natural and time-saving than press 1 for one thing or press 2 for another thing. So short text focused on the information that is really important, leaving out all the things that user already knows or doesn't need to knows in this case. So as you can see, as seen in all three cases, the use of artificial intelligence is obviously the heart of the technological solution, but it's also the key to bring the experience to a new level, thanks to an approach that uses artificial intelligence as a real advantage to be exploited for the purpose of the goal of facilitating interaction and make this as natural as possible. So I would like to, in this part, I would like to give you, to show you some tips, some principle that you can follow for doing a better way to interact human with machine. So the first that I would like to show you is contextualize. What it means, contextualize. So in most of the cases, it doesn't matter whether you use a chatbot or a virtual assistant to gather customer emails or deliver support or carry out the product maybe. But your chatbot should always inform users at the very beginning how it can help them. So make sure that your customer and your user knows what they can do with your chatbot. And usually users conversation maybe with a particular brand always have a finished set of intents, and that obviously depends on the industry or the services. So you can starting from that, and you can structure a voice assistant knowledge base that is able to cover most of the user request, and able above to guide the users towards what are the case scenarios that offer the best possible experience. So, for example, as you can see, you can should avoid phrases like "How can I help you?" but contextualize them within a situation to try to predict or anticipate behavior. So you can start with "How can I help you with the delivery or payment method?" How about that? We always should avoid a situation where user doesn't know what to do. Always try to suggest, like in those examples, and make clear how to continue the conversation. And always offer them a way out or a way to get in touch with a human. And also, as you can see, a fallback message is very important, very important element, because it gives the bot a chance to recover the conversation when this miscommunication happens. And also a call to action message is really important to set up it clearly and in easy way for the users to understand it. So another fix that I would like to show you is the assistant persona. So you as designer knows well what is persona, but the question the question that designers ask themselves when design the interaction between the user and his bot is, what would my virtual character say in this case? So you can treat your virtual assistant so as a personas too, and it's useful to give to do it. It's useful to give a real identity to the virtual assistant in line with what is the brand of reference and what is the tone of voice with which you want to communicate. And after all, users are willing to talk because they probably have a problem, and they are here to tell us about it, not here to us to talk. So to do this, it's often useful to build a character in a true sense of word. It will give you a huge advantage to think about the personality depending on situation he faces with users. So we approach design of the assistant character from a psychological perspective, using framework maybe used in a psychological research or in a consulting strategy or in a TV shows or even video games. And remember, define your chatbot tone of voice based on the target audience, on your target audience. Design whether your chatbot should use a formal or an informal language, should make it jokes or maybe take the conversation in a professional way. So no matter what you decide, keep its language simple so that users easily understand it, and be transparent by telling users they are talking with a chatbot. Giving your chatbot a name, maybe, or also a surname, isn't wrong in most of the cases, but it misleads users to give them the impressions that they are talking with a human. So maybe in such a case, it's better to add a bot to your chatbot name or give it a unique name. And another important thing, that don't give your chatbot a human face. So because when a user sees a human face, they might think they are talking with a human, and if they don't realize they're chatting with a bot, and find out it for a while, because obviously they find out, they'd be irritated. So instead, create a unique chatbot image that functions you as maybe your brand image or your brand mascot. And so another thing that I would like to show you is the immersive, I call it immersive theater. But why the theater, and why immersive theater? because one of the biggest challenges that I had to face when I switched from doing UX UI or to design for conversational interface was testing. And you know why testing is so important for designers. So I found it difficult to test the conversation. And I did a bit of theater a few years ago, and so I literally wrote down the script of a conversation or a dialogue I was designing, and had them recited even to colleagues, by my great, by the way, to use them as the first real testers. And the result was that I was already able to extrapolate the first insights to um, in this situation. So you from this test, I was able to make the conversation more natural. So try it to believe. For example, one thing that I found very useful when I'm writing a conversation, and that came out of the insights of this type of test, was the ability to insert variations to sentences to the message. So because in various situation tests, several times the testers, the actors, would use the improvisation to say sentences that I had written, and which if they worked, helped me helped me came up with different variations to the text that turns out one important thing. So preventing the bot from repeating and repeating the same sentences over and over again. So in the conclusion of this presentation, I would like to give you a tip. So it's not difficult for you as designer to become a conversational designer, because as you can see, as a designer, you already have mastered the skill to become an excellent conversational designer. But remember that you can make it and make your ability, your skill count and amplify them thanks to the power of artificial intelligence. So if you want, you can connect with me on LinkedIn, or write me at my email, that is roberto.indigo.ai, and thank you.
Thank you for the talk, and I hope to see you again in the Q&A section afterwards.
Yes.
So let me introduce our final speaker for the day. His name is Prasanta, and he's a founder and principal designer of Amphable Creative, and he comes to us from India. So, hello. Are you ready to present?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, then I'll let you have the stage, and good luck.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. So I'm Prasanta Gautam from India. So I'm the founder and principal designer of Amphable Creative Lab, based out of Pune. And so we do UI UX design, consulting, and branding. Today I will talk about how you can get started with UX design for AR and VR. So without further ado, let's jump into the agenda of this presentation. So I will tell you about the fundamental of AR, VR, MR, and XR, and I'll further go ahead and tell you about the UX research, design process, tools and devices used, and there are various testing methods. Then I will introduce you to the 3D space. Then we will have a little bit of comparison between 2D and 3D design, and few important things to remember. So let us start with the AR. So what is AR? So AR is a real world enhancement with digital objects. So I'll give you one example, IKEA furniture application. So when you use your mobile phone or tablet, you can actually superimpose a digital image of a furniture, for example, let's say one sofa or one bed or let's say one chair onto your real world scenario, and you can actually see how it is kind of superimposed. In case of virtual reality, it is a fully immersive 100% virtual environment. Usually people use VR headsets, which is also called HMD, head mounted devices. Mixed reality is a combination of AR and VR, where the interaction with both real world and virtual environment happens. So usually people use AR glasses. So this is a very good scenario where, in B2B cases, most of the industries, they use AR glasses to do a lot of service and maintenance of their asset in a factory environment. We'll talk about it more later in the presentation. Extended reality is an umbrella term for AR, VR, and XR. So let's start with the design process. So the design process starts with the user research. So first we have to set the objective. We have to ask the important questions. We have to set the goal. We have to set the tone right. So it is very much important to understand who is our user and what is their goal, what is their motivation, and what our user is really trying to do, and who all are the competitions are, and what kind of feeling you actually want from your user to have. And we have to actually set the experience narrative. So in this case, Google's heart matrix is quite handy. I'll talk about that in the next slide. Post that, we have to follow certain methods after we set the objective. So there are various methods: card sorting, expert interviews, then you can do eye movement tracking, then field studies, usability testing, etc. So after that, you have to conduct research. It could be online, offline. Then once the data is with us, then you have to do synthesize. You have to organize that data, analyze the research outcome. So once the research phase is done, so this is what I was talking about, Google's heart matrix. So this is one template. So here we have to decide the goal, signals, and metrics. And there are a few key parameters we need to look at it. So happiness, engagement, adoption, retention, and task success. So happiness is a measures users' attitude towards the product or services. Engagement is the category which measures the level of user involvement, typically measured by behavioral proxies such as frequency, intensity, depth of interaction over the period of time. And adoption is acquiring new users for a product or a feature. Retention is the rate at which the existing users are returning. And task success is the category applicable for area of your product that are task focused. For example, search or let's say some upload flow, etc. Now let us talk about the design process. So design process is broadly divided into 4 parts. So discover, define, design, and then implement. So in the discover phase is the initial phase where the project, we kick off the project, the stakeholders interview happens, we set the goal, and we outline the purpose of the product, and we set the expectation right. So once that is done, we go ahead and do the definition stage. We have to define in the next stage. Here we do a lot of product analysis, then do a competitor benchmark, then persona creation is there, then experience mapping. So after that, the design phase starts. So design phase is a creative process where we do a lot of ideation, then wireframing, prototyping, then visual design. So this is a very iterative process, and the iteration is always based on the feedback and analysis. Once we finalize with the visual design phase, we go ahead for the implementation part. So design and implementation is also go hand in hand, and a lot of iteration happens based on the user testing and interaction between the development team calls. So during the implementation stage, the designers always, do a lot of interaction with the development team, and finally they do the UX sign off, and they deliver the assets to the development team. So there are a lot of testing methods that can be usability testing, play testing, eye tracking, then heat maps, psychological, emotional, and immersion measurements, etc. Now let's talk about tools and devices used in the industry. So you can see a lot of comprehensive list of tools for different phases of the project. So wireframing, paper, iPad. There are many digital tools also. Balsamic is one of the popular tool. In our studio, we use a lot of pen and paper for ideation and wireframing. And in the design phase, Figma, Sketch, XD, Photoshop, and Procreate, there are so many tools. In our studio, we use a lot of Figma and Sketch. Then in the prototyping stage, Adobe Aero, WebXR. Then there are various plugins for Sketch also available. So we use a lot of Adobe Aero and WebXR. During the 3D designing stage or implementation, Adobe Dimension is there, Unity, Unreal Engine. So Unity and Unreal Engine is kind of the market leader. So most of the industry professional, they use this. Along with that, Blender and Cinema 4D is also there. There are a lot of SDKs available in the market as well. ARKit, then AR Core, Euphoria, Wikitude. And we can test all these things, all our designs, all our application in different headsets or HMDs. So Magic Leap is there, HTC Vive, Samsung Gear, Oculus Rift, Sony PlayStation VR. So there are so many devices are available in the market. So right now we can have a comparison between the different kind of headsets. So if you see AR, VR, and MR headsets, then AR is mostly holographic only, because you use your camera to superimpose digital images. VR is totally 100% immersive, and MR is a mix of both the world. So you interact with the real world along with the digital objects. So the display. So consumers can be, retail or business customers. Mostly in case of MR, it is business owners. It's B2B, and if you see the display, then AR headsets are see-through displays, and VR are mostly opaque, and MR headsets are, as you know already, blends real and virtual world together. And yeah, so the interaction is also like the same way. So here I'll show you one simple video.
I love bringing my creations to life with augmented reality. I could start a project in here on my laptop, but today I'm going to start on my phone. I begin a new project. It will prompt me to find a surface to build on. I scan around the space to find the surface. Let's anchor the scene right here. Now I add my assets, which I had previously synced to the Creative Cloud. Add in this boombox. Then I place the boombox on the plane. Let's add an animated PNG sequence here in sync. Scaling it to size, right about there. Time to bring this to life with behaviors. Let's have this play on launch. And play in an infinite loop. Next up, adding the actual singing. So I bring in the audio clip that will play upon launch. I have this file on my phone. Adding the behavior the same as before. Checking my work, looking good. Let's see if my friends approve. I have two options: to create an arrow link or a QR code to share. I'll text my friends this link. Now we can share the experience together no matter where we all are. Share your own arrow experiments and tag us at Adobe Arrow for a chance to be featured.
So in this video, you can actually see a small example of how you can use your mobile phone to do a small AR application using Adobe Arrow. So I suggest everyone, you can actually go and explore this tool. This is kind of evolving and they are kind of adding more and more features over the period of time. So let's now get into the 3D space. So now I will talk about there are the various parameters which is involved while designing for VR. So there are important parameters you need to understand. One is field of view, presence, agency, affordance, degree of control, gauge, gesture, and voice control. So we'll go one by one. So field of view is defined as the area in which you can actually see an object or an image. So if you look at our vision, then almost 30 degree in front of us, left, right, and up, down 30 degree is the area in which we can focus the most. And after that, around 90 degree left, right, the blend happens. And post that, around 180 degree left, right, or 90 degree up, down, the vision which we get is kind of blurry. So imagine when you walk down the street, you do not really pay attention to the peripheral vision. Or for example, suppose you are sitting inside a movie theater, you always look at the character and tend to ignore the peripheral things happening around the characters. So this is what I was talking about. So your focus is always on the character, and you tend to ignore the peripheral environment of that character. So it is very much important as a designer to understand where your focus area is. So content placement is very much important in VR. So according to Google Daydream Labs, an immersive experience, in an immersive experience, the digital content is not exactly at the center. It is actually 6 degrees below the horizon. So it is a very important factor while designing, because our neck position is supposed to be 6 degrees below the horizon to give the user a very comfortable viewing experience. So according to Google, 0.5 meters in and around the user is a no-no zone where we should not supposed to put any kind of important elements over there. From 0.5 meters to 20 meters with 77 degrees left, right, that vision area is actually where we can put our main content. And from 77 to 102 degrees area is for the peripheral zone. And behind us, the 120 degree and beyond is the curiosity zone. So there will be content, but it is kind of a curiosity zone where you have to actually rotate your neck or head to get into that zone. So you can shift your focus to look at into that zone. So there are various devices available in the market right now. So I've listed down what is the field of view of those devices. For example, Oculus Rift, it's 110 degrees. Google Cardboard, it's 90 degrees. Samsung Gear VR, it is 96 degrees. Presence. Presence is simply the state of being present, or just the existence. So there are two characteristics of presence. One is place, and second one is possibility. So place is the feeling like you are there. So there refers to being present in an experience, so inside the experience. Possibility means the quality of seeming reasonable or probable. So there are various tools where you can actually measure the presence. The the subjective, emotional, or physiological or behavioral. So subjective, see if the user is stuck somewhere or something is bothering them, because if you can understand that, then that will definitely help you to design better for the immersive experience. Physiological, check the user's heartbeat and or sweating to make an experience pretty much comfortable for them. Behavioral, check whether your user in the entire storyline, where they're actually losing or gaining any kind of excitement or attention. So if you can understand that, then it will be very much easy for you to tweak your storyline accordingly to make a very pleasurable experience. Agency. When someone takes action or interacts with a digital object in an experience in a way that it has an impact on their experience or story flow. Agency means control. Agency generates presence. Suppose there is a door knob, and you're going and opening the door knob. So when you do that, the user is actually moving forward in the storyline. So they are kind of getting introduced to a new world once they open the door. So yeah. So here, the ability to take action or interaction with the door is called agency. So there are two types of agency. One is body locked. Second is word locked. So when you give your user the control of the switches present at that particular room, once you open the door, present at the particular room, so the user can actually control the switches only in that room. That is called body locked. And in case if you give the user control of the entire house, that is called word lock. So he can actually control anything inside the house. So word lock is kind of giving the maximum control. Next is affordance. Affordance is the quality of the object that shows how to take action on that object. So for example, chair. Let's say when you see one chair, you know that you can sit on it, maybe you can stand on it, or maybe you can just throw the chair away. So you do not really need an user manual for the same. It is kind of obvious. So clear affordance is very, very much vital for usability. So there are various kind of affordance we can add in our virtual experience. Signage, maps, location, social signifiers. Signage, for example, there are various signs when you move forward in a supermarket. So you can take left, right. There are various kind of signage you can put over there. Map shows direction towards the destination. Social signifiers, the example is kind of putting a name card on a player's head, which is appearing on top of their avatars in a game, like that. Now let us talk about degree of freedom. So there are three kind of degree of freedom. One is 3 degree of freedom and 6 degree of freedom. So 3 degree of freedom, the headset allow us to track rotational motion, but not transitional. So it is important. So, in this, we can look left, right, rotate our head up and down, and we can pivot left or right. Okay, so there are various examples of 3DOF VR headsets like Google Cardboard, Oculus Go, Merge VR, Samsung Gear VR, Google Daydream. In 6 degree of freedom, so we can do transitional motion along with that rotational motion. So we can move forward, backward, laterally, vertically, along with up and down. So there are a few examples: Oculus Rift, Oculus Quest 2, HTC Vive, then Windows MR headsets. Now, gauge. So gauging is a form of non-verbal communication. Gauging is looking steady and intently. So in a virtual world, gauge is usually used as a cursor. When you rest on a gaze on a menu, it will open up. So gauge is really important. So according to Microsoft research, if an object is of 5 to 10 centimeter of size, kept at a distance of 2 meters from your eyesight, it is kind of recognized by our brain, and it makes sense to our eyes also. But if the object size is less than 5 centimeter and kept at a distance of 2 meter, it is kind of very difficult for our brain to register that image. So it is very much important for UX designer to consider all these parameters while designing for VR experiences. So what is the optimal gauging parameters? So 10 to 20 degrees below the horizon, and you can have left to right 45 degrees of clearances, and up and down should be less than 60 degrees, so that the neck position can be in such a way that the user will be comfortable capturing the sense of the object. Gestures. So gestures is also a method of non-verbal communication. So you can use this technique by using your hands or head. So the gestures can be single hand gestures or double hand gestures. So there are many ways you can do that. Tap, hold, drag, resize. So in Microsoft HoloLens, you can use Bloom to open up the menu like that. Voice control. So gauge and gestures are two way of communication, but these two methods are not really enough to give a wholesome experience. So sometimes voice controls also makes a lot of sense. So there are various companies, as you already know. Amazon is working hard with Alexa, Siri, Google Assistants, and Microsoft Cortana is there. So if you blend voice, gestures, and gauge, the user can actually have a very unified experience. Now let's talk about designing in 2D and 3D. So first is goals. So when we look at any kind of design projects, it is very much important for us to understand the business goal, the brand goal, the user goals, etc. So this is actually applicable for both 2D and 3D. So in case of 2D, the affordance is screens and controls. So compared to affordance for 3D is screens and tools. In 2D, we use flows. So user flows for mobile application, web application, etc. For 3D, it is storyboard. So narrations, then story flows, etc. For 2D, non-diegetic, if you consider the sound effects that can be heard by the users, the sound effects cannot be heard by the users. It is kind of heard by the characters, which is there in the behind. Okay, so in case of 3D, whatever the sound effects which is there can be heard by both the narrators and the users. In case of 2D, the navigation is flat, and in case of 3D, it's a spatial navigation. So 3D navigation is there. So in case of 2D, we use tools. In case of 3D, it is controls, body or world lock controls. In case of 2D, we have emotions, but in case of 3D, it's emotion-induced moods. And third-person narrative is always there for the 2D, and in 3D, it's always first-person narrative. Now, in the last section, it is very much important to understand a few things while designing for VR. A few things we always need to remember. So, extensive use of VR devices can be a cause of headache, nausea. So, it is always recommended that whenever you use HMDs, it should be less than 30 minutes. So, the ideal time is kind of 20 minutes. If you are giving this experience to the user for more than 30 minutes, then try to give them breaks in between. So it is very much important to understand while you are designing it. Then equipments are expensive. So nowadays many companies, they are coming up with various kind of AR devices, VR devices, then various glasses, but most of them are not mass produced. So it is very much expensive right now. So the technology is not accessible by everyone. So we need to understand that. And it is a very noteworthy here in India. GeoTesseract is actually building a mass market low cost MR headset called GeoGlass. So this is currently in the development stage. They have announced this last year. So we are hoping that they will come up with this in the production avatar in this year. So probably, this can be accessible to a majority of people. Then one more thing we need to really remember that AR applications are available many cases, but in order to access that application, we need high-end smartphones with various kind of sensors, lidars, and etc. So the low-cost mobile phones are not yet capable of rendering AR applications or VR applications. So we also need to understand all this. So the final note is this, that the world is evolving, and the design field is also evolving, and AR and VR is a new field which is coming up. So as a designer, it is very much important for us to understand how we can actually evolve our career along with that, and note everything which is important for the user. And because end of the day, it is very much important for us to look at user comfort, because we use a lot of hardware in order to put our applications there, and the screen time is also very high. So health, devices, and the development which is going on around the world, you have to always look at that. I just hope you like this session. Thank you, everyone. And if you want to connect with me, you can have my phone number and my email ID, pkgautam@mfabel.com. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the talk. Now I will add everyone else back to the talk as well. And now let's do the Q&A session. I believe just Alessio is missing for the moment. He'll hopefully join us soon. So how did you enjoy giving the talks? Did you feel nervous?
Yeah, a bit. Yeah, obviously. It was good.
Okay. So one question I have for all of you, because I think you all have different educational backgrounds, is the field of UX something you always expected to end up in, or is it just that your career sort of took you in that direction and you went along with it? Yeah, it's a question for all of you if you have. Okay, then, well, let's go on to audience questions. This one is for you, Ben. And it says, what size of company do you work for, and how long does it usually take to go from initial observation research to fast prototyping?
Okay, so it depends on the project. I mean, I have been working for a large company. I used to work at Frog Design, at Publicis as well, and now I'm in a startup. But anyways, I work for my clients are a huge company, but I used to work for small startups, and we did different type of observation. And from that, how long does it take? I would say it depends. It really depends. But 3 days on the field is really usually enough to understand the complete vision of what experienced your users. But 1 day could be enough if you are really on the field and if you shadow very well without interfering into the task of your users.
Okay, here's another question for you. It's a two-part question. and it says basically, can you talk maybe a little bit about the techniques of user recruitment, and how do you find users to observe and interview for research? Do you just go out in the street, or are there other ways?
Yeah, so for the project in Hong Kong, for instance, I hadn't a panel, a really very defined panel. I wanted to just be immersed into the culture. So I asked for the company I worked for to provide me with some numbers of people, in the group age segment, and then I just call them and okay, I have some question for you. Can we meet in a bar, and could you show me the CD? Could you show me a little bit more about your culture, etc. So it was like that. But usually we could use plenty of methods. The first one is use panelists. You can pay for a panelist, and he will you provide him with plenty of information you want, the precise panel you want, and they will provide it to you. Another technique would be getting in the street, in a rail station, for instance, is always a good way to have a very large range of type of users, and you can target the one is most relevant for your study. So this is another one, and another one could be also user could be selected by the company itself. So sometimes it is a bias, but sometimes it is really, really relevant and convenient because it speeds up the process.
I see. Thank you. Okay, Alessio, question for you. How does accessibility come into account in your design process?
Accessibility, I would say, it's very important. And to me, the way I like to think of it is it doesn't only help people with disabilities, but it really helps everyone. When you improve the contrast on your site, or when you improve the keyboard navigation, you're not just helping blind people or people with disability, but you're making the site more accessible and more usable for everyone. So one way for designers specifically, because obviously it's very much a shared responsibility across all roles in tech and product, but for designers, when you are thinking of the design system, for example, I think it really helps when you put accessibility at the core, when deciding the colors, when deciding fonts and typefaces and typography and line height and line length, where you can really set up. There's a lot of considerations there, even sizing of the elements and the touch target. So I would say if you're working on the design system, start with accessibility in mind, especially when you're setting up the colors and everything related. And then once you have a solid, accessible design system, it makes it so much easier to work.
Yeah. So basically, keep it in mind throughout the whole process.
Yeah.
And now, your opinion. What would in your opinion, be the latest UX trends regarding typography?
There's a lot of there's a lot of trends in typography, and then the ways that's used in UX, it's a little different. Now in typography, we're seeing variable fonts starting to take over. Traditionally fonts would have set weights, like you would have your light and regular and bold, but now with variable fonts allow you to do that interpolation that we actually talked about in the talk, but do that dynamically. So you're not limited to just those set weights, but you can really interpolate as you wish with any value in between. Interpolation, though, doesn't only have to be about the weight or the italic and slant, but there's so much. We're starting to see those trends where people are going a little crazy, if you want, and interpolating different dimensions of individual letters. And so that's when we see those titles and logos where each letter has a different width. Those are very popular right now. Are those the most legible, maybe even accessible thing? Probably not. But if it's, a logo or a title, maybe sometimes it can work. So it's always a fine balance with typography. You have to make sure that it works, that it's functional, that people can read it. While, if you want to go for the trendy edge, just think about what you want to achieve with your design and make a good choice.
Thank you. Okay, Roberto, how do you handle data security and the inability of conversational AIs to understand human emotions?
So, so for the data security, obviously in most of the project there is a deal with all the stakeholders, and we inform users of what can we handle the data they leave in a conversation. And for the human emotions, so it depends, because in a conversational AI, if you give the users the possibility to expose your mood or your emotion, maybe we in some sentences and with some words, AI is able to understand the emotions behind the message.
Okay, and could you tell us a bit about the programs used to create conversational design and the technology behind the product?
Oh yeah, there's so much product. So if you want to know about the design process, I as I said before, we use maybe for the the prototype, I wrote down the flow of a conversation, and I can use maybe also Figma to design it, or Sketch, or maybe some also a paper with my pen to design it. And for example, for the part that I created, the persona of the assistant, I we use some framework, as I said, some for example framework that can introduce you the personality test, for example, in for the personas of the assistant, or with the technology, maybe sometimes for the testing, so for prototyping we use in some cases, or directly the phone, for example, for the voice bot or voice assistant, or Google Home maybe gives you the possibility to test your application with this tool. Or maybe in some cases, maybe voice flow is another program that I use for the testing, for the prototyping.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Prasanta, I believe you have inspired someone in the chat. They're asking, do I need to learn 3D modeling in order to get started in UX design in AR and VR?
Yeah, so this field is actually evolving. Maybe 2-3 years before, it was kind of a different stream altogether. 3D designing was altogether different. Usually, people who are into gaming design, they used to do a lot of 3D modeling there, and UI UX designers, they have different set of work. But nowadays, these two fields are kind of merging together. So it is always very good to know 3D modeling, but in order to start, it is not really important to start with that. So basics you need to cover. So if you are a UX designer, then it is really important to focus on UX design, and 3D modeling is always a plus. Yes.
Got it. Beyond the square screen, what is the most challenging feature in the creation of experiences for immersive platforms?
Very nice question, and it is a very practical problem we always face. And this is not just for the immersive platform. In general, the screen sizes are quite changing. Nowadays, although we are becoming mobile first nowadays, but slowly, things are evolving, and we believe that, somewhere, some point of time, designers and developers, they will come up with some kind of fix to this, because whenever we design something, we always, kind of start with splash screens specifically for immersive platforms, but we have to think about the, total 360-degree environment, and accordingly we have to do it. So the field of vision is actually very much important. So whenever you look at your eye tracks a particular kind of object at a particular distance, so it is important that you shift your focus towards a particular object at a particular point of time. So be it a different screen size, or maybe a 360-degree environment, it is important to focus on the field of view. So that is important.
Got it. And in your opinion, what would you say is the future of AI and VR? Do you have any predictions?
Interesting, very interesting questions. So I myself, come from a field of UI UX designing, and we kind of moved on to, we're slowly moving on, actually moving on to in this field, the virtual world, slowly, a couple of years ago. So this is kind of becoming a very use case specific. It is not kind of something which is kind of very general. So if you ask my opinion, then if you look at the B2C market, the retail market, so AR and VR is kind of evolving in the gaming sector. So it is very much there. But if you look at the MR segment, then it is mostly B2B. So if you consider manufacturing, healthcare, oil industry, so those kind of industries, automotive specifically. So there it is very much use case basis. So my prediction is this: it will evolve more on B2B segment, and it will keep on evolving in the B2C segment only in the gaming sector for the next few years, because the devices are also improving, and the cost of the devices is very much important. If some company can bring down the cost, and most of the people can use those devices, then let's see what will happen. I'm hopeful what Apple is working on this, because I heard that they are working on a reality OS, and if they can merge something with their existing devices, then maybe that will be a game changer. Let's see. But my prediction is next 5 years it will pretty much grow in the B2B segment.
Okay, that's a great prediction. Alessio, again, so how do you know the right font to use for a particular purpose or section of a design?
There's a lot of factors there. So, I'll just mention a few. One of them is the application, or specifically, I mean, what the intended use that you want the font for. For example, if it works for small screen, maybe a low resolution, or on the other hand, if your font is to be used very large for short headlines, or is it for long paragraphs? Those will all be variables you have to keep in mind. The other one, of course, is branding, and so what you want to express in terms of not only really the connotation. And so, do you want your font to look, say, very strict or formal, or do you want it to look friendly? Also, I mean, very practically, the weights you need. Do you need a full family? What languages do you need to support? Because some fonts might have limited language support. Some others will be very vast, supporting, say, Cyrillic and Greek, and so many scripts beyond the Latin alphabet that, for example, we're seeing a very big growth for Chinese, Japanese, and Korean fonts. And also very much in India, there's a huge growth in type designers, because there's not a lot of fonts that support different scripts. And so there's so many things to keep in mind. It's really hard to give a specific direction. But also, if you're starting to learn, look around and really observe. Try to compare, okay, what do different brands in the industry, what are they doing? Do I want to get aligned with that, or do I really want to try something different? Obviously, trying something different is risky, but if you have a really good reason for it, go for it. But yeah, start observing, compare what other people are doing, other brands are doing, and then as you learn more and grow, you will be able to make better decisions.
It's also learn from people who already know what they're doing. Yeah.
For sure.
Okay. Roberto, how do you deal with users who are distrusting of virtual assistants, or how do you build trust in virtual assistants?
Oh, so interesting. So maybe the best way to build the trust in virtual assistant with users is to do the correct answers to your users. So they pay attention to the made a very useful knowledge base of the assistant, and also to build the interaction in a very good way. So if you, as I said before, as you make the interaction as human as possible, maybe users have more trust in your in the virtual assistant. And if you get the responses, the answers in the correct answers, maybe it's better.
Okay, so from my experience, a lot of users sort of don't trust that the assistant hears them well or heard what they say. So they think as they become more human, that will go away. That is the main issue, that they don't believe that the assistant actually understands them.
So yeah, maybe some users now don't have trust in virtual assistant because they don't. In some cases, they don't work very well. So.
Okay. Yeah. So Ben, how can we reinforce the importance of testing and proper research to small clients?
So first of all, I think a small client have this necessity, and how I bring that to small client. I can tell them that it's really cheap to have a convenient way of testing application, design, everything. We can do some stuff. First of all, it's really good because it will reassure the client. Why that? Because when you do a test, you have some assumption and you will share it with your client. And when you validate some assumptions, or when you kill bad ideas, really right away you have something to share with your client and their clients. You are like superstar in perspective, in their perspective, in your client perspective. Why? Because you save time, not designing something really great and really beautiful, but designing relevant interfaces, and it works. So when you test, you will have tangible feedback from your users, and in fact, the base we have, every designer has, and every client has, is to take decision instead of the users. So we will share the design first to our clients and tell them, yeah, it's really good. We put this font and we put these colors and we architecture the information like that. And this is cool. And the client will say, I don't like too much the blue. And that's something we all experience, right? But if you do the exact opposite, so if you go see your users and you share with them your design, and they kill the blue color because of plenty of reasons, you can get back to your client and say, okay, we have the approval for this design from your users. So this is something, I mean, it took us maybe 2 days or 3 days to do, and 1 day to test. And so okay, we spent only 4 days to validate something great. So I think this is the first reason a small client should go on testing. And guerrilla mode, I mean, come on, guys, it's something we can do in a day, and it's something we can do for no budget at all.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so this is for everyone and it's relevant to the last question. So is there a certain line of questioning that you follow while taking interviews or doing usability tests?
A tough one. So from my perspective, I would say I always have the same, pattern, but I will include from the observation, I will include some particular question. If I do a certain type of formula, for instance, and I have some question about this case, I will, raise the question to my users. But usually I use a funnel technique, which is I start large, in a large context, and then I will move forward with more precise and specific questions on the design or on their tasks. But it always comes from my observation or my design.
Okay. Would anyone else like to go ahead?
Yeah, I'll tell you my perspective. So what I usually do is what I understood over the period of time, that making the user comfortable is much more important than anything else. So usually what happens is if they get intimidated with the process, so they tend to lose sight, and they might not be able to answer in a free way. So what we do is usually we make them comfortable, we sit back, relax with them, and talk all the non-technical things first with them, make them really, really comfortable with us. Then once that is done, then we start, as you said earlier, so we start with the funnel method. So that is a very good technique. You start in a very broader way, then you slowly move down, and then you start pinpointing questions which is relevant to the design process. So that is what we do. Yeah.
Very much in line with what's being mentioned. I like to have my interview guide or interview script set in a way that I have probing questions. And so, I would literally have a bullet list with, most general question, less leading that I can. And then I'm kind of hoping that the users will mention the points that the following points that will be more specific. And so I will indent questions inside my bullet list just to make sure that I cover everything. But instead of, me asking the more direct questions, I'm hoping that I don't even have to get there myself with a explicit question, because hopefully the user will get there.
So for me too, obviously I have a script, and I have a bullet point to follow during the interviews with for usability testing. But also for me too, I have to make the user in a comfortable way, because I have to observe the interaction with the voice bot or an assistant. So it's very important to make them in a natural way, so in a natural mode, in a comfortable mode.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. So this is for Ben. What are the best ways to help researchers, designers avoid making assumptions or biases while doing research? And I think this question is good for everyone as well. So if you have
yeah, definitely. Clearly. What's a tough one? So yes, I guess nowadays with my team, when we have a new project and we have to research, avoiding the assumption or the because we all have assumption. That's normal, and we don't want to kill them. We want to just validate them or not. That's the process. But definitely the biases are here, and they are like normal. But the way to kill them is clearly to go in the field and to observe your users. And I think observing your user interacting with their own environment will highlight some tasks, some specific tasks, some details that could help to avoid every bias you can have in this research. But okay, the process, the way you talk to your client, the way you make comfortable, your users are also a way to avoid bias and bad assumptions.
Okay. Would you guys also like to add your opinion to this question?
Biases are kind of unavoidable. I would say two things. Treat your work as something you've done, but don't be attached to it. If user feedback is negative, treat that as an opportunity, and just don't be offended. But actually, when possible, and it is not always possible, but when possible, the best way to eliminate biases is to have someone else test your work. So if you have dedicated researchers, give them your prototype and hope for the best. But if you have someone else doing it, it's usually better when possible.
True. Working in team is always a good way to avoid that.
Yes, I confirm that.
I would like to give one example actually. So this is what we faced a couple of years ago. So we had a lot of assumption. We were kind of making one application for truck drivers in India. So in India, the trucking environment is kind of totally different from rest of the world, and trucks are really colorful. And so our assumption was that, okay, so what is appearing from the outside may not necessarily be the mindset of the driver who is actually driving the trucks. So initially, when we went ahead and had some chats with the driver, we understood that our biases are so many and our assumptions are so many. So probably will not get deep down and actually understand them. So what we did is we took a couple of days off. Then we interacted casually with them and try to understand what is their pain area rather than following our scripted questions and bullet points. So and side by side, what we did is we started making some sketches and shown them actually. So what we are thinking, what they are thinking. So what we are assuming may not be getting translated what they are saying. So there is a lot of language barriers were also there. Even if in India we use 1,000 different languages, so we do not have one unified language. So that is also there. So in the end, it was a very kind of interesting understanding for us, and experience for us to know them. And they also kind of got comfortable in a couple of days' time with us. And when both the groups were in sync, then we started conducting our research in a particular way. So yeah, but avoiding assumption is kind of difficult. Yes.
Okay. Question for everyone. What are your perceptions about designing digital platforms for rural areas with access to internet or any previous experience with digital products? Do you have experience with that or recommendations?
Yes, I have a lot of experience in India. So this particular example, the trucking scene which I was talking about. So usually what happens is, India is a very large country. So if you consider the length and width, it's more than 2,500 kilometers length and maybe 2,500 kilometers in width. So it's a very big country, and maybe 70% is rural, and the connectivity issue is there, and slowly things are really moving fast. But yes, these challenges are there. So what we did is we considered this as the center point of our application. So in case of non-connectivity, what features should we give them offline? So it was very much important. So while doing user interviews, we found out that this is a major challenge because, let's say, in some remote area of Himalayas, they are moving with a truck and there is no internet connection. Forget about internet connection. There is no mobile network at all, and they have to put some kind of data. Then how should we capture? Because we cannot really take that to our server and whatever synthesis we want to do, we cannot do that. So yes, so what we did is we tweaked our features accordingly. So what we did is we collected data on their mobile phone offline, and whenever there is a connectivity, it was kind of syncing with the server and it was updating. So that way we kind of tackled this kind of a problem. But in case of digital products, things are moving fast. So I think in few years down the line, everyone will have at least 4G connectivity. I hope.
I would just add something on this, but it's generic, but it works in this case. Always consider the unhappy path as the nominal case. And what I mean by that is when you are in this kind of situation with limited access to internet, it's like super unhappy to not reaching the platform. So how do you design something with a limited access of internet? It's the unhappy path, but it's the nominal case. In the case of India, for instance, 70% of India is rural, so yeah, lack of connectivity. So yeah, this is the unhappy path. This is the nominal case. So concentrate your effort and energy on this problem solving.
Yeah, I believe that's all the time we had for the Q&A section. So I would like to thank you all for joining us today. Thank you for the talks.
Thank you.
And hope you had fun as well. Okay,
Thank
now
you,
there
everyone.
will, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Now there will be a 5-minute break before the next block continues, and I hope you will join us again for that. And goodbye.
And I just want to tell you more about our sponsor, Shopify. It's a leading global commerce company. Shopify helps to bring your business of any size online. Everyone actually can create a personal website there with all the powerful tools needed, and it will help you to find new customers, drive your business, and manage your day-to-day. We believe that Shopify's platform and services makes the commerce better for everyone, as it was engineered just for you, your needs, and your better shopping experience. So just try it today, and thank you once again for joining us and supporting this event.
Hello, everybody. My name is Carol.
And I'm Laura, and we are so glad to be here with you today for UI UX Summit event in Geekle.
Yeah, today we will broadcast from Barcelona, Spain. Here, the weather is currently sunny, and I have already prepared myself a drink and some snacks.
Me too.
Make yourself comfortable for the next 2 hours.
Yes, because we will have 3 speakers with us presenting their topics on what UX designers need to know about service design, experience, and human mind, and how the conduct and e-commerce will be in UX audit.
Be sure to write to us in the chat where city and country you're from.
And how long have you been studying UI and UX design?
Please prepare your question to which the speakers will answer on the questions and answers panel.
Yes, and do not hesitate to share your opinion with each other in the chat that will be open to new knowledge and some ideas. And now I will present you our first speaker, the Shubham Agarwal, who came today with a topic of what UX designers need to know about service design.
Hi, Shubham.
Hi, how are you?
Fine.
Fine.
And you?
How are you?
I'm doing good as well. I think it's really nice to kind of see how this whole virtual event is going on. I think because of COVID, it feels like we're very disconnected, but then it's nice to have these events and be present for here. So yeah, I'm really excited for being here as well.
Well, that's perfect.
Yes, Shubham, if you want, we can introduce yourself a little bit. Okay, Shubham has expertise in human-centered design, and he's focused on designing experiences that result in happier customers, business, and employees. He's using systems thinking to ensure business and design is collaborative until across their front-end and back-end systems.
Oh, really interesting. I can't wait to hear it. Are you excited to be here today? Well, I say that yes.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
So if you're
I'm
ready.
super excited.
Okay, so the floor is yours. Let's go.
Okay, so can everybody see my screen?
Yes, you can start.
Yeah. So hi everyone. I hope everyone can see my screen. I just wanted to check. Can you hear me well? All okay? I have your chat right here, so I can see how. So you guys can keep start saying yes or no. So just before I start, can everybody hear me? Okay. Can you see the screen? All okay? Yeah. Okay. Awesome. So, hi, I'm Shubham Agarwal. I'm an architect turned service designer, currently working at Design It. And I've been working as a service designer for a few years now. I absolutely love it and I'm super passionate about it. So, and before we begin, one thing I wanted to do is, as I said, it's kind of like it would be really awesome for me to talk to all of you in person, but because we can't really do that, I'd like to make this session as interactive as possible. So throughout the presentation, I'm going to ask you a few questions, and I hope it's okay if you answer as well. So to start off with, feel free to say hello and also your favorite dessert. I have a huge sweet tooth, so I think my favorite dessert is tiramisu, chocolate truffle. There is a lot that I think I can have dessert for lunch as well. So yeah, like feel free to say hello, what your favorite dessert is, where you like logging in from. Oh, nice. You can see donuts. Okay, awesome. So let's begin. My talk today is about what UX designers need to know about service design. Firstly, I'd like to thank all of you for giving me the opportunity to be here today. I'm super excited and to talk about service design and to meet all of you UX designers. So before we begin, again, another question I'd like to know is how well do you as the audience understand service design? And the way that I kind of explain it is if you can explain service design to somebody else and then they're not confused, then you're probably like a 3. And if you worked on it, then you're probably a 4 or 5. So just in general, where do you think on 1 to 5 you guys see in terms of your understanding of service design? Okay. Right. So that's good, I think, because I can see a lot of people adding in lower numbers, and I think that's good because my talk today is going to focus on around that area. I'm going to try not to go into too much detail, and because my aim here is to help you understand the concept of service design so that you can start applying it in your UX design work. So let's start. Okay, how many of you have ever been in a situation where you're waiting at an airport for your luggage and you can see different luggages coming in, and sometimes you see a luggage that you think is yours but not really, and then you're like, oh, okay, what's happening? So wasn't really me, but I was in this situation a few years back where I was waiting for my luggage for 20 minutes. I was super frustrated, and the reason was because, well, I was going home and I was very excited because I was going to meet my newly born niece and nephew. And my dad had booked me this special VIP service. And the idea behind this was that across my journey of going home through the flight, there would be this VIP priority experience right from my booking to my arrival. And what that meant was that there was a separate line for myself. There was somebody who was guiding me, who helped me through security. I had a VIP meal in the flight, and my luggage would come immediately, and I didn't have to wait. But then there I was at the end of this journey, disappointed waiting for my luggage because, well, none of it really worked out how it was supposed to. Right, the whole journey felt like a mess. Like the priority line was there, but there wasn't anybody servicing it. Right, the security didn't really offer to help until I told them that, hey, I have a VIP pass, and then they helped me through. And my in-flight meals, the VIP meals, were over, so I didn't really get one. So I was there at the end of this, just wondering why is it working like this. So I reached out to a manager to understand what is going wrong. We're going to call this manager Pam because I think she does look like Pam. I'm not sure how many of you over here watch The Office. Oh, I see a few people. Oh, great. So yeah, so you know who Pam is. So anyway, so Pam was telling me that, well, the problem was that the luggage comes out in whatever way it was kept in, and there wasn't really a process designed for VIP passengers, right? So and it wasn't just her who was facing this problem. Everybody else across my journey didn't really have what they needed to deliver the experience, because there were certain parts that were missing that they had no control over, right? The security didn't really know who was flying in priority because he doesn't really know their faces. um, the uh, the flight had a random number of VIP packages because they didn't really know how many VIP passengers were boarding the bus, so they couldn't really prepare according to that. So while there was somebody who had designed this experience of what it looked like, what was missing was that there wasn't really anybody who designed how it will actually work, right? How will the staff have everything that they need to deliver this experience, right? How does the in-flight attendant know how many VIP passengers are going to come there so that they could prepare accordingly and have those many meals? How can the security person, the people know exactly who's on VIP so that they can go and offer help? And this relationship between the what and the how is how I like to kind of look at the relationship between UX design and service design. So by NN Group, service design, so user experience design encompasses all aspects of a user's interaction with the company. It includes anything the end user comes across. It's what users encounter as they interact with the brand. So the what is essentially the experience that is designed, right? So in our case, it's the booking, the checking, the boarding, and this VIP experience that was designed. And the how, which is service design, refers to the planning and organizing business resources to deliver the customer experience. It's how the user experience gets created and how the integral parts of the organization align to deliver that experience. And when you look at each step of this journey, you might realize, okay, so there is this journey and there are different steps in this journey. And at each step, you have the experience that has to be delivered. You have the people who have to deliver this experience, and you have the things that these people need in order to actually end up delivering this experience, right? But the reality is that each of these stages don't really work in silos. It's not just the people in booking who have to do with things in booking. It's in service design, what happens is that each of these stages have their own journeys, which have to take place for them to get to where they have to be. So for an example, let's look at my luggage coming first, right? In order for my luggage to actually come first, what has to happen is right from when I book a VIP, and somebody has to write down the list of VIP passengers so that when I'm checking in, my luggage can be tagged, and somebody else can look at these tags and make sure that all the luggage which has VIP are all stacked in the end, so that finally when on arrival I get my luggage. And it's this thing between front stage and backstage. So as a user, all I have seen is booking the VIP pass and me getting my luggage on time, right? I have no idea what's happening over here, and this is exactly where what service design starts adding in. It's the backstage that adds in. And one good example that I like to use to explain this front stage and backstage is what NN Group uses for with the example of a theater. So in a theater, you have you're part of the audience and you're watching the play, right? And while there is a front stage, you might see the act being performed. There are people also in the backstage, right? There are people who are controlling the music, the people who are controlling the lights, they're preparing for the next act, they're changing the set. So there is a lot that happens that does influence or does have an impact of the user experience, but is not necessarily visible to the users. And that's essentially the difference between the front stage and the backstage. So, which means that in this service as well, there are these front stage actions that I can see, which in my case are the security not really helping me, the in-flight me not getting a meal, but there are also all of these backstage processes that are happening where something is going wrong. And it's all of this that comes together to kind of create the system. And this is the system that service design kind of puts together. It includes not just what the user experiences, but also everything that kind of happens in the back to make sure this experience is actually implemented. So the first step would obviously be to make the system, right? Why can't we just create the system and have it implemented? Well, but like, how do you really do that? Because it seems like it's quite complicated. So the first step is to understand the system that you're designing for. And when I say understand, there are essentially three parts that kind of come together which is a part of a system. The first part are the people. For example, in our case, it's the person who checks me in. To the definition of people are really anyone who creates or uses the service, as well as individuals who may be indirectly affected by the service. So examples here could be employees, customers, fellow customers, partners. In our case, it would be the person who checks me in, the flight attendant, the pilot. It could be really anybody who I come across in the service, including other passengers as well. Okay, now here's a question for all of you. What is an experience that, what are examples of people that you see in a restaurant experience, for example? Okay, yeah. Okay, so in a restaurant, you might have the waiter who takes your order. You might have the cook who prepares your food. So all of these people, whether you see them or not, they're all people that are part of the service. And the next is props. These are physical or digital artifacts, including products, that are needed to perform the actual service. So again, in our case, it would be the pass, the VIP pass, my ticket. Then it could also include the luggage, right? Also the list of VIP passengers, and even the assets that are used in the backend. So even the aircraft, for example. Other examples of this, for example, could be storefront, a window in a conference room. In a digital environment, this could be web pages, blogs, social media. But props are essentially the parts of the service that are used to facilitate the actual service. So again, coming back to our restaurant example, what would be some examples of props in a restaurant, right? It could, for example, be the delivery app that you use for to book a table. It could be the actual table, right? Spoons, plates, the food, the kitchen, right? All of these kind of items that are part of the service that facilitate this service experience. I'm going to give you a minute to tell me a few more examples. Okay, yeah. Wow, okay. All of you are doing really well, by the way. I'm just looking at the answers, and so far I feel like we're on the same path. Like I can kind of understand what you're saying. Okay. So the third thing is our processes. These are any workflows, procedures, rituals performed by either employees or users throughout the space. Examples could be withdrawing money from an ATM, getting an issue resolved or support, interviewing an employee, or sharing a file. In our case, this would be booking a ticket, checking in, going through security, eating something at the airport. Really, all of these processes that kind of happen even again in the front stage or the backstage. So coming back to the restaurant example, what would be a few processes that you think happen in a restaurant, right? Ordering food, even your food being prepared, that's the process that happens in the back end. So I hope you're able to kind of visualize and understand what I'm talking about in terms of when you think of a restaurant. I'm just using a different example from an airport, just to kind of get your imagination flowing. You can kind of look at how you have these three parts that are people, props, and processes, all of them kind of coming together to deliver the experience that you want to have, right? And it's these three parts that together create the system. Now, we're going to look at another example to explain this. Now, I don't want you to go into the details of reading what's happening, but essentially here is a service blueprint. This is a piece of tool. This is a tool that service designers use to essentially understand the system that they're designing for. And in this case, the example is e-commerce website. So you have a customer who visits the website. He's looking at the store, looking at the products, and he this looks at all the features, availability. He's talking to the salespeople, and then he finally makes a purchase. Right now, in the front stage, there are things that you're seeing. You can see the store. You can see the you're looking at how many pieces they have. You can look at, okay, what time will this be delivered to me. These are things that you're seeing and interacting, and that's essentially the front stage. And in the backstage, you have other things that's happening, where you have the inventory management system that's helping to understand how much inventory you still have left. You have other systems that help you or help understand what kind of delivery time we're looking at. So this entire thing kind of works as one holistic system to implement this experience that the service is a part of. And so that's essentially the first step, which is to understand the system that you're designing for. Now, the second step is to actually design the system for continuity. And what do I mean by designing the system for continuity? Well, in general, in a service or a business, there are different states that exist to it. There is a current state, there is a future state, and there are multiple other future states, right? The current state, which is also known as the as-is state, is essentially the ways that are working on right now, like what are employees already doing in their processes. How is my luggage being moved right now? These are things that are happening right now. And future state are the system that in which you're this is the experience that you're designing for. This is the future state. This is essentially in the future state is where you'd like to think that, okay, in the future state, my luggage gets delivered on time and the whole service works like it's supposed to. So what designing for continuity means is you have a system that is running in the current state, and what you're trying to do is you're designing the system not just for the future state, but for how you actually get there, right? So the process of how we go from current to future. So how do we in the current state go from where we are now to where we want to be? And this system is kind of continuously evolving, and we do this through other tools and processes, like we do some more research, journey mapping, storyboarding, touchpoint redesign, and these are kind of some of the processes that are used to kind of really take the current state to the future. Now, I'm going to do an example. Again, you don't have to read through what's written everywhere, but when you look at the legend, what they've done is they've mapped out this system, right? So they know, okay, there are a set of activities that are happening by the customer. There are a set of things that are happening on the front stage, and there's some things that are happening backstage, right? Now, what they've done is they've identified the processes that are working and the processes that should stay the same even in the future state. And they've marked them in a certain color. They've marked the new processes that have to be introduced, which would help deliver this new experience, and processes that have to be improved, right? These are places which are supposed to still exist in the future state, but they're not really working the way they should be, right? So what happens is they kind of put it like this, and then you can now start to redesign this service where you're keeping the processes that are supposed to be, improving the processes, replacing processes to the point where while you do this, you're testing and implementing these changes. And this blueprint slowly then kind of evolves to the future state. So there isn't really a as a state and future state, but the state of the blueprint kind of evolves to get to the point where it reaches the future and the solution is now actually implemented. And that's what I mean by designing the system for continuity. So let's recap. Before we recap, just take a minute and kind of understand what we've spoken about. So we spoke about user experience design and service design, and we spoke about, okay, that service design is the how and user experience design is the what. And all of this kind of comes together as the system, right? The system that it's a part of. This is a system that kind of is not just about the experience that is supposed to be, but also the experience that or how the experience gets delivered. And this is the fully functional system. And this system has a front stage and a backstage. The front stage is what's directly part of the user's experience and what they can see and interact with. And the backstage is everything that's happening in the backstage that's kind of helping deliver the experience as it's supposed to be. And these are parts that are not really design, or these are parts that are not really visible to the user or are not really directly part of the user experience. And across the front and backstage, there are three parts of the system. The first one are people. These are anyone who creates, uses the service, as well as individuals that are indirectly affected by the service. Here we spoke about the different kind of people that exist in the airport experience. We also discussed in the restaurant, like some of you mentioned the waiter, the cook, and all of these are then facilitated to the props. Props are physical or digital artifacts, including products that are needed to perform the actual service, which means that it's not just the physical, but also digital. And that's something that is very important to kind of remember, that even as a UX designer, when you're designing something, you have to be able to break it down to understand all of these parts that are there, no matter how small or big. And finally, processes. This is what kind of pulls everything together. These are any workflows, procedures, rituals performed by either an employee or user throughout the space, which means it could be anything from booking a ticket to even the employee in the backend receiving that a new ticket has been booked, right? So all the processes. And all of this is not just about designing for the future, but you're designing from the current and taking it to the future state. And that's essentially what this whole thing is about. But while that might sound like a lot of things, and we've covered a lot, there are two equally important things that we still haven't spoken about, which is essentially a UX designer and a service designer, right? And you might think that, okay, well, a UX designer is somebody who does UX design work, and a service designer is somebody who does service design work. It's not really that easy, because, well, somebody might say that, okay, as a UX designer, I design digital apps. Somebody might say that, okay, I don't really design just digital apps. I do go into the physical experiences as well. And somebody might say, okay, well, I don't just focus on the customer, right? Uber has a driver's app as well, which is designed by UX designers. And one of the intentions of the driver's app is to make sure that the customer who's booking a cab actually finds a cab, right? Because the reality is that there is this area that's undefined between UX design and service design, and this is the area that often creates confusion. And that's okay, because the idea behind my talk today was to make sure that no matter what kind of UX design work you're doing, I wanted my talk to help you get into this middle undefined space. Because at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter about what you're designing, but make sure that whatever experience that you are designing for not just what it looks like, but also how it actually works. Thank you. And for anybody who wants to, we have a Q&A session coming soon. And for anybody who wants to just have a conversation about service design, as I said, I really love the field. I'm super passionate about it. So hit me up on LinkedIn. And yeah, I'll see everybody in the Q&A session.
Thank you so much. Thank you. That's a very interesting topic. I think that everybody thinks it. And I think that we all have questions for you. So we will ask you before the break. And also, I want to remember everyone that you can leave your comments to ask some questions to Shubham. You can leave it now or during this session, and we will ask them. And we will continue now. So, Carol, which one is our next speaker?
Our next speaker is Uttara Kulkarni, a UI UX design student from India. Are you here, Uttara?
Yeah.
She's currently pursuing her Bachelor of Design in the same field from Avantika University, isn't it? MIT Pune campus at Ujjain.
Yes, she creates meaningful experience by designing interfaces. Her key strengths are research, UI designing, concept generation, and problem solving.
She also holds work experience in the field of UI UX with startup companies, established companies, and freelance designers with others. She's passionate with learning and finding new methods to convert an opportunity into an idea.
Well, I'm very passionate with learning too, so I'm so excited to know more about what Uttara are gonna show us. So it sounds really, really interesting.
It really does. So, Uttara, how are your feelings today?
I'm quite excited. This is one of the really different and unique opportunity. Like in a global summit, you get to talk to a lot of people and interact your thoughts, and it's been really interesting till now.
That's great. So if you want to start, go ahead. We're waiting.
Good luck.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you for this wonderful introduction. Hello, everybody. My name is Uttara Kulkarni, and I'm from India. And today I'm a part of this summit to talk my thoughts on the topic experience and human mind. To begin with, let me tell you a little bit about myself. I am a UI UX designer from India, currently working with Bajaj Finserv Health Limited, which is based in Pune, Maharashtra. And I'm about to complete my graduation in the coming month of June and July. So, yes, I'm a fresher, a junior as well. I'm gaining a lot of work experience through various startup companies, design studios, and during the work, what are little observations that I personally felt and incorporated in my mind and observed that what other designers work and what are their observations on this topic. I personally found that there is one topic which I personally have a lot of interest in, and that captivated my interest a lot, which is pretty much unspoken when it comes to design something, design interfaces, design products. And that is the relation of experiences and human mind. We all are human beings. We are very complicated. We have different senses that work, and then there are so many deciding factors when it comes to experience products, experience the services that designers create. And that's where my observation lent to a fact that experiences reshape our minds. And that's it. That is how I came up with this topic, which is experience and human mind. And what are my personal observations and, beyond a little bit theories. And then one of my personal project that I carried on using these methodologies. So let's start. When we remember a previous event from our lives, we have the capacity to resubmerge ourselves in the experience. Isn't that quite true? We as human beings don't sometimes realize that whenever we have experienced something good, bad, confusing, something with neutral emotions, dilemma, any sort of emotions, any sort of our reaction to that situation, that product, a particular service, as simple as that, it has to be nothing fancy. Something like drinking water from a simple bottle is an experience in itself. Like ordering food through an app is an experience in itself. And when we undergo that particular interaction with an experience, with that service, we do experience something. And whatever we experience has a capacity that when we again interact with the particular product or service, our mind resubmerges ourselves in that memories. That works the same when we visit some of our old photos or something. Let me give you an example. If yesterday you would have ordered online food from any of your app that is valid in your country, and you went through an amazing onboarding process, selection process, and the entire process of using that app is very easy. You're happy that you have ordered something. The food has arrived, but somehow when you were going to try a new restaurant, the food was not really great. The food was not that great, or somehow you undergo some of the bad service or a not very yummy food. Then next time you're going to order through that app with none of the fault of that app, somehow you are going to still recall the fact that something terrible happened to you. Now, eating the food, making the food is a physical process. Ordering food from the app is a digital process, but somehow they're interconnected, right? And that's how the overall experience is something that we as a human being experience. Okay, so that's what this quote is saying. When we remember a previous event from our lives, we have the capacity to resubmerge ourselves into that experience. So now next time, if the food is really, really great from that app, it's a good thing, definitely. But somehow when you order again the next time, you're still going to have a second of flashback that yes, something great happened. So that's how our mind reacts to an experience. Okay, now experience do have a lot of power in them. So while these all theories work around designing products, digital UIs, and digital products like different websites, applications, interactive products like Alexa, Google Home, any of that services, any of that tangible or non-tangible product, it is associated with an experience that has the power to create an impact on our mind, and that is really, really powerful. I think that power of an experience is somehow underrated a lot because of the all of the theories that we usually work upon. But even if we are not really talking about those theories, but still ultimate goal is the creation of an experience, isn't it? See, a popular Chinese philosopher said that when I hear, I forget. When I see, I remember. And when I do, I understand. Isn't it really true? Isn't it something that all of our designers who are working and putting their creative efforts into designing something, this is what we revolve around? Let's say there is a great product that you just saw an ad of. Sometimes a friend told you about something. You hear it, and somehow there is a chance that you're going to forget that. Now when you went to the market or you saw a digital ad of something and you went through the features, and now you're really captivated towards that, you have finally saw that product. Now you remember that oh, this is an amazing Bluetooth speaker I've seen. When you actually buy that product, then you interact with the product, and that is how you understand that whatever was listed on the ad of the product, or whatever was your perception when you saw that particular speaker, it is really different when you actually interact with it, and now your understanding about a particular product is much, much more. Now you're not going to forget that experience, and there is an impact of an experience on your mind, right? So what are actually human experiences? Human experiences are basically the collective experiences that all of us human beings have, that may be in regard of any situation, service, product. Now it can be digital or physical. Let's say physical, all of the physical experiences might be physical, but all digital experiences are not really only digital. See, digital experiences do have some impact and some involvement of physical experience in that, because human beings are involved in that, and we have our senses. We touch a particular tangible product, we interact with the interface, and since human beings are involved, definitely some physical experiences involved. So we can say that digital experiences that we are creating these days, working upon, a lot of innovation is taking place, but those are not only digital. A physical aspect of human interaction is involved in that, and that is related to how human mind actually reacts to a particular experience. That is quite a deep thought when it comes to understanding of this. There are a lot many previous experiences in our lives, right? They have created a certain mental model in our mind about so many things. Let's say you are visiting an ATM machine, and you are going to interact with that, but it is quite a non-ergonomic design that is very difficult to find the particular option. The next time, even if you visit an ATM machine which is newly designed, which is so simplified, but somehow because of your previous experience. The last time what you experienced is going to hold a little bit of impact on how you are going to interact with the newly designed ATM machine. Maybe at first, us as a human being, us as a person is going to uh, just have a little bit hesitation. Oh my God, is it like the same? Is it going to be the same as last time? If not, oh, this seems something new. And then how we adapt to the new environment. But the first reaction that a human mind has is because of the strong influence of the previous experience that we had in our lives. Okay. Now, this is applicable to situations, products, and different services. We as a human beings desire for experiences, isn't it? Isn't it why we travel? We spend a lot of money because we can gain experience. We go to concerts because we can listen to that music. We go to amusement parks, and that is why we go on horse riding. That's why we go shopping. That's why we eat food, we cook food. We do all the things without even realizing that the ultimate goal of everything is to gain a happy experience, is to gain a positive experience and not a negative one, right? But how? Every human being is different, right? Every human is different. We are so diverse. We are so diverse in terms of our natures. We are so unique and we are all so special. But still, even though this diversification, we all have one similar ultimate goal, which is gaining a positive experience, which is gaining a good experience. This is why we hope and we go ahead, right? Why, even after being so different and so unique, we have one common goal? Because of our senses. Human beings have one thing in common, and that is their senses, isn't it? Touch, smell, vision, sight, and smell. All the five that are senses involved. That actually helps us to interact with the experience, with the product, with anything, and that shapes our mind. Now, this is the point that as designers actually keep in mind and then design and create and curate a lot many experiences, tangible, non-tangible, digital products, physical products, services, and everything. There are so many diverse fields currently in terms of the study of this field. There are experience designers, UX designers, interaction designers, product designers, visual designers, and so many. They are putting so many creative efforts into delivering great experience, right? So what do they do exactly? People can see that they are going to study of a course or they're self-learning or whatever the method of a designer is that the person is adapting to learn to become a great designer, to being able to curate the designs and curate the experiences. But on a human mind level, on a psychological level, what actually is happening? These theories that we actually study are the spoken rules of UX, right? But what we actually do is beyond that. What we actually perceive in our minds as designers are the unspoken rules of UX. So, what these designers actually do, first of all, designers understand the human behavior. Human behavior is so complex. Human behavior is such an unpredictable thing in this world that understanding a particular human behavior for a project or for a designing something new, designing some new product is actually a very deep thing in itself, right? Every time the human behavior is different and we cannot predict anything. Secondly, observing behavioral scenarios, right? There are so many scenarios. A human being that reacts to a situation or a product or anything in a particular situation can be a whole different when the situation is different. So when the scenario changes, when the situation changes, the human's reaction to it changes. No human can actually react the same thing in the same situation or two different situations. The situation changes and the human behavior changes, right? Understanding and having a keen observation of that thing, that actually is done through all the theories. So a designer can study different theories, let's say primary research theories, interviewing people, shadowing, brainstorming, and all of these theories. But ultimately, it is an understanding of a psychological level, on a deeper human mind level. And then there are so many experimentations with the perceptions. Humans perceive every information differently. If there is one belief system, a human being can perceive that one thing into different manner, and the second human being can do the same into different manner. And in that thing, designers have to do some sort of experimentation about how a particular user or a human being is going to interact with a product, is going to react to a service. Okay. And then researching about the human senses, because when we build a product, when we build a digital products, apps, website, mobile phones, speakers, people are going to interact with it. Senses are going to be involved. Now, let's say not all senses are going to be involved, but when you take a product in your hand, you touch the product. Even that is an experience. If you don't quite feel the product to be good enough, you're not going to buy it. So senses, touch is involved. You see the product, vision is involved. You listen to the music, sound is involved, right? And then analyzing about human emotions. Now, human emotions are so different because everybody of us have different belief systems, religious belief systems. So everybody has special abilities. Some do not have some abilities. We are all different and unique, and that is somehow associated to the emotions, right? If a designer is designing something, but then people with special abilities are not going to or not able to use that, it is somehow going to create an impact on their emotions. And then that is why taking emotions into the consideration while designing anything is at most important. That's how I feel. Next. So the best way to control your consumer experience or customer experience is to intentionally create it. Now, I agree that experiences cannot be really created. The natural experience that occur in our environment cannot be created, but the tangible experiences or the experience that you interact with that are designed by some other human beings, that can be definitely created. Now, we all, as a designers, as humans, as people who live in this world, we have come a long way. Earlier things were designed in a way, that they should look good, with the motto that they should look good. But now we have come a long way to understand the fact. And now the focus is that the thing or how things should actually work. Now, this doesn't mean that we have completely ignored the part that how things look, but we are actually additionally taking into consideration the fact that how things work. Usability of a particular thing is at most important, not only as visuals. If a thing is looking very pretty, but it's bad in terms of usability, then it's of no use. But if a thing or a product or a service is really good in terms of usability, but it has to be visually appealing as well, so that users can actually understand it without any cognitive load. That's how brand experiences are come into role. There are so many luxury brand experiences, let's say exclusive spas treatments, or when it comes to the products, there are so many expensive brands, perfumes that we buy, or any car that we are going to buy. So even if it's a expensive or non-expensive brand experience, any sort of brand experience is important, right? But what comes after that is that the daily usage of a particular product is important. While selling your product, you're creating a great brand experience. Like amazing packaging, unboxing experience would be really good. But okay, unboxing experience is not going to last forever. Is the person going to use a particular product on a daily basis as per the requirement? Whatever your target is, if it's not really daily requirement, be that as it may. But in case of gist of the statement, you're getting clear, right? The person should not be constrained to the experience of a particular product to just the unboxing or purchasing experience. It should last forever as while the product is with the person. Okay. Now, that's when this point comes into play, that to design digital experiences that actually matter to people, we should design for the five senses. Okay. Now, how do we define the success of our products? The success of our products should be determined by the real life outcomes that they help to people to achieve. Now, there are so many theories and spoken rules of UX that I've talked about, that, heuristic analysis and brainstorming and SWOT analysis and everything. But actually, there is something which is beyond theories. Human mind is beyond theories. You cannot predict human mind, okay? But the designer also has a human mind, and the user also has a human mind. that which is something above the theories, which is something beyond theories, if that sense can be used and combined with the design, I think something really can be created that actually matters. That even the digital experience that can be created in a much meaningful matter because the physical experience is involved. Firstly, solving real world problems. Right now there are so many problems that are existing in the real world, and now people are creating digital solutions for them. Digital solutions are digital, they are literally not physical. So there is a shift in physical and digital, right? For example, education system, due to the current hit pandemic, people and students and teachers and everybody is moving towards a digital platform for education, right? But ultimately, is it a good experience? No, right? Because not all of the people, or like majority of people, are not currently satisfied with how this digital teaching is going. Now, the real world problems exist in the real world, but if we create a digital solution, we must take the factor into consideration that the solution should actually be connected to the real world, even if it's digital. Okay, now create that connects. You have to create a solution for people, for users, which actually connects to them, that people feel connected with. People should feel that, yes, this is the solution that is very similar to me, that is similar to my lifestyle. This is something that can fill the gap in my lifestyle. It should be so connected to the user, it should feel so connected and so right. So, that is what can create the impact, and that's how a user is going to engage willingly with your product, with your services. We do not have to force user in any way, on any cognitive level, or on any marketing level. So engage the senses. How that sort of, that great level of engagement can be created when you actually engage the senses. Now, senses means our five senses. The humans have five senses, and engaging those senses into the experience is what, going to create a great experience, because that's what is going to feel connected. Okay. Maybe not all senses, definitely, because if it's a digital interface, how you are going to include taste in that? Definitely not. But majority of the senses, or any of the senses which is required to be included in a particular solution, that should be included and not taken for granted. Now, last is create valuable and meaningful engagement. So when you actually follow the first 4 points, which are beyond the theories and models, because it's related to human mind and its senses, which can unpredictably react to anything. But still, if we take them into consideration, I think a valuable and meaningful engagement is going to take place, right? This can be explained with one of my personal project, which was conducted on my personal level. It is a redesign of an application. Okay, so I'm going to explain my points through this project. Now, there is an app in India which is known as Daily Hunt, and Daily Hunt is a news aggregator platform that provides the content of newspapers digitally. Okay, so we all are aware of the physical newspapers, but this app actually provides the digital versions of the newspapers, same content, same name, everything. It's just that you can view it digitally. Also, India being a diverse country with so many languages, this app actually provides news content in more than 14 to 15 languages, which are the regional languages. All right. Now, this project basically aims towards the redesign of this application. Why? Firstly, during the pandemic, the supply of newspapers were prohibited. It was literally stopped. People were not getting their newspapers delivered at their doorstep because of the hygienic reasons, because of the pandemic reasons, and government guidelines and everything. There are so many reasons for that. But now what happened? We sometimes do underrate that newspapers, I mean, such a simple thing or a product as a newspaper, which is, part of daily life, is actually is actually very impactful. Now in India, more than 50% of the people are actually reading newspapers. They used to read newspapers. It's a part of a lifestyle. people just wake up and have their morning chai with the newspaper, or evening tea with the newspaper, or any sort of, at any time of the day, they do like reading newspapers. Now, there is a certain age group that is actually more inclined towards the newspaper, but that user segment was drastically affected. Why? Firstly, because the content which is available in the newspaper is not available on the national television. The national television will actually, the national TV channels will tell you the news across the country, across the world, but there is a very specific content which is local to the city, which is local to your locality, and that is exclusively available in the newspaper. Now, how can we ignore this minor point, which is a part of so many people, and people are not being able to find out that what is in their locality? The pandemic is going on in every aspect. Now, there is a business opportunity for Daily Hunt, being a news aggregator platform, to include and capture this opportunity to solve this particular problem. Now, there were so many problems which was solved using one concept, which is voice into experience. Okay. Now, not only visually redesigning the app is going to increase or enhance the experience. A bit of additional of voice narration is a feature that I introduced into the app. Okay, so better readability will lead to better accessibility. Now, there are so many user segments of age groups who are more than 50 years old or more than 60 years old, who cannot actually read the tiny text that is available in the phone interfaces. It's hard to read. Sometimes the people who are very old aged, and those are the people who, mostly used to read those newspapers, they find it difficult to zoom it with their hands. Now, how can this problem, still persist when we have such a great digital opportunity available to solve this problem? Now, when this existing app has the introduction of voice narration, this app is going to read out the news for you. It's as simple as that. We do have a feature of voice narration going on everywhere, whether it's your Google Assistant or whether it's Siri, and then it's technically definitely possible. So even if it's a old age person, or even if it's a youngster who's running to go to the office, or just running on its treadmill, or if it's a wife who's cooking something into the kitchen and just want to read or listen to the news meanwhile, which is not the national content but is very local content, which most of the people are actually interested in. There are so many blogs, articles, etc. So they can actually listen to it with one click, and they don't have to keep zooming in or read it or find something, where is that text, where is that paragraph. This app is going to read it. That doesn't mean that it's not going to have that text option. The text option is also available. People can read the articles, but just as an additional feature. Introduction of voice narration can solve this problem, right? So old age people can, even if they don't know how to interact with a smartphone, they know how to hold a device, right? Everything can be held, and they can just listen to the news, and this problem is solved. Earlier, how this created an impact. Okay, now this is definitely a personal level project. Earlier, when the newspapers used to be supplied, even that font and the font size which was available for the newspapers, it was very small. People did find it hard to read at that time as well, and with the new applications as well. So why not solve both the problems, which is even which exist in the digital product as well, and which clears the problem that existed before the digital product as well, right? So readability issues are solved. You can also increase the font size and everything. So this detailed project of me is available in my portfolio. Everybody can visit the link I'll share later, and can find the in detail features of this solution that I've created. Now how this solution actually felt connected. So I did conduct a user testing regarding, after completion of this project, and people who interacted with the prototype find it so useful. Moreover, they felt like there was a strong feeling of nostalgia within them. Now, why it was? Because in earlier times, radio was the source of news availability, right? There were so many local radio stations going on, where people used to listen to the songs and listen to the local news and updates and weather updates and whatnot, right? Now, introduction of this voice narration into the phone actually brought back that feeling of listening to the radio of news, because it somehow felt same. And when this feeling is attributed and is connected to the solution, people actually feel connected to it, and it is easy for them to adapt to a particular solution, right? Because a feeling of nostalgia and a feeling of homeliness is actually attached to that, even if it's with a modern touch. So this is what our takeaway is, that this project, understood real world problems, created a digital solution involving the senses. Why just redesign an app when with only the vision as sense involved? Sound can be used, and this experience can be recreated, right? So timeless solution, even if it's the pandemic, it's like coronavirus is gone, if it's not gone, whatever the future case is, that is not going to affect the usability of this platform. Even if newspaper starts, still they are going to have some readability problems, and the same newspapers are going to be available here. So neither the business of newspapers are going to affect, and there is some timeless solution, right? Even if the pandemic is over, people still have this to use. So solution should be timeless. Okay, this brings me to my last point, which is sound design and experience. Sound is such an important part of the experiences in our daily life. For example, if there is a message on your Snapchat or your WhatsApp, there is a common sound for that. But if there is a message on your Facebook Messenger, with the sound of that notification, without even looking at your phone, you do know that this notification is from Facebook Messenger. That's how brand creates their identity, not only in terms of a logo, but in terms of sound. Okay. And vibration plays important role too, because the notification of Snapchat vibrates differently, and the notification of a WhatsApp vibrates differently. That's how you connect the sense of touch and sound to a human mind understanding and create your brand identity in that. Okay. Unless you actually customize your notification sounds, but also sound customization is a good experience, right? Okay, the main point is that, let's say this is the Snapchat notification sound. You know that. Now, this sound, you always know that this is from Facebook Messenger, because it is so distinguishing, it is so unique, that it actually conveys that you have got a message on Facebook Messenger. Okay. Let's take an example of Bluetooth speakers. If there are two different Bluetooth speakers, one actually, when you start it, when you turn it on, it says your Bluetooth device is now on. And then when you connect it with your phone, the Bluetooth speaker says your Bluetooth device is now connected. When you disconnect the speaker, it again says your Bluetooth device is disconnected. Okay. Until you turn off, unless what you're actually playing, the Bluetooth device is also playing and interacting with you in terms of voice. Here also voice is involved, but I think not everywhere voice is required. Sometimes to convey something, sound which is so little of 1 second or 0.01 second, just a sound would actually convey a lot better. Let's take an example. A simple sound like this can convey connected, right? And good companies or good designers, or I think there is no such term as good designers. I mean, every designer is different and unique, but when it comes to create good experience, considering that where to use what, not every time you need to say, see, your Bluetooth speaker is connected, play it, do it. Sometimes you just have to play a little bit sound, and I think that creates more peace than the sound of the voice and everything different, right? And there can be two different sounds for connected and disconnected. So if something is connected, there can be a different sound. If something is disconnected, there can be a different sound for that. A sound of just 1 microsecond or even a whole second can be so much peaceful in user's mind than actually the speaker speaking that your device is connected, right? So you don't always need sound or you don't always need voice, but in any experience, but it should be considered an equivalent material or equivalent factor to other design components as well. And that's how I conclude my presentation with the fact that when you take care of human senses involved into an interaction, you actually know that what you have to create so that people as human beings who are so unpredictable will actually undergo a good experience and a good interaction of process with that product, service, or whatever feature you're creating with that. So thank you very much. Here I conclude my presentation. This is a bit about me and my social profiles. You can get connected with me anytime. The project that I mentioned earlier is on a personal level and you can find it on my Behance profile. It's my portfolio. You can connect with me on my LinkedIn and Instagram. I'm a growing UI UX designer from India. Currently, I'm about to graduate, so you can say that I'm, yes, a bachelor's design student. And I hope that you liked my presentation and my little observations in our daily life. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Uttara.
Yeah, thank you very much for your time. We will ask you some questions before the break. Laura, who's our next speaker?
Yes, our next speaker is Katarina Barisic. She's a UX researcher. Hello.
Hi. Hello.
She's a UX researcher based in Croatia. She's currently working at Nedin, where she's involved in broad range of web projects, from e-commerce to content to risk company websites, isn't it?
Yes, that's all correct.
And we listen that you have a background in sociology and language quality of content and copying. Well, in your projects are the most thing your career is about. And if you're asking yourself what she lives the most, this is finding the sweet spot where business goals meet user needs. We also like this. Don't you, Laura?
Absolutely. Katarina is going to talk about how to conduct an e-commerce and web UX audit. I'm sure we all going to learn a lot about it. So are you happy to be here today with us, Katarina?
Yes, I'm very happy to be here. And actually, you've stolen all my intro section because there's nothing more I can say about myself.
I hope yes.
I'm very happy. I'm excited and I hope you like my short presentation.
Sure.
Okay.
If you want, you can start. Go ahead.
Okay, I can share my screen or.
I saw the many. Ksenia, please, could you help Katarina?
Okay, I can see where.
Yes, above the screen, you have the option to share your screen.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I hope you see my presentation now.
It is.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Okay. Great. Okay.
Good.
Okay, so I can start. Well, thank you once again for this nice intro. As said, you already said everything what I was planning to say. So hi to everyone. As you already know, I'm Katarina. I work as UX researcher at Nedin, a web agency from Croatia. And today I'll be speaking about how to conduct an e-commerce web UX audit. I assume most of you already know what the UX audit is, but let's just remind ourselves on what this stands for. So the UX audit is the process of analyzing a digital product where we try to detect those parts that make it difficult or even impossible for users to achieve set goals And besides that, we also, in this process, we also make recommendations to optimize the user experience, or as we can say, we make recommendations to fix those issues that we detect. When we talk about UX audit, there are some steps that we should always go through, no matter if we are auditing e-commerce website or any other digital product. Before we start with our research, with auditing, with all the process, there are some things we should go through first. These things are, we should understand business goals, time limit, and resources that we have for this project, for this audit. All these three things are something that we should go through with the stakeholders. So before starting to work on this project, before auditing, we should conduct some kind of stakeholder interviews or stakeholder surveys, or just have some long meeting with our stakeholder in order to find out what are their business goals for this product, for this e-commerce website, this web shop that we will be auditing. And besides that, we should also agree with the stakeholders on the time we have to audit this product, and resources. When I say resources, I mean budget, people that would be included from both our side and stakeholders' side. And resources would also be tools we would use and things like that. Some of the business goals for e-commerce website, for web shop, could be if stakeholder wants to increase conversion rate, if they want to decrease the drop-off of on specific step during the process, maybe on checkout process, or if they want to increase sales for specific product categories such as premium products or something like that. Then when we have all these things set, we go to research. Of course, as always in UX research, we do research to understand our users, to understand their needs, to understand how they behave on what they do on our website. And during this research phase, we also conduct a heuristic evaluation that is very, very important part of the audit process. Next step, after we do all this research, we create a document with our main findings. This document should always include description of the issues that we find, their severity level, and our recommendations on how to improve them. And at the end, all these findings we have to deliver to our stakeholders. I won't be talking about findings and deliverables at this moment because we will go through them during this session. So for now, the most important thing is to be aware of what we have to do before audit and for the research. Okay, so if we are talking about auditing e-commerce websites, then we have three key points that we should focus on. The first one is how easy is for user to find some product they are looking for on our web shop. The other thing would be, are all the relevant details, all the product details presented clearly to a user? And the third part, of course, is how easy it is for user to go through the checkout process. So if we talk about this first point, finding a product, we should always bear in mind this question while doing audit. So can a customer find the product they are looking for with minimal effort? In order to find out that, we should check if user can easily access main product categories from the homepage, if user can find the major sections of the site wherever they are on wherever the user is on the site. If user can sort and filter catalog pages. This is very important because we all know if we have an e-commerce website that has a lot of products, it's very, very important for user to filter filter products so they can find what they're looking for as soon as possible. The other important thing is to check if the search interface is located where users will expect it, and if search results show the user what they were actually looking for. Here on the right part of my slide, I have the example of from the audit that my team and I were working on a few months ago. So this is a website of our client who is a publisher, and on their website users can buy a monthly or yearly subscription for journals and books of this publisher. So one of the main problems that we have found here was that the search interface was not located where a user would expect it to be. Users usually expect search in this header section, while in this case it was placed much, much lower on the page. So user really had to scroll a lot to find search. So how we presented this problem to our client? Well, this way. Usually when we do our report document on when we are reporting our findings. Oops, sorry. Why was this? Do you see my screen? Sorry, do you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. I'm not sure something went wrong here. Okay. So when we report our findings on our audit, we always state what was the problem. So we describe the problem that we detected. So here you can see that. You can also see this label moderate issue. So we always, and this is good to do when reporting in audit, to state the severity level of the problem you have find. There are many ways to describe this severity level, but we use this one where you have minor, moderate, and critical severity level. So minor would mean problems that cause some hesitation or slight irritation. A moderate, like this one, is a problem that causes occasional task failure for some users, while critical leads to task failure and extreme irritation for most of or all users. So I'm very sorry, I'll just try to find, I have some problems with my laptop, but I hope you see everything. So in this case, we presented a problem that we have found, the screenshot of that problem, and since we had Hotjar on that site, we could also go through the recordings of Hotjar, which was great because these recordings show that on desktop view where there was a search icon for on this website on desktop view, according to Hotjar, many users were using this search. So it was clear that it's very important to have search on this site. So we suggested to our client to put the search box at the top of the page on mobile view as well. Here on the right side of my screen, you can see how we created a mock-up to show to a client how that would look like with search icon. Okay, I will go to the next. Before that, give me just a second. Okay, you can still see my screen.
We can see it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the next thing is that we should focus on is our product details presented clearly. To check this, we should check if the price is always clearly displayed next to a product, if product information is organized in logical way from general to the specific, and if product pages contain all the details that are necessary for user to make a purchase. On the right hand, we have an example of the other project that we were working on for one Croatian telecom company. So here you can see the product page for one mobile phone. User who come to this page to buy a mobile phone that is connected with the monthly plan they will subscribe to. So what was the problem here is that users who come here, the most important information for them is to see the product, so the mobile phone, and to check these monthly plans, because these monthly plans are related to the final price the user will pay. The problem here was that the main product details were at the top of the page, which is great, but monthly plans were much lower. So it was very hard for user to get all the information they are looking for at the beginning. It was very hard to find them. They had to scroll between these two sections were some product detail, product specifics, and unique selling points that were not that important to user. So we did in our reporting to our client, we stated this problem. We also said it's a moderate issue. And since we did conduct in this project, usability testing, then we added a customer's feedback, a quote from a customer that proves our findings, because customers in our usability testing, they were also, it was also very difficult for them to find information on monthly plans. One thing that is very important here to know is that this design was actually created with the desktop view in mind first. And that's why on mobile view, these issues happened. So on desktop, this all looked quite good, but on mobile view, and most of users do come from mobile to this page, these issues occurred. And so we created a suggestion. So basically our suggestion was to reorganize information, to put monthly plans right below the main product details in this case. So now you can see how information structure looks now. on that page. The next very, very important part of UX audit, if we are talking about e-commerce website, is auditing checkout process. There are many things we should go through. Why? Because according to Baymart, 69% of users, after having added items to their cart, choose to abandon their purchase. So it's very, very important to make this checkout process as sleek as possible. The first thing in checkout process that we should focus on is basket. So we should check if a link to basket and checkout is clearly visible on every page, if delivery costs are highlighted at the very beginning of the checkout, because we know that delivery cost will affect the final cost of the product. So it's very important for user to know delivery costs at the beginning. And we should also check if delivery methods are visible and if the difference between each delivery method is clear. This is not the project I was working on. This is for a web shop. I just put it here as an example of the page where all these things are very, very clear. So it's quite clear where the add to basket is. It's quite clear how the difference between the options of delivery cost. Delivery costs are clear, and the difference between delivery methods. So everything is quite good here. The other thing that we should go through is user account. So if there is, we should check if there is a possibility to guest checkout, because if there is, that's a good thing. Also, we should check if account creation and password reset process is easy, if field labels on forms are clearly explained, so that user know what they have to type where, and if forms are validated before the form is submitted. In this example, we have one example where which is aligned with all these recommendations, and one which is not. The right one is Sephora again. So here you have user can very clearly see the difference between sign in, create account, and check out as guest. So they can sign in, they can create account, and they are aware that this brings some benefits, but they can also check out as guests. On the other hand, we have Amazon, where there is no possibility to check out as guest. Why did I put this example? Because it's quite important to know, to have business goals that we were mentioning at the beginning, to have them in mind while doing this audit. So it's not that we can assume, considering the fact how much resources Amazon is putting in testing all their products and their website, we can assume that this is not that not having guest checkout is something that they know why they did it. So if their business goal is to increase the number of users who are subscribed, who have created account, then this is not, it's not so big problem if they didn't provide a guest checkout. Okay. The other thing to focus on is related to delivery and payment details. So in this case, we should check if delivery date or date range is clearly specified, if all payment options are clearly presented, if user is alerted if they enter a card number that contains a typo, or we should also check, this is very important, if auto formatting of card number includes spaces, and if there's a clear distinction between required and optional fields on forms. Here's an example of one web shop this is a seller from the United States, but they ship their products to Europe. So if we talk about delivery method, in this case, there are some problems that should be fixed here. For example, American customers from America are very familiar with the UPS term, but customers from Europe are not familiar with it that much. So this could be very unclear to a user coming from Europe. On the other hand, there's an information for the express delivery that they don't deliver on public holidays. It's not clear to user if they refer to public holidays in United States or in user's country. On the other example, this is the same checkout process, the same web shop. There are some other issues. For example, there is no auto formatting for credit card numbers, so it doesn't include spaces. So it's very hard for user, if they have to type 16 digits, to do it without mistake. If they don't have, if the spaces are not included, so it's quite hard to check if some of these number is wrong. There's another issue here. We can see the security code label. So not all users are familiar with what the security code is and where they can find it on their credit card. So it would be great to, in this case, to add some additional explanation in which user can see where they can find security code on their credit card. The other thing that we should check while doing UX audit in checkout process is if user can review and edit enter data before confirming a purchase. This is also very important, because if we allow user to review and edit data before purchase, this would inspire their confidence, and it would be easier for them to complete this process to purchase. Actually, this is a good example of how this is done on ASOS checkout process, where user can very easily go through the details they have entered. They are separated in some logical blocks. And if needed, user can change data they entered, and they can, after they save it, they will go back to this page, and all the other data will stay, will remain there. So there won't be, it won't be necessary to go through whole the process again. So user can just change what they need to change. All the other data is there. The last thing to check during the checkout process is security perception. So it's related to security perception. So we should check if there are trust badges included. Included in checkout pages. If jargon is being avoided in the microcopy. We should also check if sensitive fields are visually encapsulated and if there are no layout bugs. There's a great article on Baymart's website. It's here, how users perceive security during the checkout flow, where you can read a lot about all these, each of these points. But what is important here to say is that we should be aware that this is all about how users perceive the security of the fields in the checkout process. It's not their actual technical security. Why is this important? Because even if we know that from the technical part, this is very good web shop, it's important to bear in mind that users are not aware of that, and that this design will have a great impact on the trust they will have in each shop. Okay, and that was about it. Those were some points that we should focus on while auditing e-commerce website. So the last part I would like to talk about is how to report all these findings that we've been going through. So after we did all the research, it's time to create a report. This report should consist of these 4 elements. So at the beginning, we should state business goal that was related to an audit. Then we should present research methods and details about our research that we have conducted for the audit. Then we should start with positive findings. So what was good? What are the good findings of our process? And at the end, we should detect issues with we should present detected issues with severity level and recommendations. Those are the things I was already talking about. This is the example of one report of parts. These are only parts of one report that my team and I were working on for the publisher I was mentioning before. So when we talked about business, presenting business goal related to the audit, it was presented like this: few sentences about why did we conduct this audit, what was the business goal, was to convert traffic to subscribers. Then we presented the audit scope, so which methods did we use for this audit. Here is a link to an article about heuristic evaluation. So if our client wasn't familiar with this method, so we provided a link here to give him some more insights about it. Then we stated these positive findings. So these are just some positive things that we have found on that site while conducting UX audit. And the most important, the biggest part, of course, would always be detected issues with severity level. In this example here, this is example with one minor issue. So in this case, if the basket was empty, there was no any information in the basket. So if user would open empty basket, there wouldn't be anything. So we suggested to add some upsell options in this case to at the end to help user to find their products easily. And we, of course, we created a mock-up of it. It's not final design. It doesn't have to be. You can even sketch something on paper if you don't have time, but it's good to include some kind of a wireframe in your suggestion. Okay, and the last thing when we create our report is to deliver it to our stakeholders. This is very, very important part, because even if you do the best research and the best report in the world, it's your effort won't be recognized if you just send it to your stakeholders, if you email it, for example. It's very important to present it to your stakeholders in person or during a video meeting, conference call, something like that. But it's very important to go through all your findings with the stakeholder. Why is this important? Well, first, this would give you a chance to really explain to them all the things that you couldn't write in the report. And the other very important thing is that if you present this in person, that then you can agree with the stakeholders on next step with time plan. So it's very important to know that your work doesn't stop at the moment when you have created a report. It's also it would also be good to discuss it with the stakeholders and to agree, okay, what are the priorities? When can we start fixing those issues that we have found? What would be the time plan? That's the only way that your effort won't be for nothing. And that's about it. I have just provided here a reading list for those who are interested in this subject. And of course, if you have any questions for me, I would like to hear them during the QA session. And you can always visit our Nedgen at our social media or our website, or you can contact me on my LinkedIn profile, which you have on Geekle website. So looking forward to hearing from you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Katarina. Okay. I don't know if you can see me.
No.
Now.
Right. Yeah. Perfect.
Okay, thank you so much. I would like to thank the three of you. Uttara has left. She cannot be here, but we will let her know the questions you have. And we would like to answer you some questions that were asked during your presentations. Maybe if you want to start, Carol?
Let's go. Shubham, the first question is for you. Yes, first of all, thank you, Shubham, for your presentation. This was very interesting, and your point of view is really, really interesting and easy to understand. I want to ask you about how do you think that the service design could improve the current branding concept? How do you think this could be improved?
I see that. Okay. So I think branding, when a lot of people talk about branding in general, we focus on what the business is trying to do and how does a business communicate the brand that it has. So for example, if a taxi company wants to brand itself as a safe brand, then branding has a lot to do with, okay, how do we communicate that we're safer? How do we use colors that communicate safer? But when you talk about service design, it's more around how does the service actually become safer, right? And because that's essentially when the service is true to the brand, in the sense that how does the taxi ride feel safer for the customers riding it. So I think service design could be used to implement the brand strategy, where it's not just restricted to about what kind of identity should we create to communicate the brand that we are, but also how do we actually implement it across the service lifecycle, which means that even, for example, the Instagram page of that taxi company should make people feel safer, right? It's not just, so it's where what service design does is, because it has all these touch points and different parts of the service, you could you could kind of understand more ways to brand itself. So where you're not just branding about the product, and it's not really like marketing and sales and everything is about selling that product and the brand, but it's about making sure that the brand is included in all these different touch points, so that across the entire service lifecycle, you really feel that safety or whatever it is that the brand is trying to portray.
Okay. Thank you so much. I would like to ask Katarina some of the questions that has been asked. Katarina, Isabel Skaker asked, do you also include accessibility criteria?
Yes, yes. That's something that I haven't mentioned here, but it's very important to include it, and we do include it. It's not. I'm not the accessibility expert, I have to say, but I know some basic stuff. But my colleagues do much more on that part, and yes, we include it.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, and I would like to ask both, could you please tell us a story about your biggest challenges?
Oh, I always say the biggest challenge is the one you are working on currently, because it seems like the biggest problem. Well, maybe even some of these examples that I was showing, they were challenging projects both for our team and other teams in at NetGen. But I don't know that there is no any that I would point out that it was.
Don't worry, I know that all your projects are very difficult. So
yeah, at the moment when you do them, it's the most important and the most difficult project.
I think for me, I remember one of the big challenges I had is, in general, people accepting service designers. So I remember when I started working as a service designer in a company, and I created the blueprint. I'm like, okay, these are all the processes that are going wrong. These are things we should change. And I remember creating all of these new processes for all the employees, saying, hey guys, if you follow this process, things are going to go really cool. The customers are going to be very happy. And when I gave it to them, everyone was like, who are you? And like, why do we just suddenly start changing everything? We've been doing this way for 10 years. Because I would go to the marketing team, and the marketing team would say, hey, you have no marketing experience. And I would go to the sales team, and the sales team would say, hey, you don't have no sales experience. And it would be very interesting to kind of go from there to then understand that service design was not just about, okay, you design this amazing process and you give it to everybody and everybody has to just follow it, but it's also about how do you do it together, where you kind of, and I mean, the answer that I finally found is, the answer is to kind of make it look like they came up with the idea. So we would do workshops and we're like, hey, this is what is going wrong. How do you think we can fix it? And they're like, hey, what if I do this? I'm like, yeah, that's a really good idea. And here, I've already written that on a Word file. And if you could add in a few more points and kind of ease them into accepting that we're all in this together. So yeah, I think, and that general change management, people are used to doing things in a certain way, and it's very difficult to kind of get them to break those habits and start new ones. So yeah, I think that's something that was quite challenging for me.
Well, that's a really interesting challenge, because sometimes say something that I think that it isn't good. It's a big challenge. And with your point of view, I like it because it's like we are a team. We need to fix it, and we don't need to tag someone to say, "Hey, you're wrong." No, we need to fix them, and I like it.
Yeah.
Shubham, I have another question for you. How service design makes a good customer experience and how it's related to UX?
Okay, so yeah, that's a great question. So I think in general, the third bucket, so there is service design, UX design, and then there's this third bucket of customer experience design. And I think the main thing to remember is first comparing UX and customer experience. So user experience is more around the main product or the service that you're working on. So for example, if it's Uber, then Uber is that. So everything that the UX design would do would be around the Uber app and everything that includes as a part of the service. But when you look at customer experience, it's really just that customer experience, which means that if I'm taking a cab, I'm not necessarily taking a cab to take a cab. I'm taking the cab because I want to go meet my friend, or I need to go attend a birthday party, or I need to go to the hospital because my somebody is sick. And knowing that customer experience has to do really with the customer and what they're feeling, and not really about, okay, how do we make things simpler for it to work, but really about so even if as a customer I'm booking a cab to a hospital, knowing that the customer is anxious and scared at that point is a part of customer experience. But then UX is more around, okay, what is the product for? It's for picking up people from point A and dropping them at B. How does the app work? What is the flow? And so that's what UX. And service design is kind of looks at another side of UX, where service design is still again around the service, where it's focusing on, okay, while the customer books a ride, what happens in the back, who needs to get the notification, and how does that all of that work. CX also gets into, for example, marketing, right? What is the customer experience like when they look at a billboard for Uber? And so there's a lot of commonalities between all of these, but the main kind of way that I differentiate it is to look at the core focus, because that's essentially where it starts off from. So CX is more around just the customer, and UX is more around what the product and service is. And even service design kind of is in the same area as UX, but it just looks at it more from the how perspective than the what.
Okay, thank you so much. Unfortunately, we don't have more time to do some questions, but we have a lot of them. But we want to thank you again for your presentations. We will take a little break of 15 minutes and hope you join us after this. Gerard Canario will be moderating the next presentation, so thank you so much for joining us, and we will see you now.
And good luck. Bye. See you
Thank you.
later.
Bye.
Goodbye.
So, hi everybody, and it's time for announcement. You know, in Geekle we are having a lot of amazing events, and one of upcoming events is React Global Online Summit. This event will be held online April 20 and 21st. So please check our website, check events page, and I hope you can find a lot of interesting things about update in React 18 and a lot of more surprises. And one more event that we are planning to announce is Node.js Global Summit. Yes, it will be right after React Global Summit, May 18th and 19th. A lot of topic about migration, a lot of topic about updates in Node.js. Also, I know that not all of you are working with React or Node.js, but please feel free to share this information with your colleagues, with your friends, and we will be happy to see all of you at our next events.
Hi everyone. Hi everybody. My name is Cyril Canario. I'm lead UI UX designer. I'm happy to moderate this event, this session today for the UI UX Summit from Geekle. I hope you have been learning and enjoying these amazing presentations so far. And thanks for the ones who are being staying the whole day. And I'm here and I've been listening, and you're really amazing and thoughtful, most of them. And for the ones who are joining us now, welcome. This event is for listening UX experts and handling their own experiences and globally experts. And in this blog, why not? We are going to have four great leaders. Mirela Ignat is the first one. Then we have Shreya Kumar, Taylor Ryan, and Mauricio Tonon. You have to keep writing down all your questions because, as you know, maybe at the end we we're gonna have the Q&A. So just keep sharing your comments in the comment section and write down them so we can share at the end. Um, our first speaker, as I said, is Mirela Ignat. Mirela is the mentor of the next generation of designer. She is happy to provide UI UX professional with the necessary context to develop technical and soft skills. Her topic today is storytelling, a designer's secret weapon in educating others. With no further say, let's welcome Mirela Ignat.
Hi, Gerald.
Hi. Hi, Mirela. How are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
I'm really good. Nice to meet you finally. Um,
Likewise.
yeah, I've been reading your bio, but maybe you can tell us a little bit more about how you educate others. Just a quick glance for the people to know about you.
So, a quick glance of how I educate others. The first thing I do is I recruit people. So, I try to find the best potential out there. And then I try to provide the best context for them to learn technical skills, for them to grow emotionally, right? So, I try to provide the safe space for people to grow. So, like that second family vibe we all long for and we miss during this pandemic, that's what I try to create for my teams and for the people I nurture and mentor.
That's refreshing because most workplaces are lack of this kind of people. Like if you are doing so, that will be amazing to know. Are you ready for present?
Yes.
Yes. So I will add the your presentation, and I will be right down waiting. Right?
Cool. Thank you,
Okay.
Gerald.
Bye.
Hi, everyone. So today we're going to talk about storytelling, just like Gerald mentioned. So were you ever frustrated that people don't really understand what you do? So you never seem to get a seat at the table and you just end up way too late at the conversation in order to change something. Decisions were already made, and you were just being informed instead of being consulted, right? So if you were in the situation, so have I, not once, not twice, but several times, until I realized all of this can change for the better, right? There must be a better way in which we can do this. So this is what I call expertise overruled, right? People see us just as the designers who draw all day. They don't give us that much importance, right? So you wonder, how did we end up in this non grata position where we don't have a seat at the table? First of all, it's by focusing too much on how and not too much on why. So we focus too much on technicalities. Look at this layout. Let me show you this button, instead of telling our customers and our stakeholders why those things are there in that certain form. Why is that layout defined like that? So we have this tendency of explaining the obvious instead of explaining the design decisions behind, right? So in reality, all of these things that we're doing, explaining technicalities, showing them Figma files and just layers, it's what drove us away from reaching that middle ground with them and having that seat at the table, having a voice on the project, right? We keep forgetting to tell people that what we do as designers is supposed to bring clarity, that what we do really matters, right? And we keep selling them assets and deliverables and various file formats and forget to sell them a vision of what their product could be like, what it achieves for the end users, and how we're going to make that happen for them together with the development team and the project managers and everyone involved, right? So most of the design courses available out there focus so much on technical skills, but they fail in teaching us how to combine these technical skills with storytelling and presentation skills in order to be better at this, in order to gain more visibility within our companies, within the market, right? So this being said, we're not the first to struggle with this, right? Stories have always been around since the beginning of humankind as a primal form of communication, centered around creating a connection with those around us. And they are meant to spark curiosity, trigger our imagination, and help create a common ground that we desperately long for in our interactions. They are meant to guide people in reaching that aha moment, right? That moment of realization. They're like, I get it. I get what you're saying. So storytelling, it's a very powerful tool in reaching common ground with those around you. May it be a client or a developer, or maybe it's a project manager, right? They don't speak our language and they're not supposed to, right? I know it's frustrating sometimes that people don't understand what we're explaining, but it's our job as designers. You won't find this in any job description, that it's your job actually to educate others about what you do, the value of what you do, and how that will help them, right? So storytelling, to summarize, it's a way to better understand our users, right? A way to better present design ideas and to convince those around us about the value of UX. So moving forward, storytelling might be something completely new for you, and that's perfectly normal. But you might be confused and not know where to start in getting better at this, and that's fine. We've all been there. myself included. So something I really like about Herminia Ibarra is that she describes analogical thinking like something that takes the new and makes it familiar, or takes the familiar and puts it in a new light. So what I've discovered in this journey of becoming better at storytelling is that analogies play a crucial role in storytelling because they allow us to create that bridge of understanding between two different worlds. So to give you an example of how we can use storytelling and analogies together. So with a former client, it was a low UX maturity client, we had to work on a B2B project. It was a web platform. And this was very complicated. To give you an overview, it had like, I don't know, 400 pages, right? So the client, like any other client, they were focused on vertical spacing. How can the user not scroll that much, right? And his first thing was to go in solution mode, right? That's what clients do. They go into solution mode. And the client was like, let's remove the breadcrumbs. We don't need them. It could save us time. We could move content upwards, right? So considering that this client was a low UX maturity client, no matter how much I would tell him about the importance of breadcrumbs from our UX vocabulary, it wouldn't change his mind, right? So in that moment, I have this like spark, and I'm like, did you read Hansel and Gretel? And he was like, yes. And I told him, do you know how Hansel and Gretel in the story, when they leave home, they leave breadcrumbs along the way so that they would know how to get back home? And the client was like, yeah, I know. Well, that's the exact same thing we're trying to do here, right? Within the web app. And that was that aha moment for him. He got it, right? So people don't necessarily need to share our common language in order to reach that common ground. We need to share an emotion, a feeling. That aha moment doesn't have to be based on us having the same language in terms of technology, right? So storytelling, in a way, is how we connect our users with our clients and our delivery teams. So the difference between story and storytelling. So story is a noun. So for example, a story could be a content audit report that presents findings. It can be an Excel sheet or a PowerPoint with a lot of data, right? In order to understand that data, you need to be a specialist, right? But storytelling, on the other side, it's a verb, it's an action, it's something you do. So in this, for example, it can be turning that complex data from the content audit into compelling stories that are tailored for the understanding of various audiences, right? So you're not just showing raw data, you're presenting that data in a manner that people understand it, right? So you're turning that complex data from the content audit into something simple for everyone to understand. So something that Jen Mayer said, which really stuck with me, is if you want to lead people to do something that's never been done before, you have to help them imagine what this world would look like. And in most of the cases, that's what we do. Imagine that you're just starting building a product that didn't exist. You have to sell that concept to the client. You have to make them imagine. Design is not like code. Code, you write code, you can see 1,000 lines of code. Design, sometimes, let's take research, for example. It might be, the outcome can be an Excel file, or it can be a presentation. And if the client doesn't have that level of UX maturity, they might not understand what they're paying for, right? So you have to sell them that vision of how what we're doing now is gonna help them get where they wanna be, right? It's gonna improve the user's life. So how do we do this, right? So Pixar has 22 storytelling rules, right? Which Emma Carlton initially posted on Twitter, and they went viral. So I picked a few of them to kind of give you a brief introduction to them. So you got to keep in mind what's interesting to you as an audience, right? Not what's fun to do as a writer. So what I was trying to say here is that we have to keep in mind that our audience has different interests from our own. Our audience understands different things. and we need to adapt our vocabulary in order to make a connection with them. Sometimes in this eagerness to kind of convince people that we're specialists, we tend to use a lot of fancy words, right? Information architecture, we're going to do research, user interviews, but a low UX maturity client doesn't understand what a product persona is. You have to explain it simply to them, right? So this is something that I want you all to remember and keep in mind. Keep it simple and adapt your vocabularies. Try to stay away from complicated words that your client or your audience might not understand. Second rule I would like you to bear in mind whenever you're storytelling is come up with your ending before you figure out the middle. So basically never lose focus on what you're trying to achieve with the storytelling session. Always have in mind that end goal. What are you trying to achieve? Are you trying to sell research to the client? Are you trying to persuade them to include another UI designer in the process, right? So this takes time. And sometimes, because things take time, we tend to forget why we're doing what we're doing. So this is why starting with the end is important, right? So never lose focus on what you're trying to achieve. The third rule, right? So what are the stakes whenever you're explaining something, right? You have to give the audience a reason to care. Why should they care about the end users and its pain points, right? So you have to confidently display what are the consequences for stakeholders if the end users cannot successfully complete a task or use their product or reach customer support. How is this impacting them? And something that everyone understands is money, right? So return of investment. This is how you can sometimes frame design decisions to customers. If we're addressing this pain point, your users will complete a task which right now takes 4 hours, they will complete it in 2, right? Automatically, that multiplied with how much they're making per hour, it saves you this much money. And that always kind of sparks an interest because business will always be driven by money in some way, right? So this is one way of doing it. And the fourth rule I would like you to keep bear in mind is that no work is ever wasted, right? So sometimes, no matter how much we prepare for a presentation, for a session, for a storytelling session, there's a chance that we might not be able to persuade the audience, and that's okay. We have to push forward and keep practicing and advocate for the value of UX and get that seat at the table. Everything that's kind of worth having takes time. We keep hearing this, and it might be cliche. But with storytelling, you kind of have to keep on practicing, right? You have to talk to that developer near you. You have to talk to that project manager. You have to do this. It has to be like your daily mantra, right? So how do we get better at storytelling, right? How can we get better right tomorrow? So Pixar has this method that they're using, which is called the story spine, right? And it uses this framework with blanks, right? So once upon a time, blank, every day, blank, until one day, right? And it goes on. And one example where they use this is the Pixar movie Dory, right? So once upon a time, Dory was swimming in the ocean, every day swimming in the ocean, until one day, Dory was caught, right? And because of this, Dory was far away from home. And because of that, Dory needed to get back home, right? Until finally, Dory got back home. Ever since then, right? So this is one framework you can use tomorrow, right? You can fill in the gaps with your users' pain points, right? And portray that image to the stakeholders. Another way for you to do this is using the story mountain, right? So story mountain is broken down into 4 stages. It's exposition, rising action, climax, falling action, and resolution. So exposition. In exposition, you're supposed to introduce your user. Who's your user? If you have personas, this is the best moment to show them. Make the audience familiar with your user. Emphasize the user needs and the motivation. The next step is the rising action, right? Introduce the audience to the challenge ahead. Give the audience a walkthrough to the current user flow, right? And try to stay away from tiny details. So you're basically, this is the context of use, right? And the climax, that's where you kind of pinpoint the user pain points, explain how the user was affected by the previous context, and what we can do to change this for the better, right? How can we improve the user's life? The next stage is following action, right? So we talk about what steps were taken in order to resolve the user pain points. What did we do? And why exactly? The why is very important because sometimes what we do is so obvious. Sometimes they have a tendency of presenting UI work. And this is a button, and this is a layout, and this is a drop down. But why are they like that? That remains in our head. And we need to get it out, and we need to tell people, and we need to tell stakeholders why things look the way they do. And stop focusing on that obvious. They can see it's a drop down, they can see it's a button, right? And the final step is resolution. Did it work? Did the solution that we envision work? What insights did we gain from the usability testing session, for example? What lessons learned did we manage to acquire during this process? So these are two methods you can put into practice tomorrow by using this framework. But as you can see, both of them kind of focus on the same thing. At the beginning, you provide a summary, context of use, a bit about the user. And in the middle, you go into detail, right? You talk about more about the user context, you talk about the pain points. And then in the end, you talk about the consequences of lack of inaction, because lack of inaction has its consequences. And you talk about proposals. How do we actually change this for the better? So if you want to take a deep dive into storytelling, take a screenshot of this, Google these books afterwards. Articulating Design Decision. So Tom Griever's book is a great book. It will help you better articulate design decisions because sometimes we have to improve articulating design decisions before we actually improve storytelling. Right? Another great book is Anna's book, so Storytelling in Design. Will Storrs, The Science of Storytelling, and a book from Rosenfeld, which I really love, so Storytelling for User Experience. All of these are going to give you more knowledge so that you can practice, right? But is storytelling enough to make you a great designer? Is it enough? Well, the short answer is no. In my vision, there are like 3 things which make a designer great. So one of them is storytelling, which I've been telling you so far. It's crucial. To make you get a seat at the table, to relate to people and to build that bridge of common understanding, right? Another thing is technical skills. Technical skills is where we all start. And this is what we first develop. When we are interested in design, we look on YouTube and we look for Figma tutorials or XD tutorials, and we start doing things. And that catches us. We want more, right? So technical skills shortly are just comprised of all the tools, all the add-ons we use, all the knowledge we read in books or articles. But technical skills don't work by themselves, right? Technical skills should be paired with practice. Knowing is not the same as applying something in a real life situation. And this is what I've been noticing in the past years, that a lot of people get stuck when they don't have the last ingredient. So if a task of UX requires 3 ingredients and you only have 2, everyone panics on what do we do. Sometimes you just have to do the best you can with what you have. And that's like the real life situation. The third thing, and the most important one, which makes you a great designer, is being a decent human being. And now you might wonder, what's with the weird combo? Well, being a decent human being allows you to be understanding, patient, empathic with those around you. And most important, vulnerable enough to admit, hey, I don't know enough about this. Let me find out and get back to you. People appreciate that. We don't have to be experts at everything. It's okay to fail. Just like I mentioned about storytelling, it's okay if we don't nail that presentation. It's okay if we try for the 54th time. That's perfectly fine. But a disclaimer at this, being a decent human being, is it's not something you can learn in 2 years, 5 years, or some people not even in 10. It's a constant struggle, and you constantly have to put in the work in your soft skills as well. Communication, listening. Sometimes we don't listen enough and we rush in providing design solutions, right? So this is the hardest part, being a decent human being, allowing those around you to have their own opinions instead of shutting them down. If you're not approachable with that developer and you're always grumpy that he asks stupid questions, he's not going to come to you the second time. And you miss that chance and you miss that opportunity where you can storytell, right? Storytelling is the core, but in order to reach to that core, you need to do everything else first, which is gaining people's trust. And being a decent human being helps with that. Being patient and letting people make mistakes. And being empathic. Sometimes people have bad days. They might snap or they might not be at their best. So you have to be understanding about that. And that not everything's personal in business. Sometimes people just have a bad day and it's not about you, right? So to summarize, imagine storytelling is like building that summer body you want to have. It sounds good, right? But in order to build that summer body, you need 100 hours of going to the gym, 100 protein shakes, and dealing with that feeling of quitting in your first month. You're going to do a presentation once, twice, and you're going to suck at it. And you're going to be disappointed, and you won't want to do it again. But after you get a taste of the results and you see that people come to you, the developer comes to ask you questions, the client is intrigued, he wants to know more, right? Then you kind of get a taste of the results and the great progress you've made. So it's going to be harder to let yourself give up. So what you have to do is basically keep pushing forward, showing up to every meeting, practicing, having the patience to explain UX to those around you, those who ask and those who don't know what to ask, right? Because sometimes people, they have no idea what to do. So if people have no idea what to do, they don't know when to come to you for advice or for questions. So you have to be present right now, especially in this pandemic time where we're all online, right? We don't have those social interactions with people. We rarely grab coffee or take a breath of fresh air. So focus on making the best and the most of these interactions nowadays. And be kind to people. You never know what they have at home in these times. So storytelling takes showing up, being uncomfortable, but it's worth it, right? You will get better with proper training, I promise. So just pick one storytelling book, read it, or just a few pages, right? Because great designers don't just do amazing work, they present their work as well. So this is the key, right? You have to simplify complex messages in a way that your audience can relate. It's like that time on Christmas when your grandma asks you what to do and she has no idea about technology, but somehow you kind of get her to that aha moment and she understands. To some certain level, this is what we do every day when we're explaining about design, right? We have to tailor our message for various audiences. Thank you very much. That was me. I'm gonna hand it off to Gerald now. And I hope to see you at the Q&A.
Thank you, Mirela, for the wonderful presentation. Well, you touched many points to all of us, and your examples with kids movies. Well, I like those because we all see all of them and know what you were talking about. Thank you for that. Our next guest, our next speaker will be Shweta Kumar. She's from India. Shweta is I don't know Shweta. Let me add you. Shweta, is that how you pronounce your name? Hi.
Shreya.
Shreya. Oh, sorry. My it's
It's
really
fine.
difficult. Sorry.
Sure.
Shweta is really passionate about the impact of the design in the world, right, Shweta? System and user, she will be talking about a small impact versus big impact. So I will let you with that, and the floor is yours.
All right.
Okay.
So, hello everyone. It feels great to be here. I'd like to really thank the Geekle team, and I hope I'm pronouncing Geekle right. And all the volunteers and the moderators who've brought this together and made the process extremely smooth. So, I'd like to start with who I am, like a quick introduction, and what this talk is going to be about. So, a little about me. I'm a senior experience designer at Frog Design, a great company to work with. And I'm also wearing the Make Your Mark t shirt today, which is pretty much the new branding of Frog Design. And I feel super proud to be in this cotton mesh. And since I work as an experience designer, and if not all of you know what experience design is, it's basically a culmination and a combination of hybrid UX designer, service designer, UI designer, and a little bit of research on top of that. So we could also call me a multidisciplinary designer, but I'm a senior experience designer. A little more about me, which is besides my title and where I work. I think of myself as a problem discoverer and solver, and many of us designers do, I think, in a very simplistic form. And I think of myself as a change maker. As Gerald already introduced me, I absolutely am passionate about making impact in any sort of way, small or big. My even talk titled is small impact versus big impact. There isn't a difference until you are making impact. I'm also a mountaineer in the making. I recently returned back from Everest Base Camp, and trekking is difficult. It's challenging. There is crazy amount of endurance, but it's great. Also, there's quite a bit of strategy in that as well, and that's what I enjoy. So moving on to this talk, I'd be using. I mean, we as UX designers essentially are well versed with the entire process that we follow within the UX design or the experience design process. Today, I'm going to be talking a little about what happens as a precursor or what happens in parallel to that process of UX design, UX UI design, and how that these methods, these new age methods, have helped me make more impact in the UX design process, or more impact to enhancing the product transformation or product evolution that I'm working on, regardless of what project it is. So I'd like the two sort of design streams that I have focused on in this talk are co-design methods, often related to participatory methods or participatory design, and service design methods. And we've had a few speakers today who have spoken about service design, like Shubham before, and that was great. I'd be adding a little more insight on top of that. Hopefully, something new, some new things that you would be hearing. So when it comes to co-design methods, the way I look at co-design is that you design along with stakeholders, pretty much what participatory design is. However, when there is a toolkit and exercise being used as a catalyst to enable these stakeholders. So co-design methods usually help me as a UX or an experienced designer in much earlier stages of the project or in the research stages of the project, or if there is a transition from one phase to the other in a project. I'd like to take a very academic example of where for the first time I used co-design methods. So this was basically a project that I worked on while I was in Helsinki doing my master's in Aalto. And we were basically thrown into this neighborhood to understand why the neighbors felt not so secure about living, why they felt not so secure about living over there. A lot of the local government had basically received a few complaints or received feedback on how several residents did not feel secure about living there, or several residents did not feel safe about living there. So when we in basically the process of user research, when we tried to approach these several residents, what we realized was that direct user research or subtle form of research was not helping, because in a matter like this it felt confrontational. So we used co-design means or co-design methods to reach out to the audience and reach out to the users to talk to us. And the pretty amazing part of co-design method is that your catalyst or your framework can be anything. In this case, basically we used like a really pretty map in one of their community events, and we put this map in front of them with a few stick-ons that they could put onto the map. These stickers or stick-ons basically were anything from meditation place, cafes, exercises, spaces, products, and forms which they could put on as they desired their neighborhood to look like. And what we realized was that this co-design method opened the residents up from avoiding the direct conversation to this being a means of conversation between us and the researchers and the residents who actually wish to express and change the neighborhood, the narrative of the neighborhood. Just like this, in my thesis, I basically took the big task to solve the problem of waste management in a span of 6 months. So there is this, there is this small paragliding town in the Himalayas in India. And that town, just 7 to 8 years back, used to be this pristine, beautiful place where sportsmen and Buddhist communities basically stayed together along with the local farmers, and they had great cohesion. These paragliding communities would often practice and paraglide, and the communities used to stay there, recreate there, and at the same time basically did workshops with the rest of the locals. Soon, of course, this place got exposed to a lot of tourism. And in the process, what happened, this place now has become a dump yard rather than this beautiful paragliding town. So in order to even understand the narrative first, what I did was a big stint of ethnographic research, which made me understand why people were throwing trash, regardless of it being the problem of not having a proper system set in the small town where the government hadn't reached that place as yet, or the general attitude of city migrants not treating the place as their own home. But when it came to solutionizing, a designer alone, along with others designer, wasn't enough to come up with a solution for a systemic problem. So basically, I conducted a role play workshop to bring together these residents who often had uh, the who often basically had this idea or notion that others were responsible for the problem, that the police did not do enough to solve this problem, or the residents did not do enough, or the city migrants who opened up cafe did not do enough. In this role play workshop, which is another co-design framework that I came up with, was that each user or each player in this workshop was given a role of another. So if there is a resident, he was given the role of a policeman. If there was a policeman, he was given the role of a resident. Soon we did a co-creative exercise where all these different stakeholders started empathizing with each other and came up with solutions with each other, making it a co-creative, co-design workshop. And essentially, in my opinion, in my experience, what I felt about co-design was that it was a great tool or a great framework to use at the point where, at both points, one where you had to realize what the problem is, and one where you had to come up with ideas. And if that problem was fairly broad, like the waste management problem, or if it's a larger and systemic problem, then at the point of ideation would be a great place to bring participants, all stakeholders together to brainstorm together. These can also be used as tools and frameworks when we are doing industry-based projects. I also use service design methods in service design projects and in product evolution or product transformation projects in earlier stages. Basically, as everyone knows, service design is, the method is, for example, blueprint is to open up the perspective of a system, open up the perspective of a product in relationship to its systems, its different stakeholders, level of stakeholders, and its dependencies. And that essentially, that view helps you to understand the product better. Let's take an example of a recent project I did at Frog. So this fintech company approached us and they wanted to transform the legacy systems into modern systems. And of course, these projects, when done in Agile, you cannot transform all of the system at one go. So to prioritize what you transform requires a intensive systemic exercise. One is the client comes with business goals. Regardless of the client coming with its business goals and its targets, it is the responsibility, or it could help the designers to actually do a service blueprinting exercise to open up the system in front of the client along with them to understand which areas are emergent into solving the problem first, just so that that has a better domino effect, a positive domino effect into product enhancement. So what we realized during the service blueprint exercise was that a few business goals that we initially set changed or were evolved after basically doing the service blueprinting exercise and seeing different dependencies between different stakeholder systems. So if we had different phases which we going to transform if there were different journeys that we were going to transform in one phase, basically were reprioritized. And so it essentially, why I feel in my experience it's been great to understand systemic insights, which is at a systemic level and at a user level and at a product level, is when this is done and then layered on top of business requirement, that is the sweet spot to where the impact happens. Another great example like this is a project that I did, in fact, fairly long back, which was 6-7 years back. And not much service design at that point in India was being used in hardcore design projects. But luckily, as I was lucky enough to be exposed to such a design stream, I used this along with the clients in Maruti Suzuki. So Maruti Suzuki back then, 6 to 7 years back, wanted to change their budget grandfather brand into a modern, youthful, fast brand. And in order to do that, they approached the design agency and their technical and our technical partners to transform their web experience. And what was also happening alongside with the marketing teams was their showroom experience was being transformed with architects and marketing team. Now, while we as a design agency just had a digital channel to transform, as designers, we felt responsible to see how the user's experience of Maruti Suzuki being the new age brand ran across the omni channel, not just one channel, which was website. So, in this process, what we designers did was we opened up the entire system in front. How, from booking a test drive, a user goes into his phone or his laptop, to getting a car, to going into the showroom and booking his car, to servicing his car, to in the future selling his car, and how each of these systems depend on each other. And when we opened up this service blueprint and this service system exercise in front of the clients, did they realize that the digital dependency, the redesigning dependency was omni-channel and was not at the level of just a website or a mobile app. This helped us win a larger chunk of transformation, digital transformation, and not just at a level of a website. So we ended up transforming the service portals, the showroom screens, the websites, the mobile app, and eventually the navigation portal. And all of these advantageously were therefore consistent in its design language and basically consistent in in a better design experience for the users, for the service centers, for the other stakeholders. So to basically end this, because I've gone pretty fast, is that these methods for me today act as a lens which rewire visions or wants to match with emerging needs. And essentially, this could have a positive domino effect into how you're enhancing your product and not just simply looking at a product design in silos. And these methods are a great and valuable extension for both UX, UI, and service and experience designers to either adopt these methodologies as a precursor to their process or along with their process. And I mean, all of us know that small steps make big impact. So, small impact now is big impact tomorrow. So, it doesn't really matter how we start. These are some of the books that I generally recommend anyone who is interested in service design and wants to adopt basic methodologies before they become full-fledged service designers. As UX designers, are these. They're my favorite books, and these are the ones that have basically opened up my experienced designer role. And one of them is basically a three trinity book match, which is service design thinking, doing, and methods. And they are known to be the bibles of service design. And Good Services is a very famous book. If you want to research any, or if you want to get to know any co-design methods or participatory design methods, Research for Designers is a great book to also buy or borrow or steal. But thank you so much. I ended this talk pretty fast, and I hope you all enjoyed it.
Thank you. That was really thoughtful. I just see that in all your projects, you are including the people. You are involved with the people, and I think that's how real good projects that will be used by people. They are successful because when you don't include people and just bias, just has bias, and you're just uh, asking to the team without never asks to the people out there who is going to use your application. that will be a failure. I love how you involve in communities also. Those projects, I like those. I wish once to participate, because I'm always involved like in corporate um, and corporate things, and sometimes it's good, but other times it's like cold, and you are more warm. I'm a lot since we have pretty much time in our hands. Let's just open the Q&A session for you. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go for it.
Okay, let's go. Wait. Okay. Oh, um, can you share Nick? Can you share her questions? I don't see any for them. Oh, let's see the comments. Does anyone have any question? Um, let's check. Okay. Okay, here we have one. If you please can share the best tips or you suggest to stand out from others. If you have any tips to stand out from others, how do you do?
Who are others? You mean other designers
Oh, it
or
can be other designers, stakeholders, project manager, etc. Everyone in the
I,
team.
I
If you
think I'm
have
gonna. What's the best tips that you suggest to stand out from others? I think
okay,
I'm gonna go with. I think I'm gonna go with what the speaker before us said, because I fortunately watched her talk. Was if you have good storytelling skills, which doesn't mean that you bullshit. Sorry to use that word, but if you have good storytelling skills, which means that you understand the problem and understand user needs and insights enough, and you have the story skills to translate that to your stakeholders, I think that is what sets you apart from the others, because in that way what you're doing is you're basically becoming a lens for between the users and the clients, or the business, and between the business and the users.
okay. So you agree with Mirela, right?
Absolutely, yeah, I think that was spot on, and I personally just loved her talk.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Following that question, we have another one. Um, if you know how to stand out from others, what will be, how do you define a perfect portfolio? What does it make? Uh, what does the market expect from beginners on UX?
I think that's a good one, because often, and this is something that at least I recently faced when I was, I think a year and a half back, when I was creating my portfolio, was that there can be so many methods and experiences that you can show to people who are looking at your portfolio. But one thing that you must do is keep yourself original. If storytelling is your skill and you're a UX designer, show that in your portfolio. And even though I'm an experienced designer, I make sure to show these methods that I just shared with you as a UX designer or as an experienced designer that I do. So I make sure that I highlight these things that come as USPs if you wish to hire me. So if you want to be hired by a company that matches your vision, you must bring out your true self in front. And of course, having said that, the true ask of a job description is something that you need to be as well, because that's what the ask is. But what else are you offering is what you should put in your portfolio for sure.
And what happened for those hiring techs that doesn't read your portfolio? That happens sometimes. You try uh, to write your story and your portfolio, and they seems that they don't write it. I think you have to do what Mirla says. You need to call them in a quick call to explain. But sometimes the hiring technicians or recruiters that just want to see your portfolio and they don't have the time to read the whole thing. What do you do in that
Yeah.
case? How do you quickly resume or give a glance? What will you do in that case?
I think a part of my answer kind of answers this question, which was that if you are wanting to be hired, or if you are applying out there for a UX job, you need to be well versed with the UX process, which means that you may not necessarily show all the crazy confetti things that you did in a project, but actually those methods which match up to that job description. If you show that particular experience, that's what a recruiter is looking for. That do they know how to do heuristic analysis? Do they know how to do service blueprinting? I mean, a project can look very beautiful and it can have great outcomes, but often a team is looking for your expertise and your skills to, kind of fit the puzzle into their team. And yeah, this is what I feel. It may not be a perfect answer, but in my experience,
Oh,
this
it's
is what
perfect.
it felt to me.
I'm just writing down what you're saying. Okay. How does a UX manager? Okay, do we have another one? Oh,
And
that's a good one. Any tip for introverted designers who want to transition for UX service design field?
I think introverted and extroverted both designers can be UX and service design, so I'm a bit
Yeah.
confused. And I think introverts are as great as extroverted people. It's just that they thrive in a different environment. I know introverts who are far better designers than me. So yes, you
The
can be a
question is
UX.
because sometimes you have to deal with stakeholders and people and users. You have to do interviews. I think that's why the questions come from. How do you
That's
manage it?
I think that is a good question. I think it's also a responsibility of a recruiter to make the introverts comfortable, not
Oh
just for
yeah.
an introvert to transform into an extrovert, because an introvert is an introvert, and you may not see them being uh, super buoyant or like flamboyant. And if they are in a very minimalistic way expressing themselves, and if they're focusing their work to express themselves, then a recruiter has to make sure that they're doing enough justice to an introvert, just like they are to an extrovert.
Perfect. Um, eh, if you have anything else to say to fill up the void, it will be perfect. I if you can share with us your portfolio or where to find you, maybe your LinkedIn
Absolutely.
profile. Are you available to connect with you? I will connect with you.
Yeah. So please, you can add me on LinkedIn and on Instagram. I share a lot of mountaineering experiences and a lot of work experiences as well. And you can reach out to me on my email, which is also on my LinkedIn. So nice to see you
Amazing.
all. And yeah.
Nice to see you. Nice to meet you. Thanks for your time. Um, we're gonna have a quick break, just 10-minute breaks until our next speaker prepare.
All right.
So yeah, um,
Thank
thank you, Shreya.
Okay, Jen. See
Okay,
you. Bye.
all right. So let's wait until our next guest. And Hi everyone again. That was a quick break. Now we are going to have a 14 years the digital marketing growth experience, and with a 6 year startup founder. He's from Denmark. He is going to talk about growth hacking, user experience, tools to quick wins for anyone. So let's warm welcome to Taylor Ryan.
Am I live? Here we go. Now I'm
Yeah, hi,
live.
yeah,
Awesome.
you're live. How are you,
So
Taylor?
I'm good, man. I'm coming to you guys from a brewery. I had a very last minute client that basically needed to be onboarded, and so I brought half my team out here, and they're in the middle of a tour, and I'm hanging out on super strange like setup here. Normally, this is not where I work from.
This is a nice setup.
Yeah, lots of booze.
Yeah, yeah, you can have yourself one.
There you go.
Okay.
Well, cool. I'm ready to rock and roll, man. Is there anything I should know?
I just want to know about your experience and your how you grow your business, or a little glance about your career so far.
Sure. So yeah, as you mentioned, 14 years of digital marketing and startup experience, right? Yeah, it makes me feel really old to say that. And
oh yeah, at times pass by, so we were gonna get old sooner or later.
There you go. Yeah, and over the last, I guess, 6 years, I've been located here in Copenhagen, Denmark, but I'm originally from the East Coast, so originally from Washington, D.C.
Oh, really? Oh, I thought you. I mean, by your name, I didn't knew. I thought you were from the U.S., but okay, that's okay. But it's nice to know. So why do you move to Denmark? What business you find on there? What
Yeah, I mean,
opportunities?
it wasn't the weather, that's for sure.
Yeah.
So it's been a crazy journey. So I was, I think, 4 startups into my career when I was back in the States around 2015, and I had a friend getting married in Europe, specifically London. So I stopped by here for all of, I don't know, 2 days, and saw something that was kind of different. I was like, okay, very different lifestyle. Everybody's on bikes. And flash forward a few months, and I had a job offer as
you couldn't get out.
Yeah,
like an horror movie, right?
Right. Yeah, exactly. So that was 6 years ago. Still doing it.
Okay, great. So I will let you. I'm interested in your presentation, so I will let the floor for you. So, as you say, rock and roll.
All right. Well, let me quickly share my screen and make sure everybody can see how many absurd amounts of tabs I have open. Yep. So, cool. You can see my screen?
Not yet. I think you have. Okay, now it's done.
Cool. Awesome.
Oh, you can make it full screen. So
yeah, of course. Okay, great. Well, yeah.
I will let you.
Cool. All right. So I've already covered a little bit about myself, and I want to make sure that I hit a bunch of different areas. So, a little bit of the things that I've been up to more recently. I've basically been a part of 4 different startups that have exited. So 1 IPO, 2 acquisitions, 1 merger. And those are the companies on the right side. And I usually manage anywhere from 15 to 30 people at a time. I do a ton of work with accelerators and innovation labs. My heart's always been in the startup scene, but obviously that's not necessarily where you stay forever. I've been getting super deep into the crypto scene these days. Launched a company called WeGrow that 10x'd like within 3 days, 10K in a community in 3 days. It's absurd. So if anybody wants to jam out on that stuff, please connect with me on LinkedIn. I'm the only Taylor Ryan in Denmark. These are some of the accelerators that I work with. Accelerators, for those that don't know, are basically where startups go to be kind of born and raised and kind of find their ground and eventually hopefully get funding or investment out of it. So the company that I run is called Klint. It is the Danish word for a cliff. It's where basically the mountains meet the sea kind of idea. And basically we are a digital marketing and growth hacking agency. And yeah, I'd say it's probably about 50% crypto and 50% SaaS. And then out of nowhere, I'm in a brewery working with a distillery slash beer company. So it's just all over the place. I run growthsecrets.org, and I'm constantly adding new material to that. So if you want to get more of this type of stuff, I've knocked down the price to an unreasonable low level of $49. So feel free to check that out. And yeah, my goal is to kind of give you guys some understanding of some of the ways that I've managed to rapidly grow companies with kind of a framing around user experience and how some of that works. So big picture, I want to provide value. So hopefully I'll be able to take some questions a little later. But I use as much material as possible. I give away a ton of material. If you want my slides and you're not a competing agency, then I'm happy to give them to you. Just connect with me on LinkedIn and they're yours. I usually do a little bit of Q&A. I miss being in front of people and crowds, but this is where I'd be like, how many people are in startups? How many people, this and that. But I'm going to skip ahead. So a quick definition of growth hacking, because it gets, for some reason, people get all hung up about it. It has like a negative connotation because it has like hacking in it, which is, I guess, for some reason, people think that I'm doing something nefarious or bad or evil. Growth hacking is doing the most with the least amount of time and money in order to get the biggest results. So instead of doing a 1-for-1 manual approach, how can I do 1 for 50, 1 for 1,000, 1 for 1,000,000? There's ways to do that. And that kind of is part of this whole concept of optimization meets rapid experimentation meets tools replacing manual processes. The metaphor that I often give for everybody that can understand what this really means at its core is, let's say your car breaks down, there's 2 mechanics on duty. One mechanic has read every book about fixing cars but has never lifted the hood. The other mechanic has dirt underneath their fingernails and they've fixed all kinds of makes and models of different vehicles. And when something goes wrong, they have a whole list of things in their head that they could potentially fix within that vehicle. I think the second person is the growth hacker because they've tried lots of things and they've found out through experimentation what really works. If you like this stuff, if it sounds interesting as I go on, the way that you get really good at this stuff is just trying out new things. So for me, it started with content. I've always said marketing is all about systems because every bit of marketing is interconnected. So if you understand one area really well, you can start to apply the learnings to all kinds of different areas. So for me, again, it was content. Started understanding SEO, which gave way to digital ads, social media, all these different things. And I will name drop some tools throughout this presentation. Just bear in mind that these are just the tools that I used. Just to provide some background to that, this is all the available digital marketing tools back in 2011. Like there's a bunch. Flash forward just a few years later in 2014, and the tools have easily doubled. Just a few more years later, 2020, and you need a magnifying glass to see all of these different tools, and every year it's expanding. So again, if the tools that I cover are not necessarily the ones that you're familiar with, that's cool. There's a million tools and a million competitors of those tools that can do a lot of similar things and have a lot of unique ways of working. I do move fast, as you've probably seen in the last few slides. Connect with me on LinkedIn if you want my slides. Taylor Ryan, it's right there at the bottom. And just mention how you connected with me because I do get a lot of spammy connections that are, not great. So I do not share with direct competitors. So if you are a marketing agency, I will not be sharing with you. C'est la vie. Cool. So let's agree on a few things before I dive directly into UX and growth hacking. I think there's some common sense stuff that we all can agree with. A lot of growth hacking and just digital marketing in general always comes down to the Pareto principle. It's the 80-20 rule. It's how we prioritize stuff. So like an example of that is 80% of your traffic comes from 20% of your content, or 20% of your salespeople are closing 80% of your deals, or 80% of the alcohol is getting drank by 20% of the population. That exists in the real world. And I think we often need to find out what are the things that we can do ourselves and what are the things that we can outsource, but also what are the things that are going to provide us the most value in the shortest amount of time. So like this is a quick graphic from Visible that showed the amount of traction that a couple of companies within case studies that they put out were able to acquire new users. And the reality is outbound calling, while it is everybody's who's kind of the boomer generation, it's their favorite method. The reality is like that's not moving the needle. And if you want to spend all your time doing stuff that doesn't scale, that's cool. but let's focus on the things that are getting us either the total amount of users at scale or more money, more revenue at scale. So if 5% of our leads come from social media, then that maybe is only meant to be about 5% of our time. Just something to think about. I'm going to really quickly run through marketing funnels because it is relevant and it's one of the areas that most people skip in terms of understanding kind of the big picture and how to build a tech stack that also has great user experience within it. So there's B2B and B2C. And of course, there's different plays within these, and there's like B2G, business to gov, but whatever. Let's just focus on this. So I love playing in the B2B space because honestly, it's harder and you have a much more narrow funnel. I had a friend that I did some consulting for that sells ejection seats to the F-35 Joint Strike Fighter. Literally, there's 5 total people on the planet that he might be selling to versus somebody that, another client that's selling beer or selling tennis shoes. Whereas everybody wears shoes and most people like beer. You know, it's a very different way of playing it. One of the things that we need to bear in mind, especially around the world of UX, is every single step that somebody needs to take, we lose percentages of those users. They drop out of the funnel. They get bored. They don't take that next step. So I always try to consolidate the total amount of things that somebody needs to do in order to give me money. And this is like the biggest secret in UX is like make it as simple as possible and remove the barriers that most people hate to run into. So an example of that would be this breakdown. These are using industry averages. And let's just say it's a mobile app for, I don't know, like e-banking, whatever. And it's a B2C app. And so the idea is, let's say we get all 100% of people that come from Facebook ads to actually land on the App Store, which is impossible. That'll never happen, but fine. And of those, let's say most people, 95%, actually get into the App Store and go to the download button, and then they hit download and install. And you're going to lose a ton of people. And then you need to launch the app, and then you need to start registration, complete registration, add product to cart, begin the checkout, and complete checkout. By the time you get down to that very last step, you may have lost 90% of all of your users or even more. And so we're trying to figure out what are the ways that we can continue to get people into our funnel and keep them there. And it's a huge part of marketing. I think one of the most underutilized areas within marketing is understanding like how big it's gotten and where it's going. It's like back in the day, the old school way was like marketing's just like kind of this group of people that like goes out to events and like hands out business cards. Like, what the fuck is that? The reality is like marketing's making up almost 2/3 of the whole operation these days. Like there's businesses, and I'm one of them, that has a zero touch approach. I have many different products that I'm building and have built that don't require a salesperson to ever get on the phone, ever run a demo. It's either you want it or you don't. And the reality is that's marketing. It's not sale anymore. So there's lots of different areas of the funnel where we could potentially create content. We can create nice experiences throughout each step. And it's something that I try to make sure people understand as I start to work with them. One of the areas of marketing that I think a lot of people misjudge is ads. And I'd love to spend a ton of time talking about how to really generate great conversions using a lot of different ad platforms. But for those that are in the B2B sector, these are the big icons represent the best platforms for converting people. Moving on to the sales funnel. In many cases, if you have some type of sales funnel where you have to engage with clients, usually this is a version of HubSpot's. It's visit, they turn into a lead, then they are a marketing qualified lead, then they are a sales qualified lead, then they turn into an opportunity, and potentially after that, then they're a customer. This is Dave McClure, our Pirate Metrics. This is like 14 years old now, and people are still like running up to me like, do you know Pirate Metrics? Like, this is like the real game. It's like, it's not really anything new. And also, you just added additional steps to the very end of the funnel after you get somebody to commit or convert. These are just a couple more metrics on Pirate Metrics, but I'm going to move on. So the whole idea behind design and marketing and the whole reason that we do any of this stuff is we're trying to get people to buy our product or service. Don't get it twisted. Like, yeah, we're all artists and we're all able to make these amazing experiences, but the whole reason that you're employed, the whole reason that you're there is to find somebody that sees your product or service as interesting enough in order to make a buying decision. And if what you're designing, building, and trying to create doesn't result in either generating revenue or generating some type of experience that ultimately leads to revenue, you're missing the whole game. Like, the language of design is honestly, it's revenue driven. That's what we have to be aware of. So I often give away a lot of stuff for free. So this is one of the really fun things that I'm baffled by how many people skip it and miss it. So I'm just going to do like a real quick smash and grab of my landing page cheat sheet. This is something that I think I've done close to like 40 or 50 site redesigns over the last 14 and a half, almost 15 years now. And I wish I had had this when I started because it makes things so much easier. So let me pull up this guy. I'll give it away if you connect with me on LinkedIn and ask for it. But real quick, I'm just going to run through kind of the purpose and the reason behind each of these sections. So second, here we go. So everybody knows, like, you have your H1, which is basically how to get the big result with whatever the pain point or objection normally is. A little bit of information that crystallizes the product or the service, along with a conversion form. Now, this, I should mention, is the B2B version of what you should design a landing page as. If you have let's say an e-commerce product, this is not necessarily the way that you should be designing. But there are some common elements in terms of trust signals, and I'll highlight those. If you have a decent explainer video and the style and font and everything matches, great, go for it. Go nuts, throw it in there. Landing pages with some form of embedded video end up having 80% more conversions over a 3-month period. So like it's a no-brainer to put in one of these. It clarifies your messaging. This is one of the things that most people miss as the area either just below the fold or slightly above, which is trust signals. Those are company logos. That's who you've worked with. That's partners. That's integrations. That's basically everything that you could potentially reference that people might recognize goes in here. So many people miss that, but it's supposed to give people the experience of, oh, wow, they got written about in Forbes. That's pretty cool. I'll keep scrolling. That's the whole idea. This next section is really cool. It's the, honestly now, is this the way to fix the problem / get the result? Which is pointing fun at how absurd it is that you still have this problem or how frustrating your pain point is. Beyond that, you critique the current ways of doing things that usually are manual, or they take too much time, or they're too expensive, or they create headaches. And reasons why it sucks. And then after that, critique other solutions that are kind of similar or comparable to what you do in the market. This is where your key differentiator comes in. Sorry, I've had a little bit of a tasting, so I'm getting in. So how much is this costing them? That's one section that I almost never see on any landing page, much less the homepage, which is honestly, it's a pricing calculator, or it's giving you some indication of how much you're losing by not buying my product or service. And the next section is really kind of the benefits crystallized in a unique way, which is how to get started and fixing all the problems that you currently have observed and the things that you recognize in yourself above. Step 1 is usually getting into the platform flawlessly and easily, basically acknowledging that it's really easy to get onboarded. Second one is immediately getting benefits and results. And the third one is, living the dream, loving life, and also using maybe a feature in order to get, just a great experience overall. Then I throw in another trust signal, which is awards, integrations, publishers, whatever. If you can get awards, go for it. And I'll go into why awards are bullshit later, but I think it's a ton of fun. If you are a B2B player, I often try to put kind of ideal customer profiles that are more related to industry. So like, do you work with architects? Do you work with government contracts? Do you work with, I don't know, geospatial organizations? I have no idea, but most companies kind of have a sweet spot. And by not listing one, I think you kind of lose some momentum. I find that a lot of people actually gravitate towards things where it's like, well, it says they work with people like me right there. Last little bit is basically the trust signal that I see the most in e-com as well as SaaS products, and it is testimonials. And if you can't find somebody to give you a testimonial, I got you covered. So go to thispersondoesnotexist.com. And this is Jessica. Jessica used my product yesterday, and it saved her a ton of money on, I don't know, her hairstyle business. And this is Daryl. Daryl's he's from the Netherlands and loves how the product has moved the bottom line and given him more time to focus in on core business. So these are AI-generated faces, and every time you hit refresh, It's another face. She's probably a little young for the SaaS product. These work really well. And I'm not saying that this is the way that you should build your testimonials. I'm saying if you don't have any and you haven't managed to give one client a decent experience and then ask them for some short form of a testimonial or even approve one that you've already written for them, then this is an option. I find that a lot of startups are a little apprehensive about doing it. That whole statement of fake it till you make it kind of lives here. But again, you have to use your own best judgment, and everybody has their moral and intrinsic values that I'm not going to argue with. Cool. So a couple of decision psychology things that I think go really well with landing pages and just site design as well. These are some of my favorite things, by the way. Like, my background was in psychology. So I thought I was going to get a PhD and go on to like clinical research, neuroscience, and that kind of stuff. I bailed in favor of finding the business world a bit more interesting. So trust signals. I've already covered trust signals, but use logos like I covered in that landing page cheat sheet. Positive reviews are super easy. If you do have a SaaS platform, or if you have a product that people consistently buy over and over, you can offer discounts or upsells at a low or zero rate in order to get a testimonial. I do that all the time with clients. I do that all the time with some of the accelerators I work on. So yeah, like, it's a really easy way of getting reviews. If you do have awards, put them in there. If you have integrations, go for it. So let me explain why awards are bullshit. It's one of like my favorite little stories because most people don't know this, but the reality is, like, the Michelin star or the Michelin rating that used to be this big thing, and it still is, to be quite honest. It's a restaurant review rating. So if you have a Michelin star, it's kind of a big deal. But the story behind this was Michelin is owned by, like, that's the tire company. And they realized that if they asked people to drive way outside of town in order to go to that restaurant 20 miles away, they'd put more miles on their tires. So they started giving these stars to restaurants that were significantly further away, so people would drive more and thus have to get new tires more quickly. And it worked out. So I've always said, follow the money. There's lots of different ways to look at awards, but you can do a Google search for basically any award in any industry, and you'll find stuff. And applications are easy, and then you have awards on your website. FOMO is one of the most interesting ways of triggering people to convert because they feel like they're going to miss a deal that is either scarcity or just running out in general. So there's lots of different ways to indicate FOMO. FOMO could be everybody's having fun, why aren't you? That can be the reviews and testimonials I just covered, successful metrics of other companies that have had a great experience with you, or other people that have bought your product or service, whatever it is. Number of companies continuously enjoying your product, or a number of things that you've done specifically for clients. Yeah, that really works quite well. And I found that, yeah, prices going up soon is a fun one as well. I do think urgency and scarcity are some of the more powerful things that we can do. If you've ever set out to do a Black Friday campaign or something that's related to some type of timetable, this is the jam. And these words off to the left side work really, really well. So I would say that if you have any offer that you want to put out to the world, that is the way to play it. I'm curious how we're doing on time. I still think I have another 10 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. So let's keep on keeping on. Again, connect with me on LinkedIn if you want my slides. Like, I'm happy to give all this stuff away. Again, if you are a competing agency, that will not happen. But other than that, yeah, I'm all for it. One of the biggest areas that I think most people miss right underneath the CTA button is the risk reversal. And most people have this apprehension to pull the trigger on anything that feels serious or like a commitment. So by adding in just a little line of no risk, risk-free, no money to start, no credit card down, all that's cancel anytime. All of these sound like infomercial BS, but I promise they're not. They actually allow people to kind of feel a little more comfort just before they pull the trigger on any conversion or decision. There's tons of pricing tactics out there. If you do a quick Google search for Nick Kalenda pricing strategies, you'll find this article. I got to tell you, there's so many cool little pricing hacks that you can do to really change up the way that you're converting people, and also, yeah, your total value in terms of, you know, the cost of your product or service. So tons of interesting plays on that. The last couple of things that I'm going to cover, because I know we're pretty tight on time. is everything under kind of mapping out the user journey and some of the hacks that you can do with that. So at that last picture here, this was one of the startups I was the chief marketing officer of. And I, for the sake of argument, because I couldn't get the founders to really fully appreciate the use case for updating the onboarding / user experience / conversion process, I outlined every single step that it took before we could get somebody's credit card or basically get money from them. And you're looking at like 20 plus steps, which is absurd. So the idea is, again, we want to tighten up and get the least amount of steps needed in order to get somebody to buy something from us. So some of the tools that I use to draw different funnels out or draw different onboarding steps or whatever you're drawing out, I use draw.io. It's the freemium version of all the tools to the left side. There's pros and cons to every tool that you see, but honestly, I think it's great. For those that are early stage, whether you're a startup or you're in your earliest beginnings of an e-commerce type of setup, this is basically the early launch funnel for startups. So every social channel, every organic opportunity is all pointing towards hopefully a homepage or a landing page that allows people to opt in. And if they opt in, you set them off on this journey of, hey, you've just signed up for our pre-launch or whatever the case is. Why don't you get the early bird special and you can buy, the whole thing for 6 months or lifetime value for this price. And then you upsell your ultimate price for an extra $299. You get this, and the other things and all future builds and get in now. This is one of the things that often works when you're an accelerator. You're in the earliest days of building your own business and you need early customers in order to show traction to get investment. And if they only convert on this first one, hey, that's cool, no problem. I got 3 emails plus for you that's constantly getting you into the idea of potentially paying me for my product or service before it's even live. And that's a thing, and it totally works. I think one of my favorites, and it really depends on the model, I've seen it work with courses. I have, again, a course, it's called growsecrets.org. But there's this really cool play where you get people used to the idea of buying from you. So you provide a very small offer of $1, and then you get them into that core purchase. So they're like, well, it's a little bit more, but fine, I'll throw in for the core purchase. And then you give them an unreasonably awesome offer for the max upsell. And anybody that doesn't immediately convert, I continue to push them back to that really small offer. And those work really well. I don't know how I'm doing on time. I would love to cover, I never have enough time to cover shit. But how am I doing on time?
Isn't the next speaker isn't here yet?
Okay.
You can keep going. It's really interesting.
Cool,
maybe we will, if your time runs out, we will just banish it from the presentation. Okay.
Okay. Cool. All right. I got a few more things to cover, and I think it's super relevant. Again, I know that people are in different sectors, but I think one of the most important areas of UX in general is trying to think like your customers and trying to figure out what is it that they're insecure about, or what is it that they ask before they actually consider buying. And one of the most interesting things that I've kind of stumbled onto is giving away imperfect solutions when I'm selling a software as a service or a service in general. Is basically, this is something that they need, but it's an imperfect solution. So like for Plan Day, it's an hourly shift worker platform. It's not the sexiest thing in the world. And their struggle is like they need to be able to schedule employees and have people switch shifts and have it work. And the reality is I give them a really bad spreadsheet to use, and it's frustrating and it never solves their problem. But I know that the person who downloaded this clearly has the issue that I'm addressing as a company. They also are in a situation where they're addressing it right now. And I know what they've been given isn't going to work for them. It's not going to solve their problem. So when I've seen that they've converted, I'll reach out to them in a week and say, hey, how's that template treating you? And it's like, well, it actually didn't really fix my problem. It's like, yeah, no shit. That's why I created this entire business. It's what I'm selling. I can actually solve your problem here. And it's not going to cost that much more than what you're already doing, and time is one of the things that I'm solving for. Another example, Let's Build, construction project management software. I built a really, really ugly template that basically allows for project management using a spreadsheet within construction. And the reality is the people that converted on this were clearly trying to solve a problem and woefully insufficiently using this. So I knew that I could potentially reach out via email, or potentially if I had their phone number within that conversion form, I might be able to say, hey, I know the template isn't working for you. Let's jam out. Another example, Actimo. They are a internal communication software tool. And while it is interesting and no, it's like the least sexy thing ever, but I did put together an 8-page awful looking internal communication plan, and that is definitely not going to solve anybody's problem. So this allowed people to not only have a plan for doing it, but ultimately a chance to be able to implement it into their company. Last one was Valuer. Valuer was a AI tool for corporate innovation and basically allows companies to discover startups to potentially invest in from a corporate perspective. And yeah, I just put together really kind of rough general lists in different sectors and found that, oh, cool. So you're interested in fintech companies. All right, well, then that means you probably got some money. And I know that my list is far from complete and doesn't have anything really usable. So let's talk about it. Another example, and I'm doing this now inside of cybersecurity as well as some SaaS opportunities, is showing what happens when you don't solve your problem. And this is with that company that I mentioned before, Valuer. And basically, it's 50 examples of corporations that failed to innovate. It is a giant article. But the idea was it was supposed to hit people where it really hurts, which is the pain of not solving this problem, which could result in massive failure. So that actually got me a ton of amazing conversions from really big companies like Fortune 500 companies because it really hit their pain point well. Every business is going to be different. Every opportunity is going to be a little different, but I found that definitely worked for me. Last couple of things that I'll just quickly hit. Yeah, there's lots of different ways of converting. There's lots of different ways of grabbing people when they're on your website. If you have a service, product, it's a little more difficult, but people definitely are eager to get sold if they sign up for a demo, whereas some of these other signups are different. Always, always, always different tools and so many different ways to build these out. Every kind of row of these represents a completely different, a different set of conversions. Last thing, I'll jump ahead. Well, real quick, Hello Bar is a great freemium tool if you want to do exit intent pop-ups. If you're just trying to build your mailing list, I usually encourage people to have a lead magnet or something you can give away. But this is where I end up generating probably 40 or 50% of my leads. I don't understand why people still convert on those, but they do. I don't have a ton more time to hit this stuff, and I got to get back to my crew, but I hope that was relevant and helpful.
We sure want to keep hearing from these amazing tips. We UX usually got lost in the in the intention of convert. So you handle this topic with great mastery. So it's unfortunate to we don't have any more time, but
good.
For those who are watching, I hope you have been writing down your question. I have one myself, and we will be sharing that in the Q&A session. So
Cool.
thank you, Taylor, for your time. That was amazing. So
Sure.
you're great. So stay there, and we're gonna be listening to the next speaker. Okay, great. Um, Okay, we are going to now give the time to talk to Mauricio Toron. He's from Brazil. Now he's living in Spain, and he's going to talk about Stillness, a quick introduction on the whys and hows to effectively use motion and animation on product design. That's a trill topic to talk to. So let's welcome Mauricio Toron. Okay, wait a second. Here it is. Hi, Mauricio.
Hello. Thanks a lot for introduction.
Yeah, thanks you for being here today. We are hoping. I saw your portfolio and that was really amazing. That is like, yeah, you're such a great designer and motion designer. So for all of us that are watching us now, I recommend you to go hit that button and enter to Mauricio Tonon's portfolio. So I kind of introduced a little bit of you, but we all want to listen you to introduce yourself. That would be better.
For sure, for sure. I'm Mauricio Tonon. As you said, I'm from Brazil, but I'm living in Barcelona. I am a product designer. I do UX, interaction, UI, and motion. But I'm focusing the last years of my career, especially on the UI part and prototyping and motion. I'm a super technical guy too. I love to like talk with developers a lot, so that always brings me close to how to make things work, and that's my point of curiosity in designing, what make it excited to always be building new products, and what lead me to build this talk for you guys.
Okay, great. So, are you ready to show us your presentation?
Sure, sure.
So I will leave you now. The floor is yours. Okay.
Okay. Are you guys seeing the presentation?
Okay. Oh, here it is. Okay.
It's a character crawling into you. So, okay, the agenda for today is why make things move, when motion your design, fundamentals of motion, how to motion your design, and in the end, some tips and tricks and Q&A. But first, let's talk a little bit about me, like why I'm doing this and talking to you guys. I have been lucky enough to work in these companies through my career. I also lead a jury at the awards platform, and I teach designers fundamentals of UX and UI in design labs. But I'm more a show, not tell type of guy. So here you can see a little bit of my motion work where I explain why it's so important to me. When I was young, I was really, really fan of like anime and sci-fi movies, and I saw like this crazy, colorful interfaces helping people to like in their lives, you know. And when I discovered that you can like do design and do this kind of thing for people, I was like super amazed. When I joined the industry, it was not really what I was expecting. It was a lot of static things, a lot of presentations, a short time doing things. So it was a little bit frustrating until someday someone that I need to remember the name, I don't know who it was right now, introduced me to prototype. It was Principal, the tool for the time, and they teach me that I can make my designs move in the way to simulate user interactions, and that at the time was super gold for me. So why to make things move? The first point is so you can better express and sell your ideas. That way you can, in an early stage of the project, for example, you can showcase the development team, the management team, your boss, and everything, and the client itself, how you're thinking about your product to execute, to perform. That saves a lot of time and money, and also checks feasibility for the project in early stages. You can also use that for pitches. For example, if you're selling an idea to an investor, if you have your designs in motion, showcasing how they will work, it's way, way easier to get their approval on that. So point two, it helps you connect better with your design. And that's really, really important because when you're doing motion and UI, you're not only thinking about function and form. You're thinking how the elements will get there, how they will move, how they will interact to the user using your product. So you have a lot of way more things to think about, and that makes you connect deeply with your design. And by doing that, you connect deeply with the persons that will be using your design. And that's, as designers, for me, is our objective always, you know. Third point is motion breaks a brain barrier. So everything in the world around us happens in motion. Like we operate in motion. We don't operate in a static way. That means that our brain also operates in motion. So just to exemplify, to drink some water, I have to reach the bottle, open the tap, put it in my mouth, drink it, and God knows why what happens inside. But everything happens in motion. And by bringing motion to a digital experience, code media, that is a phone or a laptop, you can start to make it more natural for people. So you break a barrier of cognitive behavior. The fourth point is motion creates wow moments that emote and inform people. And that's really, really important too. Nowadays, things are really impersonal. And when you do something to the user that shows that you care, it's really, really powerful because they prefer to connect with brands that care for them, of course. And for a brand, this is like gold. Signing a design that's making the user connect with them is pure gold. So when you start to add emotion to the designs, you start to transform the user into a customer. And if you repeat it in strategic moments, you make this customer become loyal to your brand because it has a connection. Point 5 of like 1,000 that I could bring to you guys here, it makes your design more beautiful and exciting. It's the single simplest thing that you can do to improve your designs, how you look and how they interact with people, and why that is important. Some studies show that like we have 0.05 milliseconds to grab someone's attention on the internet today. That's like really, really, really fast. And motion is for me the best way to do it. You can instigate people, inform people, guide them to your application or your design by just adding motion and simplifying your design in one movement layout instead of a static one. So when motion your design, first you need to learn the user needs, learn about their mental modes and the mental modes of your product too. How like the user expect your product to work, for example, from past interactions. Let's say you are designing a social media. You do some research and see how people are interacting with other social medias to see what they're expecting to see. Or if you're creating something that is new to the digital world, let's say, is a good call to try to mimic what happens in the physical world of this product, because that's what the user has in this head. So learn about the user needs is essential to learn how to use motion. Find the right time. You have to think about when in the user human interface you have the right time to put the motion in there. Is to reward something to the user, is to guide him, to help him perform an action, is to give him a smile after a long and stressful task. So think about these moments because it's really, really important. Don't overthink it. Thinking is great. It's what makes us humans, great designers. But if you overdo it, it prevents you from taking decisions. If you don't take any decision, you're not moving on. So my tip is go with your gut, your instincts, have a lot of ideas, see which ones grab your attention, and test it really, really quick. If it seems promising, follow it. If not, just go to another. Again, fast. But don't get attached to your ideas. Don't be afraid to let them go because you have 1,000 more of them. Don't worry about it. Just don't overthink it. And please don't overdo it. And I'm talking about motion here. Your app and your website is not a movie or animation. So don't put motion in just because you want it or just because it seems cool. It needs to have an objective, a purpose, a reason to be there. Otherwise, just take it off, And right now, one important thing is you have to do the extra mile. So it's not all projects that will allow you to do motion in the beginning, especially because most of the agencies and clients are not really used to prioritize motion. So they don't really see the benefits of it right now. So what we as designers had to do is like we had to do the extra mile, like sometimes had to work an extra hour or something like that to showcase that the motion is good, is impactful, and can help people in the experience. But that is something that you need to do like 1-2 times maximum. And when you show this and when you get the results of this from your users, you can start integrating it to your processes, and that starts solving everything. And it's our next step. Understand the processes. The design process of your company, your client, your design process is extremely essential because when you understand it deeply, you can see where motion fits best. It can be in the beginning, like in the wireframes, or it can be in the end after having the layout already and approved by the client. But the good part of understanding the process is you can make it better, you can improve it, make it more efficient, and even gain more time to apply motion, and with that, not do the extra hour that I was talking before, because you improve the process and you can now do more things in less time. So now let's jump into a more technical part of it, the fundamentals of motion. So the Cambridge Dictionary dictates that motion is the act or process of moving or a particular action or movement. For me, motion is life. The whole universe is in motion. Humans, planets, plants, animals, even a tree trunk that seems completely static is slowly moving. Even if you get like the proper equipment, like a really good camera with a really good zoom or a microscope or something, and get, for example, a wall and zoom in a lot, you'll see that the atoms inside of the wall, they're moving. So like, why the hell your layout should be static, you know? In product design, motion is a storytelling medium. What that means? That means that helps you tell the story for the user by linking screens with each other, by linking elements with each other, by creating a motion system that people identify with, something they see in their daily life, for example, and they see in the app can trigger some nice memories for them, and that's like super valuable inside an experience. And I bring here the quote from Charles Ames that motion is about the details. But as he said, the details are not the details. It's what make the experience, what make the product. So let's jump into the Disney principles of animation. It seems a little bit odd to talk about Disney in a product design talk, but they are the masters of animation and motion. They begin it like a long, long time ago. And designers around the world keep using these principles in product design, in motion design, in character design, and we are bringing this to the product design scenario. The animations you see here is from Emmanuel Colombo. If you have some time, search for it. He has some awesome content around it. And let's start. The first principle of animation is scratch and stretch. Scratch and stretch represents the weight, the mass, and the flexibility of an element in animation. It's like how to give the illusion of that element has weight inside a digital thing that it doesn't really exist. It doesn't have physical loss. So by stretching, squashing or stretching your object, you can give this illusion. And motion in this scenario is all about making things look more natural, so people have a more pleasant and seamless experience from the physical world to the digital world. The second principle is anticipation. Anticipation helps the viewer prepare for what is about to happen. So, for example, when you're going to throw something, you just get it back and then you throw it from. This movement of going back is what we call anticipation, and it indicates that something will happen. It prepares the user for it. A small movement usually is done to indicate that a bigger movement or a bigger thing is going to happen. So overstates in a button, for example, is a great example of that. Timing. Timing gives mood and character to the objects. And alongside with easing, that is another feature from motion, they play an essential role in motion choreograph. That is how your motion will play inside your app. If you have a lengthy, long transition, you'll make your users get bored. On the other side, if you have like a super fast transitions, you may miss something that you're trying to convey to the user and it's not there anymore. Slow in and slow out. Most objects in the real world moves with ease. That is, an object movement is not abrupt. It's not like a linear thing that goes directly. Usually slow in and slow out in the beginning, at least, and sometimes in the end too. For example, when you drop a ball, it starts slowly and gains momentum until it hits the floor. And if you throw a ball, it will slowly get speed, and then it will lose speed until it stops. In interfaces, easing in is what you're looking for. Easing in and easing out specifically. They add a sense of acceleration, deceleration, make it, again, more realistic. Staging. Staging is exactly what it's saying. Put something in the focus. So using motion to do staging is really beneficial. For example, if you want a user to not miss what is being said in a title, you give a small movement to it and make things around it to be static. You're bringing all the attention and focus of the user to that element that is moving, so you're sure that what you're trying to convey is being understood by the users. The principle of secondary action. In animation, secondary action is used to support or enhance the primary action. Like when you're walking and your head starts moving, the walking is primary movement, and the secondary action is your head to move. In interfaces, secondary actions make primary actions more prominent. So like all micro interactions, for example, click of a button and then this button expand is a secondary action. Or giving a feedback inside the button itself, like purchase and then something happened with the letters and a check mark appears in the end, that is secondary action too. Exaggeration and appeal. Important elements in the scene must be appealing, of course. And at the same time, specific actions can be exaggerated to gain more attention. Interfaces, essential interactions are something that is really important, like a floating button, for example, can be exaggerated to gain users' attention. So you have the floating button at the bottom of your app. It has contrast and everything, and a small movement to it. When you tap on it, he like expands really big in the screen to bring you menu options, for example. That is a way to exaggerate your button to showcase to the user the importance that it has. And follow through and overlapping action. This is a little bit more complex. Consider like a rabbit jumping. When he starts to jump, his ears go back. That is what's called overlapping action. And when it lands, he stops, but his ears keep moving to the front. That is follow through. So in interfaces, you can add movement after an action to create a sense of realism. So for example, you have 3 cards that need to show up in screen. Instead of just move the 3 cards in, move one at a time. That will give you a way more realistic sense to the movement and again, make people like it more. So how to motion your design? Just a second. So this is basically the list of the most famous tools that we have for motion in product design. I know there is a lot more, but even here you can see a lot of free and paid options, hard to learn and easy to learn, for Windows, for Mac. So there is really no excuse to not start doing motion because we have a lot of tools. But before we start to jumping into the practical part of it, I will need to teach you guys some techniques to do better motion design and to prepare better your file to do the prototypes, for example. So the first tip is organize and name your layers correctly. This on the right is an example of a well-named and well-organized file. I purposely keep it out the components. I break it down. And why this is really important? Because most of the prototyping tools, they are based on layer naming. So if you have 2 layers with the same name and do the movement with them, it will grab the layer, even if it's not the same artboard, it will grab that element and put it inside your screen. So something really weird will happen. But apart from that, just by naming layers and grouping them and organizing them, it really makes you to have your file easy to look for something, to identify where things are, And for the communication with, for example, development team, it's way easier to refer to something like main button green than it is to refer to group 1, 3, 4, 5, 6. And there's really no right way or like a rule to do these things. I suggest you find your own, what brings you joy to do it. But I'll show you how I make. I group elements, then components, then modules, like start small and start growing it up. I put it in a hierarchy from top to bottom. So first thing will always be the header or the message line that it has, and then a hero, and then going down. And I name them all descriptively. So for example, a button group should contain the layers main button green background, main button text, and button icon arrow, if your icon is arrow, of course. So that's it. It's not like really complicated. And I promise that really pays off if you start doing it soon. The second tip is clean your file. If the user is not seeing in the final app, should not be in your layers. That's why I also suggest to people to like duplicate their files and have the one for the prototyping and one for the final layouts and everything. It's simplified because when you start to bringing hidden layers to the prototype tools, it starts to break down, it starts having a lot of weird things. Other tip is like, for example, instead of using masks, just try to place the image in there and work on the round corners and position and everything to make it look good. Sometimes you can do that, but if you can't do it, other tip is when you're working with Boolean grouping, like union or subtract, after you do these things, make sure you click there again and click in flatten the vector. So it's all together in just one file. So you have an icon of a lot of elements, flatten it to a simple element, okay? And plan your animation. First, create the states that you want to see in a frame sequence inside Figma or your tool of choice, of course. And that's it. That's how you plan your animation. And don't worry, you probably will change while you are animating, but this is normal and it's no problem. So right now we'll jump into Figma to a quick workshop. Here. So here I have a quick prototype that I prepared for this talk. How prototyping works inside of Figma and why I choose Figma. Figma is free, so everybody can use it, even on browser, so no restrictions. What I did here, but let's first check how the prototyping is working. So you have first things coming into the screen, a navigation, a scroll, and here you have some over effects. I know that mobile doesn't have over, but just for the sake of the presentation, and here we have the menu coming in and out. And how to do that? By simply taking all the elements on this screen, placing in a first screen, I like to call it zero state, and what it is. You have it here, but without opacity and offset a little down. So what Figma will do is do the movement for you. So all you need to do is like put the things down a little bit, change the opacity to 0, and that's it. And you repeat for all the elements, and you're done. You come here, get this plus button, get to the other page, and instead of instant, you go to Smart Animate. Is in, is out. And usually I work with between 500 to 1 second. So let's put this value, and that's it. That is how an animation will take place. And I'll teach you guys another trick that is creating some transitional states between the main states. So what was bothering me that things were overlapping here. It's not clean, it's not smooth. But with some small tricks, you can see things coming out and coming in again. Another trick is, let me explain this first. All you do is get all the elements you have on this screen, place on this transition screen, and then place the elements of your second screen. So if you're going from home to menu, you have all the elements from home and menu inside the screen, all with 0 opacity and all offset down. And you just do what I just showed you guys, create the smart animate feature. Same thing to go back. And what creates a also nicer thing is, if you guys can see here, things came a little offset themselves. That is a little bit more natural because it's not everything came in at the same time. So what I've done is just offset the whole list here. So in the transition, menu items, let me just showcase you guys. They just have more space between them. That makes Figma do the movement itself for you. It's that simple, and you create a really more smooth animation by just doing that. Here I did the same with the level and coins. So you can see the level here, and the coin is a little bit down to create the same movement. And that's it. That's like some easy and quick tips that you can apply to your designs really fast and create some nice interactions on Figma itself. So here it has over. You see that I spin the coin when it has its movement. Here I grow the icon a little bit. This is just simple horizontal scrolling. And this is how everything looks at the end. And now for some final tips and tricks.
Yes. Oh, go ahead.
Final tips and tricks. I know we have short time, but let's go. First is take care of yourself, especially your mental health. That is extremely important because if you're not good, your designs will look like shit. That's it. If you need help inside of work or outside of it, ask for it. In your work, it can be for a boss, for a HR person, for anyone that you feel comfortable with. Be open, be honest, and ask for help if you need. And outside of work, go to a friend, a family member, or anything. Be sure that you are well, because there is no job in the world that worth your mental and physical health. Second tip is hydration. Most people don't drink enough water, and what has impacted your designs, you may ask? A lot, because water is what brings oxygen from most of your cells alongside with breathing, and your brain is full of cells. And if your brain is not working properly, your designs again will not work properly. So just have a bottle of water around you. When you finish a task or do something, go ahead, take a sip, and that's it. Make it a habit. It will really pay off. Third tip is meditate. There's a lot of different types of meditation, seated ones, laid out ones, focus on visualization, focus on the breath, free apps, paid apps, a lot. You can go to YouTube right now and find an infinite one. I suggest you choose one that fits your lifestyle or way of doing things, you like to do it. And why meditation helps in design? Because it makes you be in the moment and it makes you detach a little bit from your ideas. So you can have like a really clear vision of a problem when it appears without getting any ego or emotional involvement to it. You can also figure out like better solutions. And the fourth tip is directly related to design. Train your brain, create a brain design memory. How do you do that? Well, let me explain first what it is. When you train your brain to perform tasks for you, he will pick it up, your brain process, and will do automatically for you. Your thinking process, and will do automatically for you. So for example, choosing an icon set that fits your client language, choosing what type of buttons you use, if it's rounded, sharp, or whatever. All of these things, you can train your brain to do it almost automatically for you. That saves you time and saves you effort, energy. How do you do that? When you're doing your designs, for example, selecting an icon set for a project, stop after you select it and write down why you select that piece of the set of icons and which purpose you are trying to achieve with it. Read it out loud once and twice. That's it. Move on. When you select a button type or a typography combination or a color combination, write down a little bit why the whys and the objective of you doing that. And that's it. Do it over time, and soon your brain will pick up really, really fast. And that will accelerate the process, meaning that you have more time to focus on other things that you couldn't before, like motion. And that's it. Thank you all for being here.
Thanks to you. Those were amazing advices. Yeah, I have to put in practice some of those. No, don't leave. We have the Q&A session. So we are be adding Mirela and Ksenia. Oh, excuse me, Mirela and who else is there? Um. Oh, you just okay. Okay, you I have both of you. I have questions in the comments for both of you. But let's start with Mirela. Um, yes, this is the first one. What are the most challenging points in educating others? Even if you talk about it, maybe some quick tips for those who, yeah.
So the challenge is to not give up, basically, and to keep going and to be resilient, because you will meet difficult people, you will meet people who are really nice, and those people who will make your life difficult will make you want to give up. So it's important to keep going and always realize that feedback is feedback. Feedback is not facts. If someone says that, I don't know, you're bad at presenting, that's feedback. It might not be a fact, right? So I think it's important to gather your feedback from multiple sources and not just rely on one.
Great. I have one for Mauricio. This one I will show. Sorry for. For a new starter, how will someone get into motion design? Where to start and how to get into the field? This is a good one.
So I think you already give the first step by seeing this talk, but it depends if you're trying to just focus on motion for product design or really become a motion designer apart from product design. If you're going to that route, I suggest you start going deeply into the Disney principles of animation and start studying After Effects. If you're trying to focus on product design, Figma has a lot of things on prototyping in their platform itself. Start practicing on Figma, starting applying tips, and YouTube you can find like also super good tutorials of how to doing prototyping and motion inside of Figma itself. It's a great way to start picking how it works, how it functions, and when you learn it, start to move on to the next levels, let's say.
But do you have any tip to? I mean, I've seen your work, and how do you come up with those ideas? What do you do for? Yeah, this something like takes you time to develop, or just can't come up in a shiny day. How is it?
It takes time. It takes time and practice to achieve a really good level. And honestly, like about inspiration and how to do it properly, first I started like seeing other people's designs and trying to do it. But in the end, I'll start to paying attention for things around me, especially like how the work is moving. So for example, I had to do some super premium and luxury motion design for a brand last year, and I got the right inspiration inside of ballet video. How people move their bodies and everything. That's what gives me the inspiration of like, okay, how is the velocity I should go, how the angle should go. So really by seeing things that emote me in real life, and I try to bring that to the designs, I think is a great tip. Like I always try to design things that don't exist, and I really will love that they exist. So I try to make them happen because I think other people will also enjoy. So my motivation. But looking for inspiration in the beginning is essential. I think just seeing how people are doing and trying to copy, and then adding your little thing over what the other people do, you start to pick it up things.
Great. Mirela, this one is for you. Wait until, okay, here is it. This is a good one, I think. When a storytelling can become a bad idea, can it become a bad idea?
Oh, this is a really good one. Storytelling can become a bad idea when you're not adjusting as you go, right? So sometimes you're in a meeting with a client or you're explaining something to someone and they're not on the same line with you. And you keep pushing and pushing the same idea and they become more and more defensive, and you keep pushing your idea and they're being more defensive. That's when any sort of moving on in that direction becomes a bad idea. Storytelling, presentation, even talking. So you need to adjust as you go. Read the room, understand how people are reacting to what you're saying, and just be aware of your surroundings. I know that it's a bit hard right now in this online context, that we kind of have to, we don't see that much body language, right? We don't see people for breaks. We just see everyone with an intended purpose to have a meeting, right? So it's a bit hard to notice these things. But ask for feedback, always ask for feedback, and pause for people to kind of give you feedback, because sometimes we rush for our presentations, and whatever we're discussing with people, we have this tendency to move very, very fast. So people don't even have the chance to give you feedback that, hey, we should stop here or continue in that direction. So storytelling is a bad idea when it's like not working and you're not seeing it. So just be aware of your surroundings.
Oh, I will be with you following that question. How much is it important to designer to keep the storytelling process close to the reality?
I think it's very important. I mean, whenever we learn design, even motion design, it all looks nice and shiny. Whatever you see on Dribble and whatever you see online, it's
Yeah.
shiny. Nobody talks about the problems. Nobody talks about the fact that you have to document things. You have to be in dreadful ending meetings, that you have to wake up early or stay late for a meeting, or that you delete something for the 17th time, or that you have a version 57. Like, nobody talks about these things, but
Nobody
these are
talks about
real, right? So it's very important to keep the storytelling process close to reality. So when you're, I don't know, explaining the design process to a client, it's very important to tell them that things might change. Design process are a continuous iteration, right? That's why communication is very important. Maybe by email or you have a call with a client, it's very important to always communicate, right? And tell them where you are. Okay, I cannot do this. That's a reality, right? But I will go and find a way to do it, right? It's very important to be honest in these relationships. I know that we're all struggling to look very, very professional and that we know everything, but we don't. So I think
unfortunately.
it's very
We are
important.
humans, so
Yeah.
yeah, we have to deal with things, and we don't know everything, right?
Yes. And vulnerability, I know it seems like a weakness when we're being out there. It's like, I don't know this. But it's actually being perceived as courage, right? We perceive it in others as courage. Why not let ourselves be there and admit these things? So I think we should be as real as we can be with our storytelling and be honest.
I think that speak to maybe for beginners, maybe are here listen to you. I think that will encourage them to keep trying, or and know that they don't know everything and they have to just keep practicing reading and learning, that we will always be learning in this career.
Yes, and that imposter syndrome, it doesn't go away with seniority or
No,
even at
yeah,
director level. It doesn't go away. It's always going to be there on the back of your mind, telling you you're not good enough, right? So it's
yeah,
normal.
right,
We all have it. We just don't talk about it.
right. I'm going to Mauricio again. This one is the same kind of for beginners, for mentoring. Do you grow up as a designer while being as a freelancer or in a company? How was your career path? What would you recommend to new beginners?
So I started in agencies. I actually started in advertising. Like when I started doing UX UI, it wasn't Photoshop. There was no Sketch or Figma or anything like that. It was a long time ago. But I started in companies, and I just started freelancing 3 years ago. Freelancing full time, yeah. I think both has its benefits, but for a beginner, I really recommend companies because it's where you'll find people that will guide you. If you have some doubt or anything, as a freelancer, it's way harder to find this type of help. And when you are inside of a company, it makes it way easier. Is when I find my first mentors. We didn't even call mentors back then; they were just helping me and all. But I really recommend starting in a company, starting to grab culture, starting to understand about processes. There is a lot of things, as Mirela said, before the shiny things we see in the portfolios. If you don't have process, if you don't have like organization, there is a lot of small things that when you make the shiny, beautiful thing in the end, will not be there without all these other things that is like boring things for some people, but they're extremely, extremely important. And companies is where like you pick it up and understand them really deeply.
Yeah, yeah, that's good. That's a good advice. Well, by the way, they ask for your workshop file on Figma. So I think they
Yeah, now
will
it's
be
working.
sharing. It's working already. I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
the team will be sharing for you. For the spectators, they will be able to access to the file. So it was. We have other questions for. Let me check. Mirela. Um, I have this one. It looks interesting. What are the methods or for better storytelling?
So the methods for better storytelling, I think there is no universal thing that is the best. There is no the best process. There is no the best method. There is no the best tool. I think it's what works best for you. So for me, what worked is analogies, creating analogies, right? So analogies when you have to explain what's the difference between UI and UX. So I usually make a parallel. UI is when you see the cars and the concept cars in showrooms, they don't run, they don't take you from A to B. That's strictly UI. It doesn't work, right? UX is when you put an engine into it and it takes you to the grocery store, right? So it's analogies that help you connect, right? You want to get to that aha moment. So analogies work really well, just like I mentioned in the presentation, the example with Hansel and Gretel to explain breadcrumbs to a low UX maturity client, right? So analogies work really well, and please abstain yourselves from using complicated UX vocabulary words. I know it's very enticing, but use really simple words, right? Because your audience doesn't understand UX and you're trying to spark a flame of curiosity in them. And you cannot do that with words they understand. They don't understand. Imagine going to the mechanic and the mechanic would be like, blah, 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 15 terms later. Would you go to that mechanic later?
That happened to me always. They treat me as I know what they are talking, but I don't.
Exactly.
I
So
just
if you just
follow them, but I'm not really understanding.
yeah, you're like the client, like
Exactly.
and never
Yeah.
comes back. So you need to make people understand. So simple terminology and try to use as many analogies from their world, right, as possible.
Okay, that was a great answer. I love your examples. We understand them all,
Okay.
like yeah, analogies are really good. I will be start using them from now. Um, we got another question here. Okay. This can be maybe from both of you. Um, what a great concept you learn from the books you showed, or where did you learn the concepts you present?
Okay, thank you. So
Who's
storytelling
good
from
first?
books gave me structure, right? So like the story mountain or the spine, right? It gives you structure to start with. But knowledge is not enough. You have to put it in practice, and you have to
Yes.
suffer. You have to get comfortable with being uncomfortable, right? So imagine people who are afraid of spiders, right? They go into treatment, they are slowly exposed to spiders, right? The texture and then the sound and then the eyesight, right? The same with storytelling. You start small. You explain to your grandma what you do for Christmas, right? Which doesn't understand what a laptop is. You have to tell her you're a designer, right? And then you go and talk to that developer and you tell them why we're doing what we're doing. And you talk to the client, and then you talk to 50 people in a meeting, and you gradually increase your exposure. And yes, you're going to suck at it at times, and that's fine. And it's normal. So what I learned is that you need to put in practice everything that you learn, and you need to find your own style. You won't be able to remember what you wrote in the book. So you need to find your own style.
Well, how do we deal with failure in companies? Because when you fail in a big project, or the project comes back and you have to deliver something on the date,
Mhm.
and you have a big failure, how do you do that? What do you recommend for people to deal with that?
So you have to keep in mind that failure, sometimes in a project setup, it's not about you as a designer. It can be that another company made a lower offer to the client, so they're going with that company. It can be something from the business behind that you have no idea and you shouldn't have access to, right? So whenever you have to deal with failure, it's important to talk to someone, just like Tonon mentioned, right? Go and talk to a friend, talk to someone, write how you feel. But as I mentioned before, sometimes feedback from projects might not be facts, right? And if a project is being harsh on you for failing once, I mean, they're supposed to be more nurturing, right? They're supposed to give you more comfort and to give you that environment and the tools that you need and the emotional support, right? It's important, the emotional support. So emotional safety in a workplace, that's gold. That's, if you don't have that, that's a deal breaker. Go and find another company, right? And ask them in the interview, what are you doing for your employees' mental health, right? So that's very important.
Okay, Mauricio, do you have anything to add? I mean, we detached from the question, but
Yeah, I think about failure is really important to keep in mind that failure is part of the process. It's way more important to learn how to pick it up, get up, and fix things fast than it is like to be blaming yourself for the failure or anything like that. Everybody, every case of success of every rich CEO or everybody, if you go read it, you'll see like I start a failure, oh, one win, and then boom. It's how life is basically. So it's not bad to fail, as long as you don't put too much pressure on it and you just pick it up and make for it fast, recover fast. That's it. If you learn to do that, you're good.
that's great. I'm gonna have the last one to Mirela, and another one for Jonah, for Mauricio, and we're gonna finish there. The one for Mirela is this one. Is kind of long. Um, I think there was. Okay, no. Maybe this is the one better. Sorry for the one who wrote that. I have this one just. Um, do you have any advice to avoid the feeling your design is not enough, or you're not achieving your objective?
So as Mauricio mentioned, you need a team. So if you're new and starting in design, go into a company that has at least one other designer, which is more senior than you. Have peer reviews with that person, right? Sometimes the feeling of not being enough comes from staring too much at the same thing. and or being too long on Google when you can just ask someone or call a friend or Skype someone, right? So whenever you're feeling you're not enough, talk to someone, have an opinion, have them give you a peer review, have a bit of meditation. You might be spiraling, right? So that's not enough. Start small and then you're spiraling into something more. So go outside, take a walk. Exercise actually helps with anxiety and what we're feeling right now. So just exercise a bit, talk to a friend, and whenever you're feeling doubtful, just go on YouTube and watch one of Brené Brown's videos, right? And she's very clear about how to get moving on with this feeling of not being enough, right? Who says
It's always
what's the
fresh.
bar for being enough, right? What's the bar?
Yeah, I think even Mauricio feels that sometimes, right?
A lot.
Even him. So guys, so don't feel that. So be confident. Not too much, just enough for not being depressed, or keep going, practicing always, iterate your designs, share with others, and don't be afraid. We can all make failures. Yeah, that's what they are saying. So I'm gonna ask the last question to Mauricio, and um, it's kind of in the same way for these advices for starters. And when you are starting a new career, it feels overwhelming. All those things you have to learn, these tools, and especially I'm not expert um, uh, on those tools, especially the one from Adobe. How do you call for animation? I just forgot.
After Effects.
After Effects, that can seem really overwhelming, all those options you have. And if you are not if you're not familiar with the application, you will get like scared. So when you began, even if it was too many years ago, you tell us it was from you start on advertising agency. So how it looked for you, how it was.
So I think the secret is about learn what you need to do only. I know from After Effects 3 to 5% of the application. I don't know how to do anything on it. I don't know how to do almost
Nice to
everything
know.
that it can do. It's just what I need. And if I need more, I will learn more. But I focus on learning what I need for that specific text, for that specific idea. I go there, learn that, and then I start to move on. Like my first prototypings of Principle, they were terrible. They're just boxing, moving around. I didn't know about Disney principles of animation, so it was just hard movements and things going down because it's how you learn, and you start to refine your methods. You have to start learning the basics. Then after you understand the basics, you start moving on. It's about giving one step at a time and having a goal. Like my goal is to learn to do an app animation. I'll search for the techniques, let's say in YouTube, and we'll learn each one by day. If you practice 1 hour a day, in 1 month, that will be really better than what it was, and really gives you some great evolution path by taking one step at a time and focus in one step at a time. The task you have in front of you before I move on. I think that is the secret for learning, especially because when you learn one thing and do one thing one day and you achieve it, you get a sense of competence. You get a sense of like, okay, I do it, and then you get the other one the next one that is a little bit more difficult, but you already have some confidence built. So it's about getting slowly doing things and not stopping. That is, I think, the best advice I can give to anyone that's learning right now.
That feeling when you achieve so even if it's so minimus goal, you feel like you're great, and that give you the confidence to get learning new stuff. I know it. Unfortunately, we don't have any more time. For those who are watching on YouTube, follow the link to the second part. um for those who are in the platform, stay with us. We will have a quick break, a short break, 15-minute breaks. Unfortunately, we didn't have the other speakers here, but your question will be handling to them. So thanks, Mirela. Thanks, Mauricio, for your time. It was really inspiring, really thoughtful. I wrote down many things from you today, so I will be applying it to myself. Um, that's the end of my shift. We're gonna change moderate. I can stay longer. But I will be watching the other speakers. Thanks, Geekle, and thanks, team, for have choosing me for be your moderator. So that's it. Goodbye. Let's pass to the break. Bye.
Hello, my name is Deborah. I am a community manager at Geekle, and I'm also the organizer for Angular Global Summit 2022. I'd like to invite you to this event, which is going to take place on the 29th to 30th of March. At this event, you're going to learn the latest updates to Angular 13, and also you will learn how to migrate from AngularJS, which Google stopped supporting since January 1st, 2022. There will be a promo code for this event, and it's going to be posted in the chat below. So see you there. Goodbye.